Welcome to the Screen Pupcast. Sorry about that. Don't know where that came from. Hi there. I'm Aaron. This is another episode of our Screen Pupcast. As you know, it's the movie quote-unquote podcast for the members of the Screen community, by the members of the Screen community, because hey, no one else is gonna do it. So, on this week's episode, it's another one of our theme episodes, and what we're doing is we're going to be talking about the season finale and, to an extent, the entire run of the HBO drama Newsroom. Just to warn you, it gets pretty heated, at least on my end, because I had some very strong opinions on this series, and I was looking for a place to vent them. But that's coming up later in the show. Right now, this is the part of the show where I introduce myself, I say hi to everybody, see how everybody's doing, as if you could actually respond back to me. And also, I update you on any plans that we might be having here at the podcast. Now, first off, let me just go ahead and say that the last two episodes of the show have been really late, like almost a week late. And I addressed that in this week's episode. And I won't say what it is, because like I said, I'm going to say it again in a couple minutes. But I'll just say, it's mostly had to do a lot with, some personal stuff going in my life. I've been having to put out a lot of fires recently. And, we all go through periods of time like that. And it looks like everything is going to turn out okay. Looks like things are going to be fine. So, in other words, I'm going to have some more time to work on the podcast now. Which, that brings me to my other big announcement about the podcast, which is that, let's be honest, Screened, we gave it time under Berman Braun. We really have. I saw a lot of people, jump ship as soon as the sale was made, or as soon as Rory left, and, I did not want to associate with those folks, because those people, they were quitters. They did not want to stick in there. The rest of us who are still here, we've stuck in there. And let's be honest, there's been no signs that things are going to improve. So, the world's most computer illiterate man out there, is currently attempting to learn how to create his own website. I've been looking at, programs like WordPress, I've been looking into, domain names, and I actually think that, I can't say when, because, let's face it, I said this would be up last week, and it wasn't. Things come up. Who knows when things will happen. But I'd like to say that, I'm going to say by April, because April's always a big month for me. I'm going to say that by April, I hope to have our own site with multiple different podcasts on multiple different topics. And, granted, this could all go south. But I'm feeling encouraged about it. I'm feeling optimistic at the moment. I've been researching this stuff. It doesn't look as hard as I thought it was going to. Michelle would be there with me, and as you guys have seen, she's a great artist, so she would provide some splash onto the page. And honestly, I hope that you guys come with me when I decide to go and make this move. I'll still be on screen. I'll still even put the Pupcast on screen. But I'm looking to create something new. And I think that we might be at a point where it's time to start doing this. Now, the other thing that I should go ahead and tell you guys about today's episode, as I hope I didn't just totally bring this whole thing down 4 minutes into it, but the other thing that I want to bring up about today's episode is that you might notice that there is a second theme. We wanted to talk about Newsroom, but before the show started, I brought up that my co-host, Michelle, has been playing Persona 4 recently. And that just got all of us talking about how incredibly good the Persona series is. For those of you who have not played the Persona games, if you still have a PlayStation 2, it's like $20. Do it. It's so freaking good. Or, I hate to kind of promote these guys now, seeing as how they kind of sold Screened up the river. But just go on Giant Bomb and watch the endurance run of it. It's hilarious and it's great. Persona 4 is such a good game, so if you don't know the game, you're going to see a lot of references today and hear us talk a whole lot about stuff you have no idea about. You know nothing of. In fact, there came a point in which I was having so much fun talking about Persona, I was actually like, would it be feasible, would it be possible to do a Persona podcast? And then I looked it up, and there actually is, here's a free plug, there actually is a bi-weekly Persona podcast out there. It's only like, I'd say a month old, so we just missed it. We could have done it, but we were just beaten to it. But, it's simply called that, Persona Podcast. And, they're doing a good job. They're knowledgeable about the games. So I say, go on iTunes, support those guys. All podcasts need some kind of an ally, So, hey, I'm promoting them. I'm not saying they should promote us. But, you know what? I'm going to give them a little bit of my support. So, that's it. Before you listen to this week's episode, go to Giant Bomb, find out what Persona is so you have some knowledge of what the heck we're talking about, and enjoy this week's episode, because a new legend is about to start on this, the desperate attempt at a podcast from the people who still visit this site.
May the manliest of all men come on down!
Nobody touches his precious Nanako, the sister complex kingpin of steel, Yu Narukami!
It's only natural.
Wage slave in the boonies by day, hero by night, Captain Resentimo, Yosuke Hanamura!
Everything that bores me has gotta go.
A spunky dragon with deadly legs, the carnivore who's discarded womanhood, Chie Satonaka!
You need to eat more meat!
Please escort me to the ring, my prince, the unconquerable Snow Black, Yukiko Amagi!
I'll finish you in one strike!
Blooming roses and bulging muzzles, the blood-curdling beefcake emperor, Kanji Tatsumi! Deep into realms of romance, the body of a child, the brain of a genius, the 2000 IQ killjoy detective, Naoto Shirogane!
Is this an army of idiots?
Fight and survive towards the one throne waiting at the end! The P1 Grand Prix where fierce fights will be fought! The battle begins tonight!
I really want to make some kind of an intro that has something to do with Persona, but I can't think of it. Alright, fuck it. Hey, welcome to the Screen Pupcast. I'm
Every
Aaron.
day's great at your Screen Pups.
Pups. Nice.
Well done.
Anytime we need some kind of a musical intro, Jackson is always the guy who comes up with it. Hi, welcome to the Screen Pupcast. Once again, I'm Aaron. Joining me today is Michelle.
Hello.
Then we've got Kevin.
Or I thought we did.
Kevin?
I'm still here.
Kevin! Alright.
Oh, you're not dead. Good.
Alright, then we've got Jackson.
I got thrown into the TV. Help me.
So did I. Oh no.
That's how Skype works. Alright.
It's the midnight channel in some other time zone, so who knows?
On the
Yo,
internet,
when I was playing through Persona 3, they have it at midnight every night. There's an extra hour. Everyone turns into coffins. That wasn't until I played through the second time that suddenly I realized, wait a minute. That doesn't work at all with time zones at all. This makes no sense.
They also
Okay.
shoot themselves in the head.
Yes, that's
Right,
true.
yeah, that's it. We're
We've
making
also
this an official Persona podcast.
we've also got Callum.
Back, not by popular demand, but because there was a spot to fill on the podcast and somebody good couldn't actually be, called up in time.
Most people just say hi.
He's
Yes,
from
I'm
the,
worthy
he's
and
from,
British, so there.
yeah, he's from the north, so he's got clinical self-deprecation. It happens.
There's so much self-hate in Britain. All right. And then back for his second appearance on the show, we've got Mike.
Yay.
Mr. Maz himself.
Stunning.
God, I listened to my first episode and I sound so monotone.
I absolutely hate my voice too, but I just grit my teeth and I deal with it.
Yep.
It took me a long time to accept my voice, because my voice, when I hear it in recording, is like 3 octaves lower than it sounds in my head.
Yeah.
It sounds like
It's like
just
the coolest deep voice I've heard in ages, just so you know.
What was that?
Your voice, because when we do this on Game, your voice is the coolest deep voice I have heard in absolutely ages.
Yeah, I don't know why it took me so long to deal with it, because it was in my head I always sound normal, so when I heard my voice on, a recorder, it was like, oh man, this doesn't match my tone or anything at all, but it was like, God damn it, I have a cool-ass deep voice. I need to learn to deal with that.
Yeah, it's like, at least you have a cool deep voice, which is good for a boy or a guy, but, like, if you're a girl, it's like, I hate my voice. I sound like a little boy, and it's like, every time, like, you hear a girl, she always has this nice feminine voice. I'm like, I'm not feminine at all. My voice is shit.
Hey, speaking of Persona 4, guys dig Chie way more than Yukiko. So...
Yukiko sucks.
I sound perpetually 10 years old. Like, I went back and because my parents like to keep a video document of most things I do, so I think one day I'm going to become famous and we can sell this shit to people. I went back then, and then at the same time, it's about the same time when the Batman podcast came out, the second part of that, and I listened to myself on there, and I realised I sound exactly how I did 7 years ago. And so then I spent the evening slapping myself on the dick to make sure that...
Oh, Jesus Christ! I did not need to know that!
Oh.
I sound the same way that I sounded when I was 13, so it's... I look the same way I looked when I was 13, too.
13-year-old effort.
Hi, I'm 13 years old, and I'm here to talk about movies.
I remember when I turned 21, I was like...
You're
okay,
like a 13-year-old Vin Diesel.
I remember when I turned 21, and I went to go and buy alcohol for the first time. I was like, okay, I can finally go and buy alcohol. All right, I can't wait for them to card me and for me to show my new license. Nobody carded me at all, because I haven't looked under 21 since I was like 15, maybe. I mean, aside from like, just my facial hair grows faster, and that's it. Like, I've been the same.
I was ID the other day to...
Was it? Callum?
Did we lose him in the void?
I was ID'd the other day to buy petrol for the car that I drove up there and pulled up. Like, literally, no other time have I been ID'd, like, for buying something like, for going to a 15-rated movie or buying a lottery ticket. No, to get petrol for the car that they just saw me drive up in and put petrol in was when somebody decided, I'm sorry, you don't look old enough. Can I see your driver's license, please?
The only thing I've been, I don't know, I did twice. I bought Clockwork Orange and everything without any trouble, and I bought loads of DVDs and stuff. But the only thing I got ID'd for was when I tried to see the Die Hard films, and I had to get someone to take a photo of my passport and text it to me. And I was like, "Will this do?" And they were like, "Yeah, I guess it will."
Like, the funny thing is, like, when I was 17, everyone thought I was 21, and then when I turned 21, everyone thought I was 17.
You've got that Benjamin Button disease.
No!
Well, all I could think of that was when I was 17, I drank a very good beer.
I get to go through all this next week when I turn 21. Yay.
Yeah!
I can gamble finally.
We're going to talk about it. I really want to get like someone who is like an alcohol expert on the show and just come up with different drinks around movies.
So you want to get an alcoholic on the show?
Not really. No, I mean, like,
today's screen podcast.
Because an alcoholic is just someone who drinks a lot. I just want to know.
I think you mean like a mixologist.
Mixologist, yeah, like a mixologist to come on the show and like we just come up with our favorite movies and like think of like different drinks that would work for that. But I don't know. That seems more like a blog, because you would want something that you would have instructions on how to do it. But
an alcoholic would just be like, every single movie is just 3 beers. That's the drink. Fantastic Mr. Fox, 3 beers. That's a special drink.
Fantastic Mr. Fox, I wear my hipster tweed jacket and get really wasted. That is... But yes, alright.
Or just take shots when you're...
5 beers. Needs to be suitably hammered to make it for that movie.
But as you guys can tell, this week's episode is all about Newsroom.
I thought it was all about Persona the way we've been talking about it.
I thought it was
we brought up Persona right...
This is a podcast about movies.
Yes.
Persona is technically a movie as well.
I think we should like rename ourselves Pupsona or something.
Yep. The official Persona podcast of the internet.
What was that?
The official Persona fancast podcast of the internet.
Dude, I love those games so much, I could do a weekly podcast on Persona. I mean, I could just do that. I could do a weekly podcast and just like, this week I do my pitch for the Persona TV show. But
this week we
pitches for TV shows, for movies. Anybody heard about S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Yeah.
What's that? I've never heard of it ever. No one on the internet has ever mentioned that. What is it? I've never heard of it. Who is making it?
Well, it turns out that Joss Whedon is making a TV show.
Hold up. That's in the news part. Let's calm down.
Spoilers for sometime in the future, further in our podcast. So
the only time a podcast could spoil itself. But all right, let's rein this in a little bit. Let's rein it in. All right,
bring it back. Bring it back.
I'll just start off by welcoming you guys to the show and saying, how have you guys been? Anything going on with you guys?
School.
No.
School.
I have an office job. It's the worst in the world. I hate it. I want to kill everyone there.
You live in England. Of course you want to kill everyone.
Yeah, that's why he wants to kill everybody.
Dude, I would kill for an office job right now. I'm gonna be totally honest with everybody right now. The last episode came out pretty late, and this one's gonna come out a little bit late too. And the reason why is recently I got the renewal license for my lease on my apartment, and they decided to increase the rate. And I looked at that and went, "Holy shit! I don't know if I can quite afford this with the job I currently have." So I have been spending every free moment of my day just applying to jobs, just sending out resumes. And I'm bringing this up for a reason. I'm bringing this up because I want to do a little public service announcement. Because there's a lot of young guys out there. They probably haven't applied to too many jobs, about to go out there into the workforce. And I just want to say, if you apply to a job and they say they won't bring you in for an interview or hire you, but you have to pay for training, it's not a real job. It's a scam. Don't do it. I swear, I got 6 interviews last week. 1 was real, 5 were scams. I swear to you, that's the ratio that I'm getting hit with.
I work for a company that does those training.
Instead of doing scams like that, we just give it to foreigners.
No. I work for a company that does training, and there's a word. It's just like, we're going to teach you how to use Microsoft Word.
Oh,
because
that's soul-sucking.
It's terrible. It's soul-sucking. They're an IT training company, and they know nothing about computers. I have to teach them how to use. Like, one of them went. I was just in the thing. One of the people was there, and they were like, "Ah, my Microsoft Word's got a full screen. What do I do? I've lost the bar." I'm not kidding. There was a screen. But I'm leaving for university, so yes.
But yeah, so I just wanted to get that out there to everybody. Do not, because I got a call from one person. They said, "All right, come in, dress nice, and bring $100 because in case we want to hire you, it costs $100 for training." I went, "Well, that doesn't sound legal at all." And I did research on the company, and there's a Facebook page dedicated entirely to people who have gone in there and been scammed by them. It's like an online support group, and it's nothing but people going, "Oh God, I paid $432 for training, and then they didn't hire me. I don't know, what am I supposed to do?" And I was like, "Calm down. Here's the number of an attorney. It's gonna be just fine." It's like, that is some evil, sick shit. Then in an economy like this, there are people just not even
America.
And I looked up, America, and I looked up the address of this. They're not way off in the boonies in some little guy's shack. They're right in Midtown, a block from Broadway. They're literally on the same street where the Book of Mormon is being performed. That means that they bring in thousands of dollars a week from scams, from people coming in going, "Oh, I want training."
Don't worry. Eventually, Aaron Sorkin will tell us how it really should have been.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah.
But
let's get started. As we start every show.
How I've done.
What?
No.
Does somebody how I've done? Oh, well, thanks, Jackson.
The Olympics
Really
are
appreciate
over.
I will have you know, I'm writing a review for an actual video games website. I will have you know, it's exciting times in my life.
Oh, nice.
Also, I basically failed my A-levels, so I'm currently doing this whole thing where I sulk around and say I'm not going back to sixth form when I'm going to have to go back to sixth form because I've literally got nothing else going on in my life.
What did you get?
Let's see, a C in history, which I
Fuck history. Carry on.
Completely.
Yeah.
An E in IT, which I don't really care about either way, and in the one subject that I care about, the one subject I want to do, that media studies, D, which I completely bombed out on. The only thing I thought was good on, and the only thing I actually want to do in life. So I failed that, and so essentially I'm fuck going back.
Go to a new college and do media studies, English, and film studies. and just restart the last year and treat it as a gap year now. That's what you should do. That's my advice.
It was a training year. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, trust me, because you don't want to get to the end of the RA levels and then have to do them all again. So do that.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I've got any friends that'll miss me or anything.
Fuck friends.
That's not a joke. That's like a literal thing. I've got literally no friends who I give a shit about there. So
this was England talk.
Anyway,
it's really depressing.
It's the most depressing podcast ever.
Yeah, so I could bring a bit depressing.
What happened? We were talking about Persona.
You had to ask how everyone was doing, and everyone's doing miserable. Everyone's depressed. Everyone's not happy, and that's why we're talking about Persona, so we can block all that horrible, depressing stuff out of our memories. Now, you just have to bring it up.
How can you be depressed about a game where people shoot themselves in the head?
That was Persona 3. In Persona 4, they go into the TV and then their innermost demons take the form of something perverted and try and
happy, cheery,
kill
smacky
them.
fun time!
Yay!
Yes, but we've accepted our creepiness, so we would all automatically have our personas. We wouldn't have a shadow coming out of us because we admit to our faults. And that is why I am going to ask, what movies have you guys seen recently?
I saw Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. It was one of the best films ever made.
Over the last section. Make sure you put a laugh track over the last section. Yeah, to make it in the slightest bit listenable to most people.
I'm sure dogs will be able to hear what we were saying. But yeah, anybody seen any movies recently they want to talk about?
I saw
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Like Water?
Yeah, it's a documentary about Anderson Silva from his fight with Damian Maia at UFC 112 in Abu Dhabi to his first fight with Chael Sonnen at UFC 117. And it was really interesting point because dude's an artist when it comes to punching people in the face. Like, he looks so cool.
I'm not gonna laugh. I enjoy mixed martial arts, so I'm not gonna laugh unlike all these other culture people.
I know when I'm saying he's an artist, I'm like, oh, that sounds so terrible. But yeah, it was cool because he's largely an enigma, and he just shows up, beats people, and goes back to Brazil.
Yeah, I was always the biggest fan of boxing, so whenever anybody refers to a fighting technique as being an art form, I'm never going to laugh at them. I always, I see how these things can be a sport and how they can be an art form.
I used to take karate, so yeah, I'm not gonna laugh at that shit either. So
you can laugh at.
I used to take
how
karate.
Do you know, though?
I laugh with it because it's like
you laugh with it, not at it. There's a big difference.
It's an art form because that motherfucker could beat me up in about 5 seconds. He is that skilled at punching me in the face. It is really incredible, and you think, come on. He is more fit than me, and he could take me down probably just by looking at me.
Entirely possible. Jackson, you said that you saw something, and I want to talk about this.
I saw I saw about 12 films in the last week. I saw Duck Soup, which is amazing. You should all watch Duck Soup. I'm going to skip over quite a few of these. I saw Glengarry Glen Ross, which is the best film where angry white people shout at each other.
That's very appropriate for something we're going to talk about today.
I saw High Fidelity, and then I'll get to the big one, which is I saw Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, and oh my god, amazing.
Heck yes! Oh god, I love that movie.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, Val Kilmer is the best. He's so good.
When was the last time you could actually look at a film and say Val Kilmer is the best?
Spartan.
Yeah.
Wasn't he in MacGruber?
When was the last time you could look at a movie and say Val Kilmer is the best?
Are you shitting up MacGruber, good sir?
Val Kilmer is, in fact, in MacGruber. If you're going to tell me he's the best thing in MacGruber, Val Kilmer was there for Val Kilmer was there for catering and a check for that movie.
But he shaved off. He shaved off MacGruber's mullet. The back end of it. How is that not the best thing in the movie?
However ironically awesome you think Val Kilmer's appearance in MacGruber is, his appearance in Kiss Kiss Bang Bang blows it out the water to extreme proportions. He is so brilliant. All of the main three in that cast are so amazing. He's just like, who taught you math? Who taught you math? So good.
Oh, it's so good. And Val Kilmer and Robert Downey Jr., that was the time before, that was before Iron Man. That was when everybody thought, oh, Robert Downey Jr., he's done, and everybody was almost positive Val Kilmer was done.
Has there been a better career resurrection than Robert Downey Jr. in like the last half decade? Just a way of course, he burnt out again, and then it's literally just risen up in the last 5 years to this megastar.
Never, apart from Robert Downey Jr., has a greater Phoenix metaphor been personified in human flesh.
Oh, yeah. That dude, I actually saw like a clip. Normally, I hate whenever they do those photos of, oh, celebrities, they're just like us. Here's them at the grocery store. But I saw one of Robert Downey Jr., and normally when a celebrity goes out into public, they try and hide their face and such. Robert Downey Jr. went out into public in an Iron Man t-shirt and a baseball cap that said Stark on it. It was like, this dude is... It's like, this guy knows he's back in the spotlight, and he loves it, and he doesn't care. I love that.
He's so good, and he just shows how brilliant he is in Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, because all the stuff with the narration and everything, like, and like right at the beginning when he's like, oh, I don't know how to do this. You know that scene in the movie where you think, why are they showing that on the screen? What's the point of that? Anyway.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I know it doesn't make sense, like if you haven't seen it, but just really you have to see it because it's genius. It's so good.
That movie catches your attention right at the beginning of the film when they're doing the flashback to him like pretending to saw the girl in half at like the birthday party, and then she starts going, "Oh my God, no, no, no!" And then they go, "Oh God, what's happening to this girl?" And they pull the girl out, and she's just fine. She goes, "I'm going to be an actress," and then her dad beats the shit out of her. And at that moment, it was just like, oh shit, I have no idea what this film is going to throw at me. This is a total, like, I'm paying attention now.
This sounds like something I need to see.
You do.
It's amazing. I love it.
So good.
How would you feel if Val Kilmer's character was on Castle?
I would feel the best. Because fucking...
By which, do you mean like the head of the big evil conspiracy thing? The big
no,
evil conspiracy makes no fucking sense.
No, I mean, like... You know how fucking Jane showed up in Castle for an episode?
Oh, that was amazing.
That was amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Val Kilmer would actually fit in Castle from Gay Perry. Gay Perry could turn up and help them for an episode. I would watch that.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh yeah,
his character.
That would be so good. Oh.
I saw 3 movies since the last time I was on here. I saw Ted because that came to UK cinemas.
Fuck that.
I really, really liked that. It like up until the third act, where like it suddenly switched into being a sort of a thriller type thing, which was weird. Like I know Seth MacFarlane loves big prolonged action sequences, chase sequences, and that, but it didn't work for Ted at all. I mean, they did have a couple of funny bits, and I absolutely loved the end line, which just, even though it makes no sense thinking about it, it still just sent me into absolute hysterics. It's a really, really funny first 2 acts, and the third act was just kind of weird. But I still really enjoyed it nonetheless. And I saw Super. I finally got around to seeing that on Anytime James Gunn's Super, which was... It's an amazing movie, simply because it was not in the slightest bit what I expected. Like, because all the trailers made it out to be the quirky indie comedy version of Kick-Ass. And
God, it's so not.
And then suddenly when I come in and watch it, I think, shit! Wait. Fuck, I mean, that stuff. I know I sat down to watch with my brother, who was sold on it because he thought it was going to be like Kick-Ass and had Nathan Fillion in it. Like, that was his immediate thing. But then, like, and then watch it, and then by the time the third act rolled around and just shit was going mental, I'm not going to, like, spoil it for anybody because you all need to go see Super.
I will do this.
Is that the one with
Kevin Bacon? And by the time it finished, he sat and went, that was depressing. I'm never watching anything you recommend to me again.
Wait, that's the one with Kevin Bacon and Liv Tyler, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Kevin Bacon, Liv Tyler, Dwight.
Yeah, I didn't want to say Dwight.
Ellen Page playing a complete psycho.
But I don't remember his real name.
Neither do I.
Yeah, Ellen Page playing a complete psycho, reminding me why we all started liking Hard Candy. Yeah, anybody remember Hard Candy?
I remember.
Yeah.
Good.
That was like Ellen Page before she was popular.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Night Owl.
Patrick Wilson's also in that movie.
Yes.
He's like the pedophile.
Oh yeah.
Yes. I really liked Hard Candy. I think that was like one of the first movies I watched during that pretentious phase I got in that. So it was the time when I was able to like just get completely wrapped up in a movie, that sort of thing. And then last Saturday, I think it was last Saturday, it was either last Saturday or 2 Saturdays ago, I saw The Expendables 2. which
I hated that so much.
Which is a worse movie than the original. Like, there's literally no plot for characters.
That's possible?
It's one of
it's so terrible.
It's still one of the absolute worst handled ensembles I've ever seen. Like, because if you're Sylvester Stallone and Jason Statham, you have parts to do. If you are Jet Li, well, no, Jet Li gets one fight scene before he buggers off 10 minutes in.
Oh yeah, Jet Li, like, from what I hear, he literally...
He literally
asked him, are you going to come back? Yeah, probably
He doesn't even die. He leaves. But yeah, so, unless you're Jason Statham, Sylvester Stallone, or Bruce Willis, Arnold Schwarzenegger, or Chuck Norris, and the people who've been added in this movie, you literally get nothing to do. Like, Terry Crews gets maybe one or two funny lines.
Terry Crews was the best thing about the first one, in my opinion. He was still only in it for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. I didn't realise Randy Couture was actually in it till the end. I was like, oh, that's who that was. The guy that they kept cutting to, who was standing behind them half the time.
At least they didn't use
the other bald guy
in 2, because he sucked in the first one. You just
Dolph
can't.
Lundgren, Dolph Lundgren got one funny joke as being, from his old, he's actually a real smart guy in real life. And then Randy Couture, in the last one, he got a fist fight with Stone Cold Steve Austin. This one, he is literally the bigger Jason Statham and stands around in the background doing nothing. Absolutely nothing.
There is one scene towards the end, which is on YouTube as a promotional clip, which is the only reason you need to see the film, which involves Bruce Willis, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and a smart car.
And a smart car, yes, I saw that.
Yeah, that sounds like a name. That sounds like a start of a joke. It's like only instead of walking into a bar, it's like walking to a smart car.
Arnold Schwarzenegger rips off the door when he opens it up and everything. Like, he opens the door so hard that it literally flies off.
It's like the scene in the Incredibles with the door. It's
a terrible movie. It's a worse movie than the first one, but I had so much more fun. Like, I was literally sat there laughing along the entire time, loving every single action sequence. For example, the line of Jason Statham there pretending to be a priest says, "By the power invested in me, I now pronounce you man a knife," and then starts stabbing.
What?
Yeah, he's dressed up as a priest inside this village where Jean-Claude Van Damme, he's the villain, and his name is Villain. He comes in, and his minions go in, and he goes, "By power invested in me, I now pronounce you man and knife." And that's not even the best knife maneuver in a thing. The best knife maneuver is where early on, some minor spoilers here, but there's someone below the age of 40, so he's dead, and
he might as well have been like wearing a red shirt and like a girlfriend back home that he was gonna get to. And
he does have a girlfriend back home.
He does? Oh my god!
The movie, everything about his character screams, "Hello, I'm here to die."
But the way he dies is incredible, because Jean-Claude Van Damme gets him to bend his elbow and hold a knife near his chest, and then roundhouse kick his hand holding the knife into his own heart.
See, that's it's meant to be a sad, powerful movie cinema. I laughed the fuck out.
Bad Movie Tuesday.
They actually drop a real Chuck Norris back in there.
I don't know if I have enough testosterone for all that.
To watch
Chuck Norris. There was a moment later on in it where Chuck Norris, where everybody's pinned down by a big army that's come out of nowhere. They're down to the last bullets. Then suddenly, everybody in the air, including the tank, die and get blown up. Then suddenly, out comes Chuck Norris strolling along, taking off sunglasses whilst the good, the bad, and the ugly theme plays in the background, and he has single-handedly murdered every single one of them. They even work in a friggin' Chuck Norris joke there, where Sylvester Stallone says, "From you since you got in that incident for Cobra," and Chuck Norris genuinely goes, "Yeah, and after 5 painful days, the Cobra finally died."
I know, that's what I thought of.
Yeah, then the first time he shows up, he said, Sylvester Stallone asks him, "Oh, do you want to stay?" Chuck Norris goes, "No, I'm sorry, I'm a loner." So Sylvester Stallone, what I genuinely believe is him breaking the fourth wall, extends his hand to Chuck Norris, shakes it, goes, "Well, thanks for coming out anyway, man."
Yeah, it's like there's a bit at the end where it seems like they're no longer filming the film. They're just going, "Do you want to stick around? We're filming more." And he's like, "Nah, I gotta go, mate."
And then also, Jean-Claude Van Damme as the villain was just as like the slightly ridiculous villain, was a great show stealer. I think he's actually Mrs. Colin being a villain every now and again in movies. And I was just like, boy, when he was fighting Sylvester Stallone and he first knocks Stallone down, he just goes, "What? I thought I was getting my money's worth." Yeah, the first time it's just such a stupid fucking movie, and I loved every single second of it, and I'm not ashamed in the slightest that I did, and everybody who doesn't like it can go fuck themselves, quite frankly.
To respond to that, I would just like to say that it made me feel really uncomfortable because they show up right at the beginning in this giant fucking tank, and they are just mowing down the entire population of this foreign country, and I'm like, this is a tad awkward. They've just murdered fathers and sons.
Oh yeah, onto the whole.
And it's just like,
yeah. Onto the whole offensiveness of that. There was one moment though where they turn up in this town because the big thing here is the villain kidnaps towns of able-bodied men. To head them down to go dig for plutonium and uranium bombs, that sort of thing. So the only people left are women. And they've taken to defending the town from Villain's men coming along. So the Expendables turn up, and the women all think that they're them. So they start shooting at them, and the entire time they keep missing everything. And they are shown to be the most useless women in the world. And the Expendables even make jokes at their poor aiming expense. So there's a slight bit of casual misogyny in there, just for good measure. Because all good action films need a nice bit of casual misogyny.
what do you mean casual?
Oh yeah. Also,
oh
Jason
boy, I
Statham's
do so enjoy casual
Also, Jason Statham's
As a woman, I find this hilarious. I enjoy being talked down to and degraded.
Yeah,
The bit where they say that all women cannot defend themselves and need the most muscly, ridiculous men to protect them is so
and
funny.
the only woman who can defend them is Asian. And also, she gets fuck all to do as well. Listen, women get nothing to do. Charisma Carpenter, Cordelia from Buffy and that, who played Jason Statham's girlfriend last time, literally shows up in the bar for one scene and then leaves. And then the only other time you hear about it is because she keeps ringing Jason Statham on missions to nag him about coming home. It's like, I think Stallone's probably had bad experiences with women at some point in his life.
Well, yeah. But yeah, these movies, they're for right-wing America. They're for the guys out there who think it's still 1950, and if the dinner's late, they're justified in being their wife. That's what the movies are made for.
So Michael Bay, is it enough? They need the Expendables too?
Oh god, how have they not gotten Michael Bay to direct these movies?
That would be kind of good.
Michael Bay will direct Expendables 3. It's like,
if you
Expendaformers.
He'll do the women's spin-off.
Sylvester Stallone is more machine than man at this point in time.
They do need to make a female Expendables, not a spin-off, because it needs to be done by completely different people with brains. But
I would love to have seen Scarlett Johansson as the Black Widow just show up and kick everyone's ass at the end of the first Expendables film.
Pam Grier needs to go make her team of kick-ass people to go kill everyone.
She'd be perfect for that.
Pam Grier and Sigourney Weaver. Done.
Yeah, Cynthia Rothrock because we're going 80s anyway. That sort of thing.
I've always said if you really want to know the right and left wing of America, just look at Expendables for the right wing of how they clean up the Middle East, and then look at Iron Man for how the left wing does it. We invest in science. We do this for peace.
We invest in big muscly men.
Yeah, it's still mostly men. Yes.
Iron Man is not very left wing.
He wasn't in the beginning, but after that, he becomes a total hippie, in my opinion.
Yeah, there are kind of it's a weird mix because he's like, I'm a total hippie, but also go capitalism. I like my big toys. Fuck hospitals.
So those my thoughts on the Expendables 2.
Oh god. Okay. Kevin, you see any movies that you want to talk about before you get into the news?
I want to go see Dark Knight Rises again in IMAX.
Is it better the second time? Most people have told me it is.
I think I enjoyed it more just because I didn't have any sort of expectation. I knew what was going to happen in every single scene, and I could just have a more laid-back experience. And IMAX, holy crap, I love IMAX still.
Same. IMAX is so good. Total Recall looked amazing.
I haven't been able to see anything in IMAX yet, but that's because they haven't brought anything north yet. Or at least anywhere.
Yeah, I haven't been to the Limaxes, that like the smaller digital projected IMAX screens. I only haven't seen the super large, 70 feet tall ones. And yeah, that's the way to go to see movies that are shot in IMAX. You seeing it on a smaller screen is kind of like a disservice almost.
So you guys prefer IMAX over 3D?
Yeah.
IMAX 2D is my favourite format, but unfortunately, whenever there's something in IMAX and 3D, they never offer a 2D IMAX version, which is the worst.
Yeah.
I have to see Avengers in IMAX 3D. I can't see it in IMAX 2D.
Yeah, and now and seeing the movie a second time, now I figured out how Bruce Wayne gets back into Gotham.
Ow.
Oh, how?
He uses the bat because he parked it at Wayne Manor, and then when he came back to Gotham, the bat was on top of a skyscraper under a whole bunch of camouflage.
Quick question here. Should we have said like spoiler alert before we said that, or is like already given?
He didn't reveal the big 2 spoilers at the end of the film. It's just Bruce Wayne is out of Gotham at one point, and he comes back to Gotham at one point.
Bane is secretly a woman.
Oh
No. Bane is secretly Sean Connery.
I knew it.
Sean Connery.
See, I went to go see Dark Knight Rises again.
Cool.
And I watched a documentary called Side by Side.
Oh, what's that? I haven't heard about that.
It's a documentary that's solely based on the film industry's transition from the 35mm film to the whole digital ecosystem. That's all it's about.
Oh, I've heard about
that.
it.
Yeah, I've heard about that one.
So we were gonna go and see it, but we got sidetracked and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves is a producer on it, and he's the one who's conducting all the interviews. And
Does he do it?
Say,
Does he do it like in Bill and Ted? Does he interview them as if he was in Bill and Ted?
No, it's more natural Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, that's the
and
thing.
you know what?
Nobody really realizes about Keanu Reeves. It's that he plays such dumb guys in film, and when he tries to play a smart guy, he doesn't do it very well. But in real life, he actually is a smart guy.
Yeah, when he's talking to all these filmmakers, he actually knows his stuff. He comes off very intelligently, and he knows all this different transitional stuff that's going on, and he's really giving interesting questions to all these filmmakers. And for the most part, they get the directors and filmmakers that you kind of expect, who's in the movie? Steven Soderbergh and Robert Rodriguez, James Cameron, Christopher Nolan, George Lucas, David Fincher, Martin Scorsese. They're all in this movie.
Wow.
So they're getting all these technically smart directors, Soderbergh and Robert Rodriguez they shoot their own movies as well as directing. But there's a few directors they don't get, Paul Thomas Anderson and Spielberg aren't in this movie. But Keanu Reeves actually got the Wachowskis in this movie. I've never seen the Wachowskis talk ever.
Yeah, they are total recluses. Yeah.
The only time I've heard their voices was in the Path of Neo when there were blue and pink things in the last boss.
So we apologise for this ending, but it kind of sucked in the movie and it's not fun. So here's a massive skyscraper battle instead.
Yes.
But yeah,
so it's
cool.
It's an interesting interview.
I need to see that. That sounds really cool.
That actually does sound interesting.
Yeah,
and I would love it if Keanu Reeves could pull a Ben Affleck, basically, and just go, you know what, no one really likes me in front of the camera, so I'm going to get behind it, because he's a smart guy. I think he would totally be able to do that.
Yeah. He understood and starred in A Scanner Darkly. That dude knows his shit.
Yes!
So yeah, it's an interesting little documentary, and 2 things. This is probably the only place you'll ever hear Christopher Nolan use an analogy to Chips Ahoy cookies. And secondly, it just reaffirmed my love of Danny Boyle being probably the most charming man I've ever seen.
Danny Boyle is amazing.
Every single time he talks, he sounds absolutely giddy and enthusiastic and so completely charming. I just want to give him a hug.
Cool.
Well, that
that's what I
me
saw.
when you go about documentaries and that, I watched, because it was on after the Olympic closing ceremony, I watched Blur, No Distance Left to Run again, which is still a fantastic documentary. Still reminded me of how Blur are an incredibly scrappy live band at best of times, and it also reminded me that somebody needs to bring LCD Sound System, Shut Up and Play the Hits to the UK, to a local cinema at some point yesterday, please.
It's
I don't
my
ask for much,
audience.
world. All I ask is to see the LCD Sound System movie. Is that too much?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you want to go watch the Side by Side documentary, it's on iTunes. That's the only place I could find it.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Well, I think that brings us into the news portion.
Wait, one more.
yeah.
One more. I saw Battleship.
Oh God! Yes.
Why? Why would you do that to yourself?
How would you? Are you a masochist? Do you take?
I knew there was one more movie I wanted you to talk about because I follow you on Twitter and I was like, why the fuck is he doing this? Okay, glad you.
Did you just really need to see Rihanna's boobs?
I paid £4.49 for Battleship, and I only paid 75 pence for Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Yeah, I paid £4.49 to watch Battleship.
Why?
Oh my god, it was so fucking terrible.
But why did you do that?
I needed to know. I don't know. The worst bit is just this horrible. It's probably the worst. It's worse than any singular moment in any of the Transformers films because it tries to give it a level of depth and fuck yeah-ness and go America in just a way that is completely undeserved, and oh my god, I hated it. So basically what happens is that actually everyone's dead. Spoilers, by the way, you don't fucking
No one gives a shit about the spoilers.
I do, I want to see the movie.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Popeye comes in at the end, basically, and just saves the day. It's nothing but the naval retirement home, getting on old boats.
No, it's
so I should wear my Popeye T-shirt I own to watch this Battleship.
We need spinach.
It's even more ridiculous than that because everyone's dead and all their ships have been blown up and there's 6 of them and they've made it to the Battleship, which is an old relic, and they're like, who's gonna pilot this thing? Who do we have? We don't have enough crew. And they turn around in the most dramatic camera pan ever, and there's like veterans everywhere. Like there's a veteran standing there, and there's like them up the mast. There's one right at the top in some unclimbable place. They have been waiting there since the Gulf War for this moment from air to fight the aliens, and they just come out in a big badass sweep. And then AC/DC starts playing for no reason.
Which one?
You know what would be
now
really
I have
cool
to see
if
this
like
movie
the
for sure.
veterans that were waiting there this whole time actually were like zombies or ghosts or something, or just because they
like at the end they defeat the aliens and go, and we owe it all to these veterans who are right over there.
Jackson, which AC/DC song did they play? So I can know which one
Thunderstruck.
from my iPod.
Thunderstruck.
Oh my god, that's exactly the one I was going to guess!
Yeah,
I was totally going to guess that one.
Do you want to know how little that my generation is currently worth saving? Battleship came out about either the week before or the same week as The Cabin in the Woods in the UK. Went to number 1, Cabin in the Woods went to 4. I invited shit tons of people to come watch The Cabin in the Woods with me. Partially because it's a horror movie. Initially it seemed like a horror movie and I'm a wuss. And partially also because it was Joss Whedon and I was not going to let a Joss Whedon project fail for once. Instead, 2 people turned up for me. Everybody else went and saw Battleship, then had the gall to turn around to me on Monday when I went into college and asked, why didn't you see that? And they say, go see Battleship. I said, why did you see that? I said, it was actually really, really good.
Yeah, what the fuck is up
That is why my generation is not worth saving.
Normally I praise Europe so much because I don't know who's going to win this next election. I might have something need somewhere to go. But what the fuck is up with you guys watching films? Because whenever a really shitty, big, dumb explosion film comes out, it always gets way higher ratings over in the UK than it gets over here.
I would like to know, for 2 weeks it was out before the Avengers. For 2 weeks Battleship was out before the Avengers. It was at number 1. The second the Avengers came out, slipped down to number 8 and made barely £200,000. So literally, people were watching it because they thought there was nothing else on and they needed to kill time.
I get what you're saying, because it tanked here in America. It made no money, but it came out after the Avengers here in America. So I get what you're saying. Maybe like the Avengers came out and people went, oh, right. Smart action films. I get it.
Hold up. Battleship, Battleship, I've just loaded up on Rotten Tomatoes. It got a lower score than the remake of Total Recall. What? The remake of Total Recall is still based on Total Recall. The Battleship is based on fucking AC/DC and veterans. There is no...
Has anyone actually seen Total Recall?
I have.
Is it awful?
No, it's alright.
Yeah, people told me it's fairly decent, actually.
It's decent.
As far as I can gather, it's just like a needless remake. Because this one's literally just... Because the original was apparently interesting and intelligent and had blood and guts, whereas this one's apparently just the 12A sci-fi action movie with nothing going on.
The way I see it is that the original is completely stupid in the way that the early 1990s are completely stupid, in that it's got Arnold Schwarzenegger, stupid-looking gore, stupid set designs, crazy colours, and awful one-liners. And the 20 and the no. I love the 90s, but they're dumb. And the new version is dumb in the way Now is dumb, in that everything's CGI. It's all dark and gritty. There's not enough subtlety, and Bryan Cranston's in it for no fucking reason.
Yeah, what made the first one so good is that it did have this sense of fun to it. It did have this sense of, like, just goofy fun to it. But everyone told me that the new one is basically like, well, what if we took out the fun and tried to make it serious? And I was like, well, that wasn't the point.
It pays off. It pays off for a lot of it, and it's there are two scenes. The scene in the middle. That scene, the important one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as good in the remake, and also the ending with all the kind of subtextual stuff. It's still there, and it's still way smarter than most blockbusters, but it's just not as good. And I'm like, you should still give it a decent mark, because compared to some of the stuff, it still has at least some brains to it.
Okay, Jackson, we are a smart, intelligent film podcast. Yes, so now I'm going to ask you a question which is causing a lot of debate among people, okay? Which three-breasted woman is hotter, the original or the remake?
Oh, fuck, I can't actually remember either of them. I don't know. The midget in the original one.
We ask important questions on this show, on this podcast.
I don't know. I wasn't judging. I was
there'll be somebody, I can tell you the fact, there'll be somebody sat listening to this go like, this totally cool movie, but I'm not sure if I want to see it. But if the three-titted woman is more hotter than this new one, then I'm probably going to have to pump down my money and go see it. We have given somebody some good consumer advice here.
The three-titted woman is terrible in the new one, because the new one is serious. It does not fit the tone at all.
It's literally like fan service, and to introduce a lot of younger kids to this thing we call puberty.
Breasts. I don't know if you know this, but by the time I hit 12A, I had heard of boobs.
Yes, but have they seen boobs? This other than your mother's.
Fucking hell, moving on.
I have a question for you two.
What you said about my mom?
I have a question for you two guys. Did either of you have you seen Brave yet? Because that opened.
Yes, I saw Brave.
I'm seeing it tomorrow afternoon.
I saw Brave.
I'm seeing it first thing tomorrow.
I'm not going to say anything.
I missed seeing Aardman. I actually missed seeing Aardman in cinemas for the first time in my life. I even saw Flushed Away in cinemas, but I missed The Pirates because there's always this period in the year, like between the middle of February and the end of April, where I don't go to the cinema and see anything for literally no reason. Like literally no reason. It's just like I want to go somewhere, like some other time, so it doesn't happen. So yeah, I missed The Pirates, which pisses me off knowing, but I am not going to miss Brave because I love Pixar, and I even enjoyed Cars 2 to a degree. So I'm going to watch Brave tomorrow, and then I will have an opinion on it and stuff. So
my opinion on Brave was that some parts of it were some of the best work that Pixar has ever done, on a par with Up, and sublimely fantastic. But some parts of it were just, I guess. Yeah, well, no, it was like Kung Fu Panda 2 was better than this. I guess it was. They play for the fact that it's called Brave. It played it very safe. It was very like we.
Oh, I think that's a good pun work there. You should write headlines. For movie reviews.
I can write a pun. That's my only talent.
Brave plays it safe. 3 stars.
Well, yeah, to me it was like, you know what? If I had known this was going to be kind of a more like just local family, like small focus film,
a lot more humble, I guess you're trying to say.
Yeah, there you go, a lot more humble, then I would have enjoyed it a lot more. I still really like it. I give it a high B+. But yeah, it's like, you see all the trailers, and the trailers make you think there's going to be some big sweeping epic and some big fantasy filled thing. It's like, there's one witch appears for one scene, and then it's
all the trailers I've
just
seen
the family.
Because all the trailers I've seen make out like sub DreamWorks. Like there's fart jokes, there's bum jokes.
Yeah.
I think there was even a bowl joke at one point.
There is. I think the way you would see, if it was any other studio, you would see, it's a silly animated movie that's kind of funny with these moments of extreme genius that don't go all the way. But if as a Pixar film, we see there are these moments of amazingness, but everything else brings it down slightly.
Do you know what I'm really waiting for? Do you know what I'm waiting for? Paranorman next month. Like, I'm literally dropping everything next month to go watch Paranorman.
Yeah, it's already out in the States, but we haven't seen it yet.
We haven't gotten to see it yet.
Eventually we will.
Although we want to, because because conservative groups are really mad about something in it, and we're trying to avoid them revealing what they're mad at. So
You
Next
just sold
month,
me on. You
next
just sold
month-
me on Paranormal.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, next month for UK's literary map, there's Dread, which is out next week.
No.
Dread, which is out literally
the
next week, which I'm off to go, which looks amazing. There's a remake of
the
The
next-
Sweeney. Somebody did a remake of The Sweeney with Ray Winston
Fucking
and
remake of The
which-
Sweeney, why are they
Plan
doing
B.
that?
And Damian
Plan B, the
Lewis.
rapper. Who, or as you, yeah, and Damian Lewis, or as you'll know, Plan B, as in the evil chav kid from Harry Brown. There's Premium Rush, which is out, which looks deliriously silly, and I really love Michael Shannon in Boardwalk Empire, so there's that. Looper, which I literally just caught the trailer for the other day because the internet had been blown about it. I watched, and it looks amazing.
I haven't seen the trailer. I'm avoiding
do it.
all
You need to go
information on it.
watch the trailer for Looper. Go and
I
watch
don't
the trailer
watch
for
No,
Looper.
just go
trailers.
see Looper
just
when
go
it
and
comes
see
out.
Looper.
Go
He's
see it.
already
Exactly.
he said he doesn't see trailers.
I
yeah,
am someone told me Joseph Gordon-Levitt time travel, and I was like, say no more.
Joseph
I am there.
Gordon-Levitt, time travel, Bruce Willis in something that doesn't look crap, and
From the director
Jeff
of
Daniels.
Brick.
But next month looks really good in the UK. There's so it's
Oh,
probably
and the
the best month of
campaign's
the
out at the
year.
end of next month as well, which is a movie I really want to see because hardcore baby punching.
And killing them softly.
I love him forever because he did to horrible crying babies what we all wish we could do. Just tell him to shut up by punching them really hard in the face. I've completely dropped off the likability scale now, haven't I?
That's not the context of the scene. You're aware of that, right? That's not. Did
Yes,
they go back and turn this baby from? Because in the American version, the baby's like laughing or something at that moment, like right before he gets
stupid
punched. So
babies and they're laughing.
in the British version, did they go? No, that's too cruel. We have to
Hold on.
CGI the baby to make it look like it's crying
Stupid
right before it
laughing
happens.
baby.
Is that the way they established their bad guy in the campaign? Like, this guy's so evil, he punches a laughing baby.
No, they established
No,
he's the bad guy because he's the politician in the movie, and Zach Galifianakis is playing the everyman guy. Why did I say everyman with an A at the beginning of it? The everyman in the film. So
Because they're from Boston.
No, it's not. No, it's a southern. It's a southern.
Oh, that's Southern. Okay.
Yeah,
So, yeah, next
both
month-
got
next month's
thick
Paxton.
southern accents in it.
And also, Killing Them Softly is out next
Yeah.
month.
I'm interested in seeing the
Is that
campaign. I
like
haven't
almost a-
seen it in theaters. I'm gonna wait till it comes out on DVD. But I am interested in seeing it because I enjoy good political satire. I worked on a campaign before, and any chance to satirize that, I would
Same.
easily take.
Yeah, Killing Them
What?
Softly. Is that about one with Brad Pitt and James Gandolfini or something? If I remember, or is that a different?
Yeah, it
title?
is.
Yeah,
It's
good,
something. Crime.
Yeah,
Again,
yeah,
I'd-
it is that. Yeah, looks like a better version of Lawless for what it's worth. Except not prohibition, just like a whole gangster type thing. So there's that.
Well, I'm gonna take that moment of silence to quickly come in here and say I think it's time for the news, everybody.
Do you ever have this is going to be a nice
saying
short
that and we
podcast and we've
never
taken
do
like
it.
an hour and a half to get to the news?
No one likes the news. News is boring.
Aw.
They want to listen to us ramble.
Don't take
That's
this
a-
away from Kevin. This is his thing that he does on the show.
Presenting
I'm just
the
gonna go
news
back to the
with
news
Kevin.
helicopter and leave.
Yeah, how dare you, Kevin? With your
Why did
news.
I waste money on that screen newscopter anyways?
I saved
That's
up
a
for
funny
it for
pie in the
years.
sky. There's no movies up here, Ken. Why are you throwing it to me?
Well, you can see
Take it away.
billboards up there.
I don't get any good Wi-Fi in the sky. This helicopter was a terrible idea.
This was a massive waste of money from Berman Brown. I don't know what they're doing with all of our subscription money.
Topical humor there from Aaron.
Ooh,
Yes.
I see behind rather. Don't give them more
We're
reason to
just
shut it
counting down the days till screen goes away. Until I have to fork out the cash for our own website. But anyway,
Yeah, we can do
Kevin,
that.
what's in the news?
What number of podcast is this?
This will be 9.
Okay, so 9th show in a row. Let's talk
9
about
weeks
the
and counting.
Avengers.
Yeah.
Hell, actually, it's technically 10 weeks because one of them was
Yeah,
in two
one
parts.
One of them was
but
in
yeah,
2
go
parts,
Avengers!
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
we are
And we
committed.
we talked about the Avengers in both parts.
We did.
Okay, so number 10. 10 times
Continuity.
running.
I think every single podcast should, even if we don't like talk about the Avengers in detail, it's just be a moment where we all just stop and go Avengers in Unition, then carry on as if nothing happened anyway.
We won't need
No,
to.
you should just
because-
start every podcast by saying Avengers, and then just
Assemble!
continue on and never bring it up again or something.
What if the Avengers and the Persona team and the investigation team came together into what? Imagine the
Awesomeness.
investigation team
That's
in the
what happened.
helicarrier.
The investigation team helicarrier.
Awesomeness would
I can
happen, that's what
imagine.
Jackson.
GA and
I
Hulk
could-
getting into a steak eating contest. It'd be amazing.
Chie would win.
Yeah, she would. Alright.
What's Mysterious Fox doing on the helicopter?
Samuel L. Jackson and Mysterious Fox.
You want me to help Samuel L. Jackson with
Samuel
what?
L. Jackson and Funky Student in the house.
Okay, so
Samuel
let me get this
Samuel L.
straight,
Jackson,
Mysterious
you ain't no
Fox.
real
You want me to
man.
give this
Fanfiction.
mysterious leave to the Hulk. What should I do with this mysterious leave to the Hulk? Tell me, Fox.
You social linked up with Coulson.
The main character summons out Thor as a persona. Chris Hemsworth comes in and goes, "You know nothing of my work."
Right, like, I'm going to write this down. This is going to make an amazing fan fiction.
Alright.
And we're gonna
It has
need the
to-
Stan Lee cameo somewhere
Oh, yeah,
in
yeah,
there.
yeah. When it comes
Yes.
to it, says something meta and hilarious.
Stan Lee
It
is
has-
inside of Teddy the whole time.
It has to be super serious, though, just like taking it deadly seriously, and like fucking 4 of them die in the first attack or something.
Yeah, that's how you know shit's gotten real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loki's
Who's
the one who's putting all
expendable?
the people in the television.
Oh, no.
Avengers side is expendable. But we'll say Coulson, yes. Should we kill off Maria Hill, or does she get by due to the fact that it's Kobe Smulders in a catsuit?
Fuck Maria Hill. I want Coulson.
Okay, then Hill dies.
I was about to say, if we're doing the
Coulson
persona team,
lives.
there's plenty of girls you can put in a catsuit.
They're 13 years old.
Oh, right.
It's not inappropriate.
And not real.
Until the fan art. Until
There's
the
all
DVD
kinds of
art.
things fucked up with what I just said. Alright. Alright, so 10 weeks and counting. Kevin, what's the Avengers news?
Let's talk about S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah!
Hell yeah, she is.
So, yeah. So ABC Network has declared that, well, they've announced and greenlit the S.H.I.E.L.D. TV series with Joss Whedon coming in to write the pilot, maybe direct it, and Joss Whedon's brother, Jed Whedon, and his wife, Marissa Takharon, will be running the show, and, of course, Joss Whedon will just be there to take the credit.
Which is basically kind of how it was on Dollhouse towards season 2, right? Because they wrote the
Yeah,
ending
'cause they
of
were the
Dollhouse.
ones
They
that were
wrote a
sort of...
completely insane ending for like the second half of Dollhouse, which I'm fine with. I'm
love
gonna go against
Dollhouse.
the grain here. I liked or loved every episode of Dollhouse except the third one of the first season, which was fucking awful. Other than
I never
that-
watched past the first season. I just didn't care for it at all.
Yeah, well, the second one.
I
was
didn't
mental.
like the main actress. I didn't like her at all.
Oh no, the Echo is terrible. Echo is the worst thing in that show by a mile.
Am I the only
Sierra
person-
and Victor
yeah,
as well.
yeah,
It's
Yeah, Sierra was
I
the one
cannot
interesting girl.
I cannot believe Emma Joe Cadge, who plays Victor, has not gotten a career after being in Dollhouse, because that guy is an unbelievable actor, and here he is doing Russian cameos.
Yeah.
He was in Community the other day as a Russian guy. I turned on the TV.
Yeah, he was a war criminal.
It was on NCIS. He was a Russian guy there. He was a New York cop for 5 seconds in the Avengers. There we go. That's
Yeah.
going to be the highlight of his career, which is a shame because that guy deserves unbelievably massive. Declan Lackman deserves great things, but she's in Last Resort, that Sean Ryan submarine drama, so she might still survive. Olivia Williams I really liked in that, and now I'm just derailing by talking about Dollhouse. I do apologise.
Well, getting it back
So
on back
S.H.I.E.L.D.
to-
Yeah, Shield.
No,
My
Yeah, so
I would just like to say about Dollhouse is that as the only show that managed to make an accidental erection seem like the cutest thing.
Yeah. The Victor Sierra romance was beautiful.
I have to watch this show now.
The man reaction. Frank Kranz in that. Frank Kranz was brilliant in that. He was,
Okay, S.H.I.E.L.D.,
yeah,
go.
Yeah, Marty from Cabin in Woods. Anyway, Shield.
Yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. So, of course, there's the Marvel kind of the smaller short little films they've put on, like the Captain America and the Thor DVDs, and there's Agent Coulson that's in all of those. But then who's the other guy?
The other...
Oh,
Emilio, what's his face?
Yeah, the one in the consultant.
The diner one.
I mean,
Yeah.
The consultant.
Yes.
The guy who gets one line in the Avengers when he says, "We found Loki," because that's him who does
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I think it's Emilio
so
something.
do you think he will be on the TV
Probably.
show?
Yeah.
I think he will.
Jasper
or
Sitwell.
Or, honestly, I think, so many people are saying, oh, well, Agent Coulson might be alive. He might still be alive. My theory is either in Avengers 2 they're going to bring him back as the Vision, or they're going to reveal that what this TV
He
show
wasn't
is,
dead by the time.
hey, Agent Coulson was alive, but now he's got to go deep undercover. So it's basically S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to be Agent Coulson and his team deep undercover because
That's what I assumed.
because
Nobody
when you think
stays
about
there.
S.H.I.E.L.D., it's got the massive helicarrier, it's got all this special effects. You can't do that on a weekly basis on a TV show.
I mean,
But if it's a
Tyler-
small team that is only kind of in contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., you know...
Exactly. And also, Clark Gregg is the exact level of recognisable face, but cheap enough for a TV show that they need. He is the perfect cast member for the lead in that show.
He is,
Also,
yeah.
he's fucking amazing.
Yeah, like if How I Met Your Mother ends some point this decade, they could probably get Maria Hill on there, like as a quick bit part cameo, or whatever, before Kobe Smulders.
Yeah, like
Oh, yeah.
once.
Kobe Smith is still mainly a TV star. She could easily do a cameo in the show.
Yeah.
Samuel
Yeah, like
Jackson
once
is-
How I
If
Met
How
Your
Met
Mother ends, she'll
ends
be
this
on.
year. If it
Samuel
ends this
Jackson
year.
is the one they're going to have trouble bringing in for an episode or two.
I can,
He'll
I
show
can
up for
imagine
2
he'll be
scenes.
on for the pilot.
That's
and
what
that's
I'm.
it.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
figuring. The pilot, and then maybe like season
Maybe
2,
the
the
finale.
season finale or something. Yeah.
What do
But
you mean
yeah.
there'll be a season 2 of a Joss Whedon show?
No, there'll be a season 2 of the Marvel Comics TV show. The Avengers are hot right now. I doubt they're going to have trouble with this. Not to mention, maybe Joss Whedon will come in and show ABC how to do superhero stuff right. Modern, what was
No
it?
Ordinary
No
Family.
Ordinary Family. Yeah.
Massive waste of Julie Benz.
But yeah, let me ask you guys this: do you think that this is the Marvel show they should have made?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was obvious. There was never going to be anything else. Of course it's fucking
Yeah.
S.H.I.E.L.D. And also, in my mind, as soon as it was announced as a TV show, I'm like, it's going to be a Coulson show because fucking duh.
Coulson is the breakout character from the movies. That and
Yeah.
Hulk.
Yeah.
It's going to be S.H.I.E.L.D. and it's going to be that level of recognisable kind of face, deep undercover, probably dealing with some kind of undercover agents for Thanos.
The simple fact
Leading
is
up
that
to
it
the
has
next
be,
movie.
The simple fact it has to be S.H.I.E.L.D. because there is literally nothing else they can do. Like to make a consistent weekly show on a weekly basis, unless they want to like make the Black Widow TV series or whatever. The Hawkeye
Well,
TV series,
it
which wouldn't
depends
be
on whether or
possible
not
because-
they could. It depends on how much they wanted to like stick to the Avengers. If they wanted to be a like total Avengers thing, then yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. is the best thing to go with.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as just because they also just kept saying, "Oh, it's gonna be a Marvel thing. It's gonna be a Marvel thing." If they wanted to do that, I could have seen them doing. I mentioned this on a previous one. Jessica
Alias.
Jones, Alias, aka Jessica Jones, which was about a superhero used to work with the Avengers, used to work with S.H.I.E.L.D., but then something happened that I won't spoil for anybody who wants to read it. But then she basically decided, I'm giving this all up, but I have to make cash. I'm going to become a private detective. So I could have seen that and still apply to it. Or if they just wanted to go with something more fun, I'll admit I really wanted to see Joss Whedon do a Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Heroes for Hire show, which Luke Cage and Iron Fist were just two guys up in Harlem who decide, we got superpowers. Let's charge people money for protection, basically. And
something
so it's basically
fun in
like
a Joss Whedon show.
What was it?
Something fun in a Joss Whedon show, and then I did a sort of like weird noise with my lips and a sort of like a dismissive laugh.
As long as Terry Crews is Luke Cage, I'll be good.
Yes! Thank
Yes.
you! Yes! If
Well,
Terry Crews is not the number one... I know the Old Spice guy really wants to be him. Sorry, Old Spice guy. You can't be Luke Cage.
Isabel Mustafa or
That-
something.
And I like Isaban. He's good. I like the Old Spice guy. But Terry Crews is Luke Cage. And Terry Crews
That's-
will do TV.
And as Terry Crews has shown
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
Newsroom, he can really do that sort of like humorous type thing.
Oh, he does humor great in everything. I mean, I think he'd be fantastic at that show. But yeah, if they wanted to do, Shield to me seems like the best one. But I'll admit those other two ones, I was kind of hoping they'd be it. But yeah, Shield's easily the best option.
Yeah, because you can get some
The
kind
Old
of thing,
Spi-
you can do shock character death, so it not feel weird.
Yeah. The Old Spice guy is to Terry Crews what Rihanna is to Michelle Rodriguez in Battleship.
When I watch that movie eventually, I'm going to find that hilarious. Because I'll know what it means.
Well, I'm just like,
No.
is it like old? I get it. It's like Rihanna is trying to play Michelle Rodriguez and failing.
Yeah,
miserably.
Rihanna
So Old Spice
is
guy trying to
Michelle
play
Rodriguez
Terry
was
Crews.
not available, so they cast
Oh,
Rihanna.
I
That's
get
what
you.
happened.
Yeah. If they can't get Terry Crews, which by the way, how could you not get Terry Crews? The
The guy appears in
doesn't.
the Expendables 2. He's clearly desperate for work.
It's not that he's desperate for work. He'll just take anything you give him. I mean, the guy is always working. But that's the thing. He's always working because he says yes to everything.
It's like Nick Cage.
Like Nick Cage or like Samuel L. Jackson. Also,
Wasn't Terry
Bruce
Crews in Bridesmaids?
yeah, he was for like 5
Yeah,
seconds. Yeah.
Who is he?
The weirdest... I actually didn't realize you of Bridesmaids. The weirdest thing about Bridesmaids is that it made a star out of Chris O'Dowd, who's in that.
He's still in the new Sky One sitcom.
In the UK, he is like the weirdest nerdy guy from the IT crowd, and everyone's like, how the fuck did this happen?
Yeah. It was weird. I sat there, like, because I also watched him in Gulliver's Travels on TV because it was on and I was bored and there was nothing better to do. And I saw him colossally wasting that utter shit heap of a movie. And then I watched Bridesmaids and I see him turning this actually really good, nice, nuanced performance of that. And I was thinking, with that whole kind of thing, and I'm like, okay, if this guy suddenly is now not loved by everybody in America, something has gone wrong.
He's easily the best thing in that movie. I have no problem admitting that. He is
well, that and Melissa McCarthy. Because, like,
he's amazing.
If something from Mike and Molly can be that funny, I have no idea what on earth's possible in the world anymore. Like,
did anybody see the alternate opening to the Avengers?
Yes,
I'm saving.
I saw all the deleted scenes, and they all should have been cut. They made the right decision. The alternate opening would have been fucking terrible. It does not fit with the rompy tone of the movie. It's all depressing and shit, and it would have cast a shadow. If the moment where the Avengers like come up and they're all together, and you're like, hell yeah! If that had gone with the with the alternate opening, it would not have had the same impact. And they made the right choice.
I agree, but I wish they had left in the stuff with Steve Rogers, kind of like now realizing what the world is like him looking at the file on. Oh God, what was his name?
Howard Stark and all of his older
commandos. Yeah, exactly. And for like Peggy Carter, it says that she's still alive, and he just like looks over at the phone. I kind of wish those parts were in there, but you know, maybe they're gonna save it for the the Winter Soldier, because the Winter Soldier has a lot to do with what happened in the past. Can't spoil it.
I like the joke about the wireless. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, I like that too. Yeah.
The only part of the extras for the Avengers I've actually watched is the gag reel, because Joss Whedon and that was.
Thor not being able to catch his hammer. You will be avenged!
And they will avenge you!
The best thing is
I will give you Avengers and we will avenge you!
Dude, you're on your own!
Kids in the summer of 2012, your Aunt Robin learned what the Avengers are. But yeah, so S.H.I.E.L.D's coming to ABC. I'm looking forward to that. What's our next news story?
Well, that's a problem with DVD.
Beverly Hills Cop is coming back to... Well, it never came back to TV, but it's coming to TV.
Yay!
Which I thought that was going to be like, alright, whatever. But then you told me who was behind it.
Yeah, so Sean Ryan, creator of The Shield, Terriers, The Chicago Code, and the upcoming The Last Resort coming this fall. He's involved with the Beverly Hills Cop remake for television, and supposedly Eddie Murphy might be coming back for it.
Will he be like?
He will be Axel.
You can't see me. You can't see me right now, but I'm rubbing my thumb to the rest of my hand to imply money. But yeah.
So yeah, like it sounds like his character will now be like the police chief of Beverly Hills.
Listen up, you maggots. I'm going to teach you how to shove a banana in a tailpipe. Trust me, this gets you out of any jam.
So yeah, it's just electric cars coming to force anyway.
Oh God. That's why he had to retire. He can no longer use that trick. But yeah,
it's weird.
It is weird because Beverly Hills Cop was a comedy. Each of them were a comedy. Very much a comedy.
The Shield is not a comedy.
None of those things are comedies.
I told you.
And The Last Resort looks actually pretty cool.
People don't like
Has anybody seen
that? I haven't watched anything for it. I'm literally just like sat here waiting for it to come up so I can just like watch it. I don't want like any impressions tempered or anything like that. All I need to know was like Sean Ryan and also Dick and Lackman, and immediately I was sold.
Nuclear submarines. Like it seems like a show that's going to be good for one season, but I'm not sure how much longer it can last.
Then again, Homeland, I thought would literally would barely be good for like 3 episodes, and yet that came out what is, in my opinion, the best first season of any TV show in the last half decade. That did not get cancelled. Did not get cancelled after 1 season. I'd like to know. That's how things like Terriers might get by.
Yeah. Well, Homeland had the thing about the executive producers were people that worked on 24, so they know how to do a lot of episodes and a lot of seasons.
Yeah.
It came to the point where by the end of Homeland, like, whereas before at the start of it, I was like, because it came to the UK after it announced that there was going to be a second season, I was kind of, how the hell are they going to do this 2 seasons? By the time I got to the first one, I was like, okay, I need to see what happens now. They've got lots of points to go. I need, and that sort of thing, so.
I enjoyed Homeland, but it was not the best. You are comparing it to The Wire and to Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad, and like the first series of Homeland was hit and miss.
I don't think Breaking Bad got really going until the second season. Like the first one was good, but I think it only suffered. I think it suffered because it had to get cut off at episode 7.
I think this is the best season so far of Breaking Bad.
I haven't seen any season 5.
They genuinely, I'm not even kidding it. This is how Breaking Bad went in the UK. First season came to FX, the British equivalent of FX. They gave it a prime treatment on Sunday nights at 10 after Dexter. Lots of heavy advertising, and admittedly they played it as a sort of comedy, which is the reason why I first watched it. That happened.
What?
Yeah, they played all the points from the start, from the first episode, you know, where it seems like, oh, this crazy guy in his underpants is going around being a drug dealer. Oh,
the like dad from Malcolm in the Middle now has to sell meth. Yes.
So it's that. Yeah. Then, so that happened. They continued forward with Dexter, didn't continue forward with Breaking Bad. I'm guessing it didn't find an audience. Can't imagine why. So then, in the end of 2009...
Because they advertised it as a comedy!
Yeah, in 2009...
That would be why!
The end of 2009, it went to 5 USA, who reran the first season on Tuesday nights at 10 o'clock, like, a very respectable time frame from that. Gave it slight advertising, but it was slightly between the NCIS repeats, and that's... Because all they do on 5 USA is CSI repeats. I'm not even kidding. Of all forms. Then, for the second season, they played it, 1 episode, per night, every night, at midnight, during the Christmas season, with no advertising whatsoever. And then, funnily enough, they didn't pick up the third season. And then, funnily enough, they didn't pick up the third season, and because due to low viewer figures, and they wondered why that was. So literally, we didn't get the third season legally until 3 months ago, when it came to Netflix, and AMC just decided, fuck it, and released it on DVD in the UK anyway.
Basically, Netflix is now bringing over Breaking Bad, kicking and screaming, because season 4 is coming out in a couple of months, and we'll have season 5 in about a year.
It's out this coming week.
Oh, well, yeah, because thanks to Netflix, we now can actually watch Breaking Bad.
Yeah. Saving Breaking Bad.
Well, now I have nobody to talk about Breaking Bad, the current season that's on now.
You say a thing, and both of us will kill you.
Yeah. So
let me just say,
I'm buying
incredible
season 3.
so far.
I'm buying season 3 literally the next possible chance I get, and then I'm going to blaze the shit through it, and then the 4th one, and then I don't care how long it takes. I'm going to go online and watch a 5th one because I cannot be bothered. Because I've been fucked around worse than a Chuck fan in the UK at the moment. So.
Did you watch the end of Chuck?
They haven't brought it to the UK. Like, they showed the 4th season, respectable time, on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock, stuck it down that, and then for some reason did not pick up the 5th and final season, preferring instead to give us another reality show about Katie Price, so in case you're wondering, it's the British equivalent of Paris Hilton, another dating show with Chris Moyles, who is the British radio equivalent of every annoying, shitty American DJ ever, and then another series of Britain and Ireland's Next Top Model. They thought that was better viewing than the 5th and final season of Chuck that everybody was clamouring for. But nope. Fortunately, it's on DVD on my birthday. It's literally coming to DVD on my birthday, so I'm getting it for my birthday, and I'm going to blaze the shit through it all, and I will probably shed manly tears at the ending, because...
I guess you could say that they chucked you over.
Yeah! Yeah! What the fuck?
Okay, let's switch gears then. Let's move on to some happy TV news for you Brits.
Go on.
Let's talk about Sherlock.
Yes.
So yeah, like last podcast, we kind of mentioned that because of the third possible Hobbit movie, that Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Freeman will be busy doing that, and Sherlock might get pushed, but I guess not. So, new season of Sherlock will be next fall.
I just had a crazy thought.
What?
They should have, instead, set the next season of Sherlock in Australia.
What, just so I can... No, you mean New Zealand? Because that's where they filmed...
No, New Zealand,
right, yeah.
Now the joke makes sense. Okay,
yeah.
Alright.
Sorry,
Australia is like Sherlock gonna ride kangaroos or something?
Here's the thing about Sherlock.
The same thing, but they're on holiday in Australia. On fucking New Zealand. God damn it.
Here's the thing about Sherlock. I think the first episode of both seasons is good, very great, interesting. The second one is awful. Like, the first one was racist, and then the second one just won. Like, and then the third one is fucking amazing and knocks it the hell out of the park. And
it's not a
bad
structure of Sherlock.
Yeah, it's not a bad batting average. And there's always literally never enough to get sick of, or to like, hey, it's literally just free him and out, so you can't like so you can't sit down and get bored of it or whatever, or think that here's a bad episode, and then another bad episode, and then I can't watch it anymore. It's literally just like, good episode, bad episode, might as well watch the next one anyway, and then you have your mind blown, so to speak.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen the trailer for Elementary? CBS's American, and their modern day Sherlock. There's not a modern day Sherlock because they cast a woman as Watson, an Asian woman as Watson. Honest.
No, that's not the reason it's a modern day Sherlock. It's not a modern day Sherlock. The reason they failed is because of one line, which destroys all of Sherlock's character. He genuinely says, "I hate it when I'm right."
Yeah, that's just Sherlock loves it when he's right. He doesn't hate it.
Yeah, that is the only thing. Right. That's the thing Sherlock gets right. Sherlock depicts Sherlock Holmes as a narcissist, as somebody who needs to be right all the time. But this one is, I hate it when I'm right.
Yeah, their idea of Sherlock is just, he's a really smart detective.
It's just the Mentalist in New York.
Yeah, it's the Mentalist in New York. That's what it is. Yes.
I love the Mentalist.
Yeah. Benedict Cumberbatch, who plays Sherlock in Britain, for anybody who isn't aware, had some choice words about Elementary. Like, he's finally weighed in the whole thing. Because, funnily enough, in a nice cool twist of fate, Benedict Cumberbatch was in a theatre production of Frankenstein earlier this year, where his castmate was Johnny Lee Miller, who is, wait for it, playing Sherlock in Elementary. See, all nice twist. And he actually had this thing to say. Literally, when you start talking about Sherlock, I'm trying to get this up on the AV Club now.
He said he was misquoted.
Yeah, and that. But they've literally just changed it. God damn it! I tried to see more topical, man, and suddenly they go about and make it even more topical. I'm not happy.
Benedict Cumberbatch also just had a news story in the UK going, "Everyone's making fun of me because I'm posh and privileged. That's just not fair."
That's the most posh and privileged line ever.
I don't make fun of that. He's awesome.
I think everyone's response was, "Your name is Benedict Cumberbatch. What the fuck do you expect?"
Yeah.
So new season of Sherlock, and of course last season when they teased it, they threw out 3 choice words, kind of a teaser for each episode. And of course last season it was Woman for Irene Adler, Hound of the Baskervilles, and Fall for The Fall of Reichenbach. Mm-hmm. So for this 3rd season, the 3 words they picked out was rat, wedding, and bow. Rat is not really a story. It's more of a reference, or something Sherlock Holmes said in, I think it was something about vampires, but it was sort of like a reference to the giant rat of Sumatra.
I was hoping that'd be like a reference to the Great Mouse Detective or something.
Probably not.
I think it's about time that we got a live action CG TV version of that, or maybe even a wacky movie with George Lopez playing the mouse.
No, don't give him ideas.
You can't do Great Mouse Detective because. You can't replace Ratigan. You can't replace Vincent Price. I'm sorry, you can't. But
yeah, that won't stop them trying.
So, unfortunately,
Shia LaBeouf.
No.
No.
Michael Cera.
I'd be fine.
Okay, that could work.
I like Michael Cera. I don't care what anything.
I like Michael Cera. I watched Arrested Development, so I like Michael Cera.
I literally just rewatched Arrested Development, and I think it's ruining Community for me. Like, literally, I've held off watching the rest of Community Season 2 for a while, and that, because I was blazing for Arrested Development, the whole of that, and now I've gone back to watching Community, and I believe Arrested Development has ruined Community for me, because I'm not laughing as much at the back end of Season 2 as I have with Arrested Development, so it's either Arrested Development's fault, or Community is not as good as everybody keeps going on about.
Both of them are shows that are fantastic if you watch them back to back to back to back to back. It's like, because each of them, they're shows that reward you for watching more. That's why Arrested Development had such a hard time winning audiences over, because I had to sit some buddies of mine down and go, no, we are going to watch Arrested Development, and they went, but we've seen it, we don't like it. We watched another episode, they didn't like it. I said, no, we're watching another episode, watching another one. Like, all right, that one was okay. By the 3rd episode, they were absolutely in love with it and keep wanting to watch it. And it's kind of this, and Community does that somewhat, but it's still more of a show that rewards each individual episode. But, you know, if you really get into it, there's still so much there that it builds up.
They just showed one where Abed has his surprise birthday party, Matt, and to be fair, it did actually now make me really want to watch My Dinner with
Andre?
Andre.
Yeah, that's it, My Dinner with Andre.
Oh god, I remember the moment that the waiter came up to him and just said, "But sir, in My Dinner with Andre," and I was like, "Oh my god, I see what you did there." It was such a brilliant move. But yeah, when Community comes back, we are going to do a Community episode. I will just say that. But yeah, what's our next news story?
I just want to.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot.
Yes,
Rat.
Yeah. So yeah, next word, wedding, which is the story about the normal bachelor in which the wife goes missing. So there's that. And the last word is bow, which is referring to the Sherlock Holmes story, his last bow, which was actually the final story of Sherlock Holmes.
Ooh.
So this might be the last season.
That'd be a good idea. Like stop it before it has a chance to just go.
Yeah, and his last bow is actually a really interesting Sherlock Holmes story. Like, it's set during the First World War, where there's like spies and espionage going on. So seeing that converted into the present day could be interesting.
That will be, yeah.
I trust Moffat. I trust Moffat and Gatiss.
I do not trust Moffat. I trust Gatiss. I trust Moffat with fucking nothing. Someone needs to.
So I take it you're not watching Doctor Who on Saturday, then?
No. I like Doctor Who. I just think someone needs to put a leash on Moffat and just go, look, sometimes you have bad ideas. Control yourself, man.
Yeah. Well, I'm not as...
Same thing happened with Russell T Davies, though.
Same thing happened to Aaron Sorkin.
Russell T Davies had the exact same problem.
He did have the same problem, but I for some reason I always stuck with Russell T Davies. I even liked the very last episode with What's His Face and the Master and the Regeneration. He got too sappy, but I don't know. There was something that I liked more about Russell T Davies' style to Stephen Moffat's bonkers nonsense.
Is it the fact that Davies actually has this sort of thing called standalone episodes, whereas Moffat everything is one long narrative thread?
I think the thing with Moffat is that the episode, like, you watch The Impossible Astronaut and then say you watch The Doctor's Wife, they don't feel like they're from the same series, whereas Russell T Davies' episode, everything still feels continuous and they feel the same in tone, but Moffat's episodes just feel completely different, pacing-wise, tone-wise. There's just something off about that.
Now we're going to have a pilot episode. Now we're going to have an episode where the TARDIS becomes a woman.
Yeah, but I felt the Davies stuff got too worn out for me. Like, they're so consistently the same that I felt kind of tired by this end of season 4.
I would say a shake-up was needed.
You are completely right.
And I feel like the Moffat stuff is a nice refresher from the Davies stuff. Like I know what you were saying about the very last episode with the Master and the Doctor. Like, it's okay, but I absolutely love the scene where the Doctor regenerates. Like, David Tennant's regeneration is amazing. It's probably one of my favorite Doctor Who scenes.
My favorite.
It's hard to believe it's from the same guy who did. This is not hard to believe it's from the same guy who did Torchwood Miracle Day.
Yeah, fuck! Don't mention that in my presence, bitch.
So is Miracle Day? Is it worth watching? Because I watched the first season of Torchwood. I did not like it.
Under no
first season
circumstances
is bad. The second one gets better. Children of Earth is amazing. Like, literally, it is. The first hour's a bit built up, then the four following episodes are incredible.
Hold on.
Miracle Day, I believe, was I enjoyed it while I was watching it, but at the same time, it generally kept feeling like, okay, they're stalling, they keep stalling more, and then at the end, they get to an ending that resolves fuck all. And they don't even do a good job of explaining things. It entirely depends on just how much you like the characters and if you're willing to spend 10 hours with them.
Like, I don't like any of the characters, though, besides Captain Jack. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I hate all of the other characters.
You're probably going to hate this, then, because most of it, Captain Jack is sidelined, and they spend most of the time with Rex, a.k.a. Kelsey Williamson.
Rex is one of the worst characters. He was nearly played by Enver Gojak, actually. But...
I'm not sure how I feel about that, because on the one hand, Enver Gojak would have brought great acting to the scene. On the other hand, he would have been saddled with the character of Rex.
Rex is terrible. My opinion on Torchwood is basically what he said about the first 2 seasons, but Children of Earth is good in the first 2 days, first 1.5 days, and because the first day is excellent. The way Russell T Davies does,
it's built
the same with fucking, what's it called, The Stolen Earth. The first episode of The Stolen Earth is incredible with all the different plot lines all building together.
Is
It
it
just falls apart in the second half.
Yeah.
And
It's like
it
he
just
has
falls
to
up-
converge all of his different TV spin-offs into one single Doctor Who episode.
And in the first episode, when they're all layering on top of each other, you're like, this is amazing. And then, yeah. But that's what I thought about
Episode
Children of
Harry
Earth.
Jones shows up.
Episode-
And how does Harry Jones know how to program software?
Yeah, the ending
That's
of
what I'm saying.
episode 4 of Children of Earth is going to be a real make or break thing. Like, if you get angry at that,
I thought it was terrible.
you
I thought it was terrible.
That's the thing. That's the thing. If you don't like the ending of episode 4 of Children of Earth, then there's no saving any of Torchwood in the future for you.
Because Russell T. Davies
skip
yeah.
season 2, head to Miracle.
No. 2 gets good towards
Watch
the
Children
end.
of Earth.
2 is
What?
iffy at the beginning, but it gets way better towards the end. Also, has James Marsden pop up in the first and last episode, is it, of season 2?
Just
Jack
Watch
Skellington.
some of season 2.
No.
Watch
Just watch
Children of
it.
Earth.
Just watch
And
it all.
don't
Just
watch Miracle Day.
Just watch Torchwood. It's fine.
watch it
It's
all.
fine. Just watch Torchwood.
No, the only episode of Torchwood that I actually enjoyed in the first season was the episode where Jack Harkness goes back in time.
Have you seen
real
the?
Jack Harkness? Because that was
Have
a
you
great
seen
episode.
Wait, so you've seen the first season?
I literally skipped half of it.
Oh,
Because
then
I
just
didn't
watch
wanna
it.
watch all
Watch
of it.
watch from now on out, and then as soon as you think it's become shit, stop because it's not getting any better.
Yeah. Well,
That's
hang
simple.
on past 1. Like, let's put it this way: if you get like halfway through 2 and you still don't think it's like any good, then just drop out. Although season 2 does have Martha Jones pop in for 3 episodes before leaving.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Do you like Reese?
Reese?
No, it's Owen.
Which one's
Owen.
he? Oh,
No,
Owen? No.
Reese.
Well,
That's
No,
creepy.
Reese.
Yeah, he
Reese,
has,
not
I don't
he
like
has a
anybody on
major
that
plot
show.
line in the
Besides
second
Captain
episode, in the second season where he turns into a whiny emo bitch. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but no. But they that's one of the weirdest things. They have Owen turn to a whiny emo bitch, and then right at the end, it suddenly makes sense why he turned into a whiny emo
Yeah.
bitch, and you're like,
The finale of season 2 is really, really good.
it's incredible.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Is this what I'm like when
we're
I'm talking about
Doctor
comic
Who.
books?
Doctor Who.
Doctor Who, I'm
The
going to
British
watch it.
have taken
I'm
over.
excited.
All right.
We're,
One
we're
more
your
thing.
colony
You've been-
again. It's
We are. Let me just
First,
say
we
this.
take up your podcast, then the world.
Let me just say this: we are going to do a Doctor Who episode at some point in time.
hell yeah.
Let's do it after the pond episode where they leave. Like, just wait until the break.
Yeah, I was about to say when
Oh,
Amy Pond and
Dies horribly, and I can celebrate because she's the worst thing in the world. Fucking
So you're
hell.
not distracted by her hotness.
I'm going to miss Rory.
Oh, I
Same.
love Rory. Yeah.
But no. Actually, I have to say something to say about Rory. Rory is an amazing character in episodes where he's not written by Stephen Moffat, because Stephen Moffat he's just a complete butt monkey who only loves Amy, and that's his only character trait. In Rory's,
It's 'cause
in the
she's
Moffat
Scottish,
episodes,
that's why.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
but
I
like
think
when you get to save the game in episodes, and he deconstructs how Moffat has written him terribly and the psychological consequences of being
Of being a
Rory,
butt monkey.
he's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Pond Life, the mini episodes they've had running this
I
week?
watched up until I saw Doctor Who doing grime artistry, and then I stopped.
Does he do fix up look sharp or something?
Oh. Those
No,
are
he
all
did-
disappointing.
He describes it as dropping hot beats. You can
Those
tell
are
he
all a
doesn't
minute
like it.
long, and it's super. I was expecting something like 5, maybe 7 minutes long, but not a minute.
Hey, they were all written by the lead writer on Torchwood Series 1.
Well, that's why. That's bloody
That
why I
explains
don't like
everything.
it.
So what's our next news story?
What was the next?
Back to,
I don't know.
to America.
I'm
Can I just add one thing?
Yes.
Yeah,
oh
go
my
ahead.
God,
Captain
yes.
Jack is going to be on Arrow. He's going
Arrow,
to play
yeah.
some guy.
Yes.
That's all I know.
Yeah.
Oh, like, why am I going
That may
yes?
make me watch Arrow now.
Yeah, why am I saying yes? Because I love John Barrowman and that, but it's a CW superhero show. And
Yeah. But it,
Yeah, that's where it breaks down for me too.
Yeah, and also Green Arrow as the young douchebag rich guy who wants to go out and fight crime, which is what he now has become in the comics after they rebooted all of DC. He doesn't work. Green Arrow works when he's the old guy who, basically is like still thinks it's the 1960s. That's when Green Arrow
you see,
works.
See, unlike most people, I don't have lots of things against the CW. I think, like, in recent terms, they've definitely taken a turn from making or importing good programming. Nikita is incredible. Vampire Diaries is apparently really good. The LA Complex is fast becoming my new favourite show to watch on the internet. Don't laugh!
Of course it is. Not this again.
Yeah, but at the same time, I did not enjoy Smallville in the slightest, and so as such, as soon as I hear the words DC and Warner Brothers with anything that's not Batman, I immediately think that's why this whole Justice League movie thing is not.
Yeah, that's the difference between DC and Marvel when it comes to the people that own them. With DC, Warner Brothers goes, we know what will make money, and they don't. But with Marvel, Disney,
DC seems to have a better track record on TV than Marvel.
When it comes to cartoons, yes, I will say that. When it comes to live-action things, the last live-action Marvel thing was the Incredible Hulk series in the 1970s. Oh, shit, yeah.
Blade.
Oh, God, yes.
Blade that was on Spike TV.
Yes, okay.
They had that on Bravo, which was in the UK was the equivalent of Spike TV.
To talk about DC...
Hold on, hold on.
The complete opposite here.
Yeah, I was about to say, Bravo is the Spike TV
Bravo, right, there used to be this channel in the UK called Bravo, which initially in the 80s, when it was the first ever digital channel, showed silent movies in black and white and stuff like that. In the 90s, it started importing a lot of 80s revival stuff like that. Then, in the noughties, up until it was shut down in 2010, which was very sad in my life, it became the ultimate guide channel. Like, literally, you would have reruns of Walker, Texas Ranger, the A-Team. They had TNA Wrestling. They had UFC for a time. They had friggin'... they had video game shows on there. Like, they were one of the last channels to actually keep video game shows on.
Holy crap. Wow. In America, Bravo is jokingly referred to as the gay network because, I mean, it's nothing but fashion design shows.
And inside the actor studio.
In the UK, Bravo used to have monster truck shows. And it would play them in the early morning next to police camera shows. Not British police camera shows, world's scariest police chases type shows with Sheriff John Blurnell and fucking everything.
It sounds to me like your Bravo is RG4. That's what it sounds like.
It was.
Bravo in Canada shows it shows the bourgeois and white collar. It shows a whole bunch of like Showtime and USA shows.
Damn.
Bravo UK
it's
used
like
to be
maybe
like that,
Bravo is different in each country, and it's like
Bravo's just a whore. They will do whatever they think will make them money. That is it.
Bravo.
There's a music show with Elvis Costello on Bravo.
Oh yeah.
In the UK, Bravo's
apparently amazing in Canada, I guess.
In the UK, Bravo literally picked up. Bravo picked because Charlie Brooker, our UK TV critic, had this show called You've Been Watching, and he made fun of Spartacus. Like initially, because he'd seen the first 4 episodes but Spartacus in the first 4 episodes is blood, tits, sex, violence, blood, tits, sex, that sort of thing. He made fun of it. They picked it up.
Sounds like Scotland.
Gleefully advertised the shit out of it, and that's the reason why Spartacus became hugely popular in the UK. Deadliest Warrior, same thing. It was Showcase Fair. They picked it up, broadcast the shit out of it, and it became one of the most popular shows in the UK. Bravo was the reason why Spartacus is popular in the UK. Bravo is actually the reason why a lot of these sorts of shows are... Bravo's probably the reason why the A-Team still keeps selling DVD box sets in the UK. And then it got shut down. It kept doing great, and then Sky bought it, and it shut down, and as such, there's now literally nowhere you can go to get daily reruns of the A-Team. And that is sad fact, ladies and gentlemen.
Is Strike Back popular in the UK at all? Because I've started watching it.
We started it. Yeah, we started it. It had a season beforehand in America. It was a 6-episode season first off with Andrew Lincoln, Rick from Walking Dead.
Wait. Okay, that sounds awesome.
And,
Yeah,
it was 6 episodes. It works the same way here. But it was 6 episodes. Was essentially a 3 2-part stories with this bit at the end tacked on where they wrapped up this ridiculous overarching plot that made no sense. That was fun. Then in the second one, which is what you initially got Strike Back, like Retaliation or something.
Project Dawn.
That was that. And that came here. That was popular. But yeah, we're actually the reason why Strike Back, because in the UK it came on the Chris Ryan name, because Chris Ryan in the UK is what is ex-SAS, and now makes his living writing hardcore fantasy novels. He's like a British Tom Clancy, essentially, as far as I can remember. And that Strike Back's popular in the UK, and then it came to America, and if I remember, you guys lapped it up, didn't you?
I just saw a bunch of YouTube advertisements for it and thought it looked retarded. because it just looked like
it's
guns.
It is
Maybe a
stupid.
couple of boobs.
Yeah.
And guns.
Yeah, it is stupid.
Isn't it on like Cinemax
Yes,
in the
yeah,
United
some
States?
of the worst.
Yeah, and because it's on
Yeah.
cinema.
Hey,
yeah, that's the
sex.
thing in the UK.
Ever.
Yeah, like in the first season, it was just genuinely guns. Like there'd be some guns, there'd be some swearing, that's it. And then of course it goes to America, it goes to an HBO subsidiary. Every episode, a random sex scene with nudity shoved in for no reason. Because I have this feeling that HBO insists that sex scene must be in every show of theirs. So
Yeah.
that's the thing. Strike Back didn't become completely really entertaining to watch until it went to America. Because somebody in America decided, you know what this show needs? It needs to be like a cable version of 24, and they made it.
Strike
and it was
Back
awesome.
on my dick.
So, Kevin, you find that next news story yet?
Hold on a second.
Tell you what, while you're
Just
looking for that
Kevin's
one,
idea.
let's talk about. While you're looking for that one, I'll throw out the that now that Ben Affleck has turned down the Justice League movie, Warner Brothers wants Brett Ratner to do it.
No.
You didn't even know who Brett Ratner was when we were talking about this before the show.
And I knew who Brett
No, that was me. I get him confused with Brian
Oh,
Singer.
okay, all right, my bad.
Misblaming me.
My bad. You're both on the end of my Skype thing, so I was going.
I'm going to go tell my mother about you, and she will say very nasty words.
What? Anywho, Brett
I
Ratner,
don't know
director of
what's
Tower
saying.
Heist, and I'm sure other things.
Director of X-Men 3. That's
No.
what you want to bring up here when you talk about the Justice League movie. Motherfucker destroyed X-Men.
No. Yeah, he destroyed it, and then X-Men Origins did its best to murder it forever.
In all fairness to
Yeah.
X-Men 3, I always have to throw out that there were tons of problems going into the production of that. Like, there were tons of scheduling problems, and also, let's never forget, the writers when it comes to film.
And then Wolverine.
But yeah, Brett Ratner, not the best guy, but I will say this. He did have a lot of people getting punched really hard in that film, and that's something I would
He
want out
managed
of
to
a
make
Justice League film.
Rush
a
Hour
halfway
was good.
competent movie. Like, it was a bad
original
X-Men
Rush Hour
movie,
was
but it
good.
competent. Yeah. Like, Last Stand was a bad X-Men movie, but it was a competent movie. Wolverine was awful.
That's what I've always said about X-Men 3. If you really cared about the other X-Men films, then it's a big fuck you. But if you didn't watch the other ones and you were like, you know what, I just want it's hot outside, I just want some kind of big, dumb, entertaining action film, it's decent. It does the job. It's competent enough. But it's
But is that what you want for Justice League?
No, that is...
No, you want that to be an event. You want that to be DC going, fuck yes, we are taking down Marvel, but then you realise that DC can't even design their own fucking logos anymore. So,
Burn!
And they
No,
just
I'm sure the
changed the
regular
logo
show-
like 2 years ago before this, too. It's the weirdest...
Yeah,
but anyway.
I feel like we should have like the regular show. Oh, just play over that burn there.
Anyway.
don't look at
You're
our
my
crutches
people.
while we synchronize our
Watches.
watches.
You are my people.
Nice. Alright. I had you guys on for the animation show with Mike. Alright.
I think
yes.
I just think a Justice League movie fundamentally can't work because the reason the Avengers worked is because we had 5 movies leading up to it that got all the backstory out of the way, introduced the characters, gave you motivation, that sort of thing. That was fine, and there was a suitable build-up. It's like it started with Iron Man, it was clear this was going to happen, and then we built up to it from there. You can't just say, at this day, we're going to drop a Justice League movie and expect the same reaction.
Well, I think you actually can. In fact, with the Justice League movie, I'd say you have to go the opposite route. Because when it comes to the Avengers, let's be honest, everybody now knows who Iron Man is, everybody now knows who Captain America is, but before those films came out, Don Cheadle thought Iron Man was a robot, and he was in the second Iron Man film. All right? Nobody knew who Iron Man was before his film came out. Captain America, people were aware of him, but I mean, like Black Widow, Hawkeye, no one knew Thor was a superhero. It's, nobody knew this stuff. You had to slowly kind of build it up.
Yeah,
but
they all knew Thor as the Norse god of
yeah,
thunder.
exactly.
So.
I knew Black Widow as the character that pops up in the Punisher video game for two levels, then build it off.
See, exactly. But when it comes to a Justice League movie, everybody knows Superman.
Everybody
knows Batman. Everybody knows Wonder Woman. everybody knows the Flash. Everybody knows Aquaman. They might know him as a joke, but they know him. The only character who
they
did
genuinely
not...
try and put Aquaman in there.
Dude, Aquaman's pretty badass when done right. When he is done right, Aquaman is a
But do we
total
trust
badass.
Warner Brothers to do them right? Warner Brothers, who
I don't trust...
cannot do a superhero nowadays who is not called Batman. I
don't trust Warner Brothers as far as I can throw that entire studio lot. That is, I do not trust them at all.
Have you tried hulking out? That might help.
But here, the only character in the Justice League who people might not have known is Green Lantern, and yeah, the movie
I'm sure they know
ass.
Green Lantern. I think they know him from a shitty movie that came out.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't know who
that
Green
guy
Lantern was.
got a giant head.
What about the Martian Manhunter?
Or maybe if we're...
That's the thing, is that Martian Manhunter now is the only character who they might not know, which, thanks to Jeff fucking Jones, Martian Manhunter was no longer ever a part of the Justice League. Now it was Cyborg, which, don't get me wrong, love Cyborg. He should be a member of the Justice League after being on the Teen Titans for 10 years. But, so, the only character who they might not know now is Martian Manhunter. However, Martian Manhunter coming to Earth could be what starts the event that brings them all together. So, I really think that is how... Plus, by the way, I'm throwing this out here now. For the love of God, anyone with any connections at all who is listening to me, the story that you need to do is the Grant Morrison 5-issue run JLA story arc where he gets them all together. It's an amazing arc, and every single character has a moment in there where it proves this is why they're on the Justice League.
Alan, why are you not working at Warner Brothers doing this for them?
Because I have no connections!
Because they're incompetent. We established this. They cannot hire competency.
They want to get Zack Snyder. They want to get Zack Snyder.
They did get Zack Snyder.
Yes, Watchmen was as good as you could possibly have made Watchmen as a movie. But no, I do not. No.
Yeah,
what was his teenage girls movie again?
Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just about to say
it.
How can you forget the name of that movie? The name of the movie did to you what it describes when you watch it. I tried watching that movie with the sound off, and it's still the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen. But
isn't it also sexist?
Oh, it's insanely sexist.
It's like some people say it's an empowerment. Some people say it's the sexist thing in the history of mankind.
Yes, men say it's an empowering film to women. Women say, fuck you.
No. Let's ask for woman on here.
No, I had a girlfriend a few months back who is like super feminist and all up in that shit. But and she was like, I just watched Sucker Punch, and I was like, I'm so sorry. And she was like, I thought it was really amazing and really intelligent. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Let's ask for woman here. Let's ask for woman. Is Sucker Punch sexist?
Let me just say this first.
Hey, I'm the woman here. They asked me the question.
I know, but this is relating to what Jackson just said.
All right,
5
fine.
seconds
I'll
ago.
let you answer. I'll let you finish.
Okay. Yeah, let me just say this. Just because not all feminists are smart, just because somebody supports a cause that is right and just does not make them intelligent. Just look at potheads. They realize that there are bad problems when it comes to the pot laws in this country. They're still a bunch of fucking morons. So, anyway, Michelle, you're up.
Yes.
Is Sucker Punch sexist?
Yes, it is.
There we go. Solve forever.
Of course it is.
The thing is, all the action sequences are in this girl's head, so they don't exist. And you know why she imagines all these amazing things going on? It's because she can't deal with her friends being raped in front of her. She's not doing anything. It's the complete opposite of being a feminist and being, you know, proactive. You're just, it's like...
And people think the new Tomb Raider game is sexist.
I said all these things to my girlfriend, and shortly after I was dumped.
My best friend.
Good. You wear that with a badge of honor, my friend. That is.
And the thing is, like, the rape scenes are also in her head. It's like she.
Oh God, you're right.
Oh God.
Yes. Because remember, in the beginning of the movie, she had to get lobotomized, so that's why she's not doing anything in the movie except imagining, and then imagining shit in her imagination while she's getting lobotomized.
She is literally strapped to a chair, getting head raped by powerful men for the entire movie, and doing nothing about it but dreaming.
Exactly.
And dreaming about her being raped. They're saying that it's empowering.
Could not write worse female character.
They're saying this is an empowering film for women because when she is being raped, she thinks about something else. That
She
is
thinks
the
about
message.
murdering
Of this.
Yes,
not
because
thinking-
thinking happy thoughts gets rid of rape.
And also for anybody out there, for anybody out there who hears that, and then they try and say, well, but the message is that they couldn't get inside her head. They are inside her head because she's being raped on the first level of her imagination. It's in the second level of her imagination that she imagines she's killing zombies.
But wait, is it a legitimate rape?
I wanted to make that reference.
I was waiting for someone to make that joke.
Well done, good sir. I appreciate your humour.
That's good. I'm not even going to try
Speaking of
that. That
politics,
was
did
nicely
anybody see
done.
Clint Eastwood have an argument with a chair?
I had to explain all
anybody see
that
that?
to my friend who loved the movie. I was just kind of like, no.
But was she a legitimate friend?
Yeah, she's my best friend.
And did she legitimately like that movie?
I
We're just gonna throw around the word legitimate all over.
She's a
don't know.
legitimate
Maybe
idiot.
she thought the girls were hot or something. I just was kind of like, oh.
Yes, because
Is she
wearing
legitimate
skimpy clothing is totally empowering.
Thank you, Frank Miller.
Women only go for
There's
skimpy
nothing more
clothing and
attractive in
rape.
this world.
That's what Frank Miller taught me. Women only go for skimpy clothes and rape.
Okay, well, don't listen to him. Get a new teacher. That's why you're failing at school.
That's why I failed my media studies exam. I'm supposed to write about disability. I spent 5.5 pages writing about how women are only vaping machines.
Oh, see? Oh, I'm so sorry for you. Moving on. What's our next thing? Isn't this podcast about the
I was
newsroom?
about to say, this is the hardest we have ever gotten off topic in an episode. Jeez. Are there any other
Sounds
news
like
stories that we
we're
want to do before we do our trailer talk?
Oh, shit.
I'll just run these off like really
Yeah, this
quick.
is lightning round.
You got 60 seconds. Go.
Okay, Neil Berger, director of Limitless and The Illusionist, has left the Uncharted movie, and the
Good.
studio has assigned 2 new writers to rewrite his script, and of course the writer's only credit that I could really notice was National Treasure 1 and 2.
My take on
Oh, great. Well, that's gonna be
my take on the
Video
Uncharted film, I just say hand it over to Naughty Dog, let them do the entire thing, CGI, using the cast they use in the games, all mocap, just have it be one big CGI movie.
Yeah, back in 2010, at the end of it, I wrote a blog post about 4 ways you can make an Uncharted movie actually, like, half decent. And the last one of them was to dump the project because we already have the Uncharted movie. It's called Uncharted, and it's
Exactly.
a PlayStation 3 video game.
I was playing that third game and it got to that point in the desert and I was just like, oh shit, why is he not moving? Oh, I'm actually playing a game at this moment. Yes, okay. It blends it perfectly.
Of course, maybe they're trying to make a movie because since we know Naughty Dog works, the only thing left for Uncharted is the kart racing spin-off. There's that, and then
Well, no,
that's it.
And then the double.
They make movie adaptations of... They do make movie adaptations of other movies, so it's not like the fact that it looks like a movie is going to stop them.
Yeah.
I want a movie about the making of Uncharted.
They made a book about that, actually, if I remember. Like, Nolan North was kind of sick of having, like, of him being, oh, you're the only guy who does Uncharted. He actually, like, released a book when Uncharted 3 came out about the making of Uncharted 3.
Oh yeah, he was on Giant Bomb.
Yeah.
He was.
in that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was also on CSI Miami. That was hilarious.
He's going to be on.
He's gonna be on Haven.
He's going to be in the new Star Trek movie.
He's going to be in Haven with
Seriously?
Emily Rose, who plays Elena in the
Really?
series. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to watch Haven.
Nice. Alright, what?
Next news story, go.
New story.
Okay, next news story is a correction from last time's podcast. Okay, so I made an incorrect error about the Lego movie, which now has an official title, which is called Lego: The Piece of Resistance. And
That's a
it's gonna be
terrible title.
Whatever.
I
It
can
could
come
have
up
just
with
been
a
called the
better
Lego
title.
movie.
Yeah.
The Lego movie would have got butts and seats, quite simply.
Yeah. But it's going to be directed by the Cloudy and Chance of Meatballs people. So, Aaron, are you
I
excited?
loved Lego with a Chance of Meatballs. I gave that thing 5 stars. One of the few films I've ever
I
had.
watched it on a plane back from a holiday at one point, and I was really surprised with just how funny and smart. I was really surprised. It had a Miranda Cosgrove. This is how much I like it. It had a Miranda Cosgrove song at the end that wasn't shit.
That film
that
is
alone.
a total shock on how well it does everything.
It's like, one of the reasons why I like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs was the squash and stretch technique that you see in 2D animation, but you hardly ever see in 3D, so I'm wondering, are they going to use that for Legos? I mean, you can't really squash and stretch
those guys.
I know, they're blocks, you can't really, so I'm wondering, like, if that's, like, going to, like, affect the production or anything, or...
Yeah, I trust the guys doing it, because they also did 21 Jump Street earlier this year, which was also brilliant. So, except I'm only 2 for 2, I am just like, I think I'm completely behind him.
So here's where I was wrong. I said before that Chris Pratt and Channing Tatum were going to be voicing Batman and Superman, which are supposed to make cameo appearances. I'm wrong about that. Chris Pratt is he's voicing, from what I can kind of guess, that he's voicing the main protagonist, which is named, I didn't write it down, so who knows? But
Mr. Lego.
Channing Tatum, Lego guy.
Lego Man.
Channing Tatum is no longer involved in the project.
Hold on. Why the fuck is this not based on Lego Island?
Yeah!
I don't know.
The Blickster. Are we the only people who remember that, Jackson, or something?
I remember playing Lego Island. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Okay,
Lego
so
Island is
Channing
great.
Tatum.
Anyway.
He's not. Stop.
Yeah.
Channing Tatum, no longer involved.
Channing
However,
Tatum
this is
turned
where I was
something
wrong before.
down?
Yeah, he's that popular now.
Wow.
But where I made the mistake was that I thought Chris Pratt was going to be voicing Batman. Apparently, Will Arnett is voicing Batman.
Yes!
Yes. And yes.
Yeah. So, and they also announced 2 other actors that are going to be in the movie. One of them is Elizabeth Banks, which is supposed to play like the ex-girlfriend of Chris Pratt's character.
I really like her. So
and Morgan Freeman is going to be in the movie playing what they described as a blind sage who is Gandalf meets Mr. Magoo.
Oh, I thought Morgan Freeman could just play Superman.
I thought we were just going to be in the
Yeah, he could.
To be fair, Morgan Freeman could play just about all those characters, and I'd still go watch it. Have all the characters playing the same voice, I'd still go watch it.
I would watch a movie of just Morgan Freeman playing with Legos and him just voicing all of
I'd
them.
watch a movie of Morgan Freeman sat down reading from a phone book. No, not a phone book, but Witch's Computer How-To Guide.
And now we take the green cube and we connect it to the orange one. And when you do that, you start to form a rainbow of colors. It's kind of like life. You have to get busy building or you have to get busy breaking down so you can build more things.
Is that a Morgan Freeman impression or is that a Christopher Walken impression? I can't quite tell.
No, my Christopher Walken impression is way worse than that.
Go on, do it.
Please do your Christopher Walken impression.
I'll pay you 10 quid.
Wait, what?
I'll pay you...
Do your Christopher Walken impression right now. We will pay you money.
How much?
10 quid.
He said 10 quid. I'm not offering any. I'm poor.
Okay, wait. Stop. Before we go any further with the podcast, I just have to ask.
Hey, Aaron, you are doing a great job of my voice.
We should just talk like this for the rest of the podcast.
Thank you, Stephen Hawking's convention. I appreciated your book about black holes. I mean, wow. It was like...
Can we move on?
Yes, we love it. Come on.
News story. I want to talk about...
I've never prayed so hard for Audacity to crash in my life.
Okay.
Any other news stories before we go into trailer talk?
This will lead into trailer talk.
Okay.
Last news story is the Star Wars Episode 2 and 3 are coming back-to-back next fall in 3D, so obviously they're getting the actual Star Wars movies that we don't want to see out of the way so we can see the actual Star Wars movies on the big screen again.
My question to you is...
So you can like, wash out the taste of I hate sand with some wonderful, delicious child murdering.
I'm just waiting for A New Hope. That's all I want.
Yeah,
well, here's my question. Here's my question about when the New Hope and the original trilogy comes back out. Do you think that Lucas is going to mess with it even further than he already has?
Yes. Of course.
Yeah.
It's a chance to release them again on DVD and make more money from fans.
Wait until he includes the scene where we find out what happened to Jar Jar Binks after all those years. It will blow your mind.
Oh my god!
I actually want to see that.
I did not even think about that, but he could
did anybody
just
else notice that was
CGI
basically-
input Jar Jar Binks into the original trilogy again now.
Ryan,
Did anybody else notice
quickly?
Did anybody else notice how basically the reason the Empire rises is because Jar Jar Binks voted for it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
That was
it's all
deliberate.
Jar Jar Binks' fault, and he gets away completely unfucking scathed. I'm not even. That is, of all the things that Revenge
Do
of
we
the Sith
actually
does
know
wrong,
that?
that's the- Well, let's put it this way: he wasn't confirmed as dead, so that way he gets away unscathed. In my mind, I've been taught never to know if anybody's dead until you see a body. That's TV and films, and that's taught me otherwise. There.
I like to pretend that as soon as Anakin became Darth Vader, his first order of business was to go and cut that motherfucker down. That was...
It's like
that's
that, yeah,
my-
like in that Robot Chicken sketch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like in the Robot Chicken sketch where he comes back, yes.
Speaking
Don't
of
worry,
Robot
Jar Jar
Chicken,
Binks will be back in Star Wars Detours.
Yes,
see,
which brings us
segue,
to Trailer Talk.
segue.
This week on Trailer Talk, nothing really came out as far as trailers go. I mean, stuff came out, but it was all pretty boring and uninteresting. So we're going to do a TV trailer this time around. It's for the new Star Wars animated series called Star Wars Detours. Who's the biggest Star Wars fan here so you can tell us how you felt?
Me?
I'm the
I
biggest Robot
still
Chicken
love
fan.
Star Wars.
Yeah, it's
Even with
definitely
all
not
the
me.
terribleness of the prequels, I still love the original Star Wars.
Yeah, so
ones.
Kevin and Mike, you two give us your opinions first.
a kid's show. It's not for me. I can live with that. I'll read a book.
The Star Wars book.
Yes.
Yeah. I got the Legacy of the Force and all that stuff to finish reading.
Kevin?
Beating the dead horse that's already dead, and everybody that's involved in the project is basically proving every single person right who hates Star Wars right now because of what the prequel trilogy did.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that there was a time when if Star Wars put something out like this, I would have looked at it and I would have said, this is awful, this is terrible, how dare they do this? But I just watched this and went, well, of course they are. Who gives a
Can I
shit?
jump in as a Robot Chicken fan here?
Yeah, go ahead.
As both a Robot Chicken and a Star Wars fan, I think this just looks like a kid's version of Robot Chicken Star Wars the series, and I'm not entirely certain what the problem is with it, except for the fact I don't really like the animation and think it looks a bit ugly. Yeah, but I laughed. I will admit I laughed at several of the jokes in the trailer, although I think the thing that tipped me off for kids was the fact that basically the entire final 35 seconds is different clips of people dancing. That's the part that tipped me off. Okay, maybe this is for kids, but yeah, I don't entirely see
Yeah,
why
but that
everybody's
was a
thinking
pretty-
this is the worst thing ever.
Yeah,
That
but
was
you
a
can still
pretty-
make an animated show that's for kids. That's still funny for adults and teenagers.
I was
Am I
about to
supposed to say
say,
My Little
Michelle,
Pony
you can
Adventure
list
Time
off
Breakfast
some
Show
great shows made for kids that are still good. I mean, go.
Gravity Falls, regular show, although that's for an older
That's for
audience,
adults, yeah.
but still Adventure Time. And well, would Motor City count? I mean,
I was going to say Adventures,
My Little Pony?
the Adventures of Gumball. That one's
Oh,
a
yeah,
great
that's
one for
good
kids.
one. too.
I really like that.
What about Invader Zim? Would you count that?
it's not on anymore.
But still, in general,
DVD.
It's on Nick.
Uh,
Like Nicktoons.
I just want to go leave and watch the regular show now because come
Regular
on.
show is so
my
good.
theory about regular show, I think that I've heard like My Little Pony Adventure Time and then regular show like responsible for bringing cartoons back up again, especially in the UK because they all air on Cartoon Network except My Little Pony, which airs on Boomerang. Like I think of it this way, I think I equate this to the Britpop war here. Like Jackson will understand what I'm about here. Like I'd say like My Little Pony is Oasis. Like big, popular, the first thing everybody thinks of, that sort of thing.
That is the only time anyone will ever compare My Little Pony to Oasis.
Adventure Time's more like Blur, as in like it's sort of like popular arts thing, but it does more like in the sort of it's definitely not for everybody, and that sort of like it goes weird and experimental. And then regular show is like pulp, in that it's completely fucking not for the audience. It will still be lumped in there anyway, but it's also better. It's also arguably better than the pair of the other two.
Oh yeah, well,
There we go.
Pulp
I
can
believe
fucking
regular-
shit all over those other two.
Yeah, there we go. I believe regular show is better than My Little Pony Adventure Time. Who wants a piece? Come on, I'm more.
That's
I'm
just a
more
fact. It's just a fact. Regular show has Mordecai and Rigby are two of the best slacker characters. They can compete with fucking Bill and Ted.
It has some of the
Oh,
best
stand by those
catchphrases
guys.
and- It has some of the best catchphrases as well. It has Benson, who is the perfect type boss, and then whenever, of course, he does freak out, and does, especially the time when he does beat O. When Benson does beat O, it just becomes any other show and that sort of thing, it'd be weird, but because it's Benson and because it's O, it becomes the funniest thing that the show has ever done.
All I remember about when I first watched it was that I saw the second episode, and for some reason the funniest thing in the world was someone going, coffee, 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 coffee.
I watched an episode Weekend of Benson's. I watched an episode Weekend of Benson's, which was one where they knocked Benson out and pretended to
Okay,
him like that.
we're just...
And then they did a whole...
Stop.
Bad.
You need to rein me in every now and again.
I'm going to put one of those electric dog collars on you, and anytime you stray outside of the conversation too much, it's going to shock you.
I'm the reason this podcast is going to last 4 hours.
Quite possibly. All right, let's... all right. Yeah, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah, Star Wars Detours. But let me ask you guys this, because this is what really interests me about so much. During that opening, intro cinematic, it zooms in on the drum, and it's got George Lucas's face on it. I never really remembered George Lucas before self-inserting himself into any of his Star Wars stuff.
I think he's doing it now because he knows that it makes money.
Well, that or almost, I'm wondering if
Maybe
it's solely him saying, hey, I'm just in this for money now, or is it him kind of just purposefully giving a fuck you to the audience?
Yeah. I think he realizes, I can do absolutely nothing or make anybody happy, so let's just make myself out to be the stupidest, most evilest person in the history of the insect mankind.
Well, do we know he's the one who put his face in there? Couldn't it just be the Robot Chicken folks?
It's entirely possible.
I remember that.
I can't see. He would have to authorize something like that.
Yeah, I would have to see him authorizing it. It just makes me think back to in that second Star Wars film, Attack of the Clones. Nobody wanted Jar Jar in there. They hated Jar Jar, but then there's that scene where Jar Jar shows up, and then he stops and turns to the camera as he walks by. There's no one standing there. He's clearly breaking the fourth wall, and so many fans took that as a fuck you from George Lucas. This is kind of making me think back to that.
I don't. The thing I don't understand about the whole negative
I don't remember that at all.
In the movie. Yeah, the thing I don't understand about negative.
Aaron, are you making this up?
Huh?
Yeah.
I do. It was in the blue set, wasn't he? And they're all walking away, and he turns away just before they all walk away, and they has to go catch up with them or something.
No, it's they're all walking off screen. It's I keep telling everybody that they need to watch The People versus George Lucas on Netflix, and there's a whole segment on that moment. But yeah, it was they were all walking off screen, they were about to leave leave wherever it was that they were, and yeah, he's last in line. And he just kind of as he's walking by, he turns and looks in the camera as he's walking out, and there's no.
I cannot believe I remember that. I've only seen that film once when it came out, and I was 4 or whatever I was.
I can't remember if I'm visualizing it in my head. Of course, when I'm visualizing,
I'm looking up on the internet.
Walking along with middle fingers flying in the air as well.
But
okay, does anyone else have anything revolutionary?
Yeah, does anybody else have really anything to say about this other than it looks like it's made for kids, but it's not really trying to be a very smart show for kids. It reminds me a lot of, I don't know if you guys got this in Britain, but they did a Marvel Comics TV show on Cartoon Network called The Superhero Squad, in which it was basically them going, well, this is the superheroes made for kids, and it was the dumbest shit, just god-awful. And I just remember looking at it going, there are tons of superhero cartoons out there that are watched by kids. This is just terrible compared to it. It's talking down to kids almost, and it kind of it's not as bad as
Marvel babies, we make our dreams come true.
The thing I don't get about all this hate is that it's basically just a parody of the Star Wars world, and 60% of Star Wars fandom nowadays is based around making fun of Star Wars. So the thing I don't get is how this gets complete shit about, but something like Chad Vader got a free pass.
Oh, it's because...
I'm not insulting Chad Vader, by the way, because I really like Chad Vader.
Well, yeah, going to the Robot Chicken kind of comparison, we keep saying it's so much like the Robot Chicken thing. The Robot Chicken things were pretty funny. This, to me, just kind of looks like it's just talking down. It just kind of looks dumb. I mean, if the jokes were funny, I'd be totally on board with it. Because, like I said, at this point, the Star Wars thing, there's nothing really to not tarnish for me. It's, pretty much all open. But it just doesn't look smart or fun to me.
I laughed for what it's worth.
I laughed at the mat, where they fall down.
The mat painting.
Yeah, that's pretty entertaining.
The mat painting.
It shows they it shows that they can actually be clever and they do have good writing, but they are deliberately choosing to talk down to them with the layer stuff and everything.
The matte painting, I laughed a lot at the deconstruction of Queen Amidala. It made me realise, oh yeah, she was a terrible character. I laughed at this stand-up comedy bit because I'm really easy to please like that, and I also
I kind of like that.
I also laughed at the bit
where
Obi-Wan robbed a bunch of people for literally no reason.
I wonder if they tried that with the audience. With the preview audience, like, you all think this cartoon is funny.
Like, oh no! When you're kids, you just pay them off with sugar and sweets.
I was about to say, kids probably will find this funny, but it's,
I guess...
Hey, let's put it this way. They have a reason a third Madagascar movie exists. So clearly they're going to find this hysterical.
No, money is the reason why a third Madagascar film exists.
Yeah, well, money, because they went and watched it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, but who takes them to the movies? Their parents.
The bad parents.
Yes, it's the parents. They think...
It's always the bad parenting.
Yeah, it's like... It's like, I hate how parents think, oh, it's just a cartoon, it's no big deal. That's like saying, oh, we'll just feed our kids junk food because they like it, It's like, you have to,
You
watch...
have to try and raise the same... My dad used to... don't do it too much, though, because my dad used to make us listen to only NPR when we were in the car driving around.
It's like balancing everything.
And oddly enough, I am now the biggest liberal anyone will find, so I think it's partly NPR's fault. However, I fucking hate NPR, so you can't do it all 100%.
No, it's like moderation,
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you'd have to... Although, from what I hear, the third Madagascar film is actually fairly decent, from what people tell me.
Noah fucking Baumbach wrote it. What is up with that?
Yeah, one of the guys who worked on Fantastic Mr. Fox made that film. That's...
Do you know what the sad part is? In the UK, that is coming out the week after Paranorman, and I guarantee you, Paranorman will fail, Madagascar will succeed, and I will spend my evenings crying myself to sleep in a pillow for the fate.
That's actually kind of sad, is that Paranorman did just completely tank at the box office, and I hate saying that. That was... wow.
This is as someone who thought Coraline was good, not great. And even then, I'm still sad that didn't do so well and that Paranorman is going to fail. Especially because I'm really looking forward to Paranorman.
Coraline had the potential to be one of the best films ever made, considering at one point it was a They Might Be Giants musical, and then they took all the They Might Be Giants songs out.
Cool.
Yeah. I know!
Somebody should just make for best musical ever, somebody should make a musical that has Flight of the Conchords music mixed with They Might Be Giants music. I guarantee you it will probably be the best musical ever made in mankind.
Flight of the Conchords music randomly shows up in The Pirates for no reason.
Oh, yeah!
It was one of the funniest things ever. I was like,
song?
Wait, are they actually doing this? Are they actually... I won't tell you because when it happens you'll be like, oh shit.
Did they use Most Beautiful Girl in the Room for when a woman comes in?
I'm not telling you which one they used.
Right, okay, when it comes out on DVD I'm going to buy it, I'm going to sit and I will probably just laugh the shit out of it, so...
They use it like... Yeah. It's so good. It's such a good song.
But yeah, so...
Anyway.
Yeah, that was our trailer talk. That's it. We're done with that. Anybody else have anything to say about the Star Wars thing?
Watch the Clone Wars Season 5. Death Watch is coming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mike, you've been telling me that the Clone Wars is actually pretty good, the anime series.
Like, there's some stupid stuff in the first season, but it largely gets better.
It's like, I pretty much gave up on Clone Wars when it went from 2D to 3D, because I'm a big Gennady fan, so... I don't know.
Please don't suck Hotel Transylvania. Please don't suck Hotel Transylvania.
Yes,
that thing is such an X factor. I have no idea how that makes it.
I would not watch that movie if it wasn't for Gennady Tartakovsky. I would not watch that movie if it was for Gennady Tartakovsky, but it's Gennady Tartakovsky, so I'm going to give him my money.
Well, obviously.
I'm going to pray that it's good.
He wants to do a Samurai Jack movie, but...
Yes!
But... In order for that to happen, Hotel Transylvania has to do good. So everyone, if you want a Samurai Jack movie, please go see Hotel Transylvania.
Also, didn't one of the voice actors of Samurai Jack die as well?
Oh yeah, Macau.
What?
Uncle Iroh died.
Yeah, he did the voice of Aku. But yeah,
his replacement was.
But still, I want a Samurai Jack movie. I want to see a Samurai Jack movie on the big screen. I want to tell my kids when I'm older, you live in a world where Samurai Jack had a movie, and it was awesome.
I want to make a Samurai Jack porno called Samurai Jack Off.
Thanks, Jackson, for bringing our intelligent discussion down a couple of
Alright, ghost trailer talk.
Are we not going
I like to end all our tangents with a terrible pun. That's what I do.
Dude, that might be the only way to rein some of us in when we get off on tangents, so do it. Alright.
Are we going to
yeah,
skip
that
to
was
talk
it.
about...
Tell you what.
Are we going to skip talk about the TMNT script? Or...
No, we are way over.
No, we are
way
no
over
one-
time.
Damn it, I spent all
And no
night
one cares
doing
about the
that for nothing.
TMNT, so...
Yes, stop.
I spent all night doing that for
Stop!
nothing.
It was bad enough we had to talk about the Star Wars cartoon. We don't need to talk about TMNT, please.
Okay, alright. So, we are going to take a little break now, and then we're going to come back and we are going to talk about Newsroom. I swear to God, we are actually going to talk about that.
Yay,
For
because
20
that's
minutes.
the one thing we were all waiting for, Newsroom.
Yeah. Yes, the three big... we're going to have 3 big wine
Oh,
lectures about the
burn!
And we're back! And this time I'm going to remember to put music in there that time.
Are you
Alright.
gonna put Persona music in?
Oh God, I totally should.
Yes!
I could do that all fucking
We're just
day.
random guys going to do
I've been
that.
humming
that
that
soundtrack's
at
so
work.
good.
I've been humming that at work ever since Michelle started playing it again. Alright, but anyway, yeah, welcome back. This time, the topic is Newsroom. Normally we've been sticking to either like a brand of film or like a specific movie, talking about a specific movie on the show. This time we're actually going to be talking about a TV show, which is the Aaron Sorkin 13-episode long series for HBO that just
10.
finished wrapping up, Newsroom, which is the show
10
about...
episodes.
10 episodes? Oh, yeah, I guess it was
Yeah,
shorter
it
than
was
13. Okay, yeah, what is it? True Blood is 13, so that's why I still got a few more episodes left. Alright, but yeah, it's basically the series about Will McAvoy, this middle-of-the-road. He's referred to as the Jay Leno of news. Basically, he's a guy who everybody likes him, and...
Because he don't bother anyone.
Hold on,
Yeah, he
hold
never
on,
bothers
hold on.
anyone.
Hold on. Everyone does not like Jay Leno. The fuck?
Oh, no. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I
No,
fucking
Old
hate
Craig
People
Ferguson.
like
It's like
Jay
most
Leno.
people said don't like him, but like normal Americans who are sat down at night and need something inoffensive to watch.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the Jay Leno of news. I fucking hate Jay Leno, but...
He was in Spider-Man.
What?
There was this Jay Leno and Spider-Man were in a comic together. They were riding around on a motorcycle and Jay Leno kept taking the piss
you
out of
mean
Spider-Man.
yeah, okay, I remember that. I bought
Just
that
so
issue.
you know, yeah, I've timed it. That is 45 seconds before we had our first official tangent.
Yeah! Nice! And my neighbor above me is dropping water out of his building again onto my AC. We'll have to mute that. Anyway, yay, New York! Okay.
Well, as long as it's just water, not piss or shit or vomit.
Let's hope your neighbor doesn't listen to this.
Anyway, okay, he stopped. Alright.
Stop
Broom and
leaking on
start
me!
banging on the ceiling.
Okay. But yeah, anyway, it's about Will McAvoy. He is this news anchor who basically is very inoffensive because he never really tries to go out for the stories, but he used to be like a big firebrand who was very passionate about stuff. And then one day, his old flame, Mackenzie, she comes back after covering wars, and she's now going to be... Mackenzie McHale. Who that sounds like one of those like 1940s kind of like girl sidekick.
It's the name only Aaron Sorkin can come up with.
Yeah, it's like one of those like
Like
1940s
Sloan
like
Sabbath.
peppy girl, like she has freckles and short red hair, like sure thing, mister, kind of a character. But yeah, it's just,
For someone who's never seen the show, this setup sounds fucking terrible.
Hold on.
Hold on, it gets worse. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, okay. And basically, she was his old flame. She was his old flame, and she comes back, and now Sam Waterston, whose name I can't remember the character's name. What's the character's name?
Charlie.
Charlie Skinner.
Charlie Skinner. He has decided, you know what, I want to make a new show that is a real news show again. And he is in charge of Will's show, so he hires on Mackenzie McHale to become the new producer of the show. And basically she says, you know what, we want to make a show that actually goes after people, that actually, you know, it actually pays attention to facts. It does not, you know, care if, you know, if someone comes on there and says, well, I think that global warming is a hoax, we don't say, well, we respect your opinion. We're going to actually say, well, here are the facts on it. We are actually going to be real news once again. And that is the setup, and it's by Aaron Sorkin, who did The West Wing, and it sounded to me like the greatest show of all time, and holy fuck was I on the wrong side of that fence. But let me just start off by saying
Studio 60.
And Studio 60 at least had some episodes that I thought were really good. But let me just say,
and also it had Your Brother is Afghanistan.
Let me just say this about Newsroom. I have gotten the weirdest responses from people when it comes to this show. Because Stacey Wee put up she was doing a, like, night-by-night review of the show, and then she just stopped after one episode that was insanely sexist. And then, like,
episode 4?
Yeah, I think it was actually episode 3. But then, like, after, it was the one with the email where Mackenzie no longer knew how to work emails. That was the second one. She stopped after the second one. Which, wow, that was a hard one to get through. But then at, like, episode 7 or 8, she came back and she wrote, like, a little, like, hey, the show is actually pretty good, and you guys should be checking it out. And I was planning on just writing a response on that blog, just saying, it's gotten better, but it's still not very good. And I ended up just going on a rant that lasted for, like, you know, a page, and she just responded back with, oh yeah, you're absolutely right about everything. In fact, even when I was writing this blog, it was hard for me to put some of this stuff down, which makes me think that someone at Berman Braun told her to write that. But
her criticism in general is kind of wishy-washy.
It's very she's become the Jay Leno of screen. Which let me just say,
now we're just pissing off the staff, and they're going to ban us.
Great.
Which let me just say,
we're going to get banned.
Let me just say, I still really defend Stacey Wee. There is a die-hard geek in there that wants to come out and wants to do great things for it.
There is also a woman who wants to keep a fucking job.
Exactly.
And we should respect that.
Exactly, and I can respect that. But yeah, never forget, Berman Braun is the people who should be...
I'm not participating in this little session here.
This man does not speak for us. But yeah, let us never forget, Berman Braun is the people to be angry with. Stacey Wee is doing her hardest, and she could be a great person to have in charge of the site, just if Berman Braun would just let her do whatever she wants. But anyway, but then also from Mike, from you sent me a little note, and that's why I've always said that that fonts need some kind of a tone text to them. Because you asked me what'd you think about the show, and from what I gathered, you actually liked it. And I just respond back with, listen, I'm sorry, but I could not fucking stand this show, and I just listed out my complaints, and you responded back with, I agree 100% with everything you just said. I was like...
Oh, yeah. That was the season finale, because I was just kind of like, the show, you have clear problems that I hate. Yet, you could be good if you became more like Sports Night in a nutshell, but... Yeah, that was a bad response.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad response, but it was just kind of like wow, everybody, even the people that like this show still like kind of say that it has massive problems, and that's why
I remember reading somewhere that the Newsroom is technically the best show on TV if you don't think.
Yeah,
like,
if you watch it, like good TV.
Yeah, it's shot like good TV, it's really well acted, everybody does that sort of thing, and it seems like if you don't think about it, the characters are funny and interesting. But then, if you think about it for more than 10 seconds, it does start to fall apart.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say this right now. Normally, we would do our little discussion when we're talking about, like, a movie. We would do our little discussion, then we would go right into the spoiler sport where I warn everybody that we're doing spoilers. We're just doing flat-out spoilers this time around. This whole thing, if you really are invested in the show and you really don't want to know what happens in the final episodes, you know, hey, we're going to be talking about it. In fact, even Callum hasn't seen the last 2 episodes, but even you said you don't really give a crap about spoilers.
It's not,
Yeah,
I'm not watching this
There
story,
isn't
just
anything
put it
to
that
spoil, though.
There isn't. Oh, there's one thing. There's one.
Oh,
minor
look,
piece
news
of,
happened.
There's exactly. The show is set a year ago, but yeah,
We are the spoilers.
Oh,
What a twist!
I got what you did.
I can't wait till they get to the they have to cover the reactions to Newsroom in their news.
Amazing writer, writes terrible show. Well, these people are just clearly uninformed bigots.
Oh yeah, in the final episode of season 1, Will McAvoy attempts suicide because he read a very mean-spirited article in the New Yorker, and eventually it was like halfway through that somebody realized someone wrote a really mean-spirited article at Aaron Sorkin, and he's taking it out on him.
Wait. You mean he's still bitter over Television Without Pity, making fun of The West Wing all those years ago?
Entirely possible. I don't know. Who knows how Aaron Sorkin works?
Probably is possible, quite frankly, considering the fact that, hey, guys, there's this thing on the internet, they're called trolls, and do you know what they do? They say mean things about people, and this is news.
Oh, God. The saddest thing about that, though, is I love Dev Patel for some reason, even though he was in The Last Airbender, and that's probably the only good story arc a character was given in that show was, hey, trolls.
He had the best story arc in that entire thing. At one point in time, I almost said Olivia Munn had some of the best character story arcs in there until it just turned to complete shit as well.
Which episode?
You never asked
I thought she
me,
did really well
Dom.
in Bullies.
Huh?
I thought she did really well in Bullies. Like, the
the Bullies
6,
episode. The Bullies episode was good. Yeah, I like the Bullies.
I thought she did phenomenal in there. Like, because of course up to this point I only know her as that woman off of Attack of the Show, and then just suddenly she turns around in this and she is up to now phenomenal.
Which let me just say, when Olivia Munn is the best female character on a show, you're doing something incredibly wrong.
We're looking at that from the perception of, oh, it's Olivia Munn. She's that hot Asian chick from that geek show. She can't be good.
I think it's
and then we have all these other.
No, I'm looking at her as the perspective from that really unfunny girl from the Daily Show who got fired.
Oh yeah, that was. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, I remember when she was on there for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Oh
yeah,
man,
that was a minute.
But yeah, she's doing it. She is actually doing a really good job on this show. She just once again is given terrible shit to do. I'll go ahead and spoil. Actually, you know what? I'm going to lead up to this spoiler. Because my biggest problem with this show is that while I think the newscast is great, I would love a newscast like that. Every time it shows Will McAvoy on TV doing the news, I love the hell out of it. I wish there was real news like that. It's all the behind-the-scenes bullshit. Because it is nothing but the most incompetent people coming together to put on this news program. And the worst thing about it is all the relationship bullshit. There are so many love triangles going on in that show, and in the final episode, it reveals that this guy who has been seeing Maggie, who is in love with, I don't know, Jim from The Office, whatever his name is, who is in love with Jim from The Office, who is dating her roommate, it reveals that Olivia Munn, this whole time, has secretly been in love with the guy dating Maggie, but never said anything.
Wait.
And then he loves her too.
Wait, what?
Yes, that's the one big spoiler I can...
So literally, in there, they take Olivia Munn's Sloane Sabbath, who up to this point has been like the slightly in the
one
character, and fuck it right up.
Oh, yes, they do.
You take the one female character who's not a complete emotional clusterfuck, who actually behaves slightly like an interesting person or the other, and you fuck it up for plot twist's sake.
Oh God!
Do Maggie and Jim actually get together or not?
They get
no.
Kind
of. That's a whole fucking waste.
Kind of.
Exactly.
They get together, have a big kiss, reveal they love each other, but then go, "No, we're with other people. We must never be together." I'm sorry. Are you
can't break up
or
with
not?
people?
I don't mean to blow your minds here, but there's a world outside of the immediate people that you work with, and you can fuck and have relationships with any of them.
I know this is not like your first year in college where you go, "Oh, this person lives down the hall from me. They must be my soulmate." No. These
are all ostensibly professionals who have known people for at least 24 years before this and must must have had some kind of, like, emotional connections to other human beings that aren't in the same office as them. Jesus Christ.
Oh, God, it is so bad. And here's the thing about Maggie. Let me talk about Maggie a little bit on this show. She's the one character who, like, I can kind of understand. Let's just talk about the women in general, because that is the biggest problem.
Let's talk about me. No.
Mackenzie has covered wars.
Hold on. I just want to say that I now have a direct quote from you saying, let's just talk about the women in general. That is the biggest problem.
Take it out of context, start using it. Alan Bishop's the worst human being in the world, and this is why.
No, it's like... the thing is, like, I don't really have much of an opinion because I only, like, saw the first episode and it was just everyone screaming exposition and I lost interest. So, I would just, like, be in the other room whenever Aaron would watch it on TV, so I would, like, hear some of what's going on but not really be interested. But the stuff I do hear is like, wow, that's really stupid.
It's incredibly sexist because, I mean, every single woman on there is obsessed with other men, and that's, like, the only thing they can think about. I have no idea how Mackenzie can even function. But Mackenzie, they set her up as she's covered wars. She's been a journalist for this long. She was raised in the political environment. She knows all about it. And yet, they have episodes...
except for literally 2 episodes, the pilot, and then I'd say arguably 5-1. Apart from them, she is this huge idiot who does not know how to operate technology any bit of modern technology. She doesn't know how to interact properly. The worst part was during, I think it was episode 4, the one where she's trying to get an economics lesson from Sloane.
Oh God, I know.
Yeah, and she keeps interrupting Sloane by saying, "Do you think Will likes me? What on earth's going on?" It's just being that was
insulting. That was bullshit. She comes to Sloane and says, "Listen, I gotta give a speech on economics, and I don't understand economics." Which, you know what? Fine. I've even worked in politics, and economics is the one area that fucks me up too. Fine. It's relatable. I understand. I'm not gonna judge her for that. But when she gets Sloane to sit down and give her these lessons, she just sits there moping and go, "Why do I keep hurting Will?" And I mean, it's so insulting. I have no idea how she functioned during wartime, because they keep reminding everybody she covered wars. You know what? I have a theory.
She's covered wars, you know.
Yeah. You know what?
She has PTSD or something
because
of the wars.
She should hook up with Frank West. That's who she should.
I think the only wars she's experienced are like internet wars or something.
The only war she's experienced are wars of her uterus.
The wars of her emotions, because that's how women are. You know.
Which she's losing.
But you know what? I have a theory. I have a theory on how Mackenzie covered wars. I do. And now, if you'll allow me, the screened players present Mackenzie in wartime. I will be playing the part. I will be playing the part of a soldier trying to give information to Mackenzie. Michelle here will be playing the role of Mackenzie.
Have you already written this or something?
Listen, we've been given assignments to carry out tasks that I don't even know why we're here anymore. Please, you have to let me know that something is happening back home that could possibly get us out of here.
Do you think Will likes me?
I don't know. What? No, I don't know. Listen, it's important. I have these documents. They could possibly reveal that this entire war is a hoax, and you could possibly get us out of here. Please, just let me know that you'll take this back to America.
Do you think that female troop over there would be my friend?
Maybe. I don't. Is there a man I can talk to around here, please? Is there someone else I can... Thank you.
It sounds like a whole green zone, except with a stupid reporter.
Yes, that's the thing. She makes every female woman around there her friend, because she constantly is getting reminded that she can't make female friends. And in the very first episode, Maggie is just the secretary to the office. That's it. She's just the secretary. Mackenzie comes in and goes, "Oh, so you decided to stay on board, and you decided to remain here with the newsroom."
Loyalty.
And she goes, "I like that. Loyalty. You're the new executive producer." I was like, that's not how that fucking works.
It's assistant producer.
Assistant producer. But still, she's the secretary. She's the secretary. She doesn't have loyalty. She just has a paycheck.
It would also explain why she spelled George, why she referred to Georgia the state instead of Georgia the country, and that's why why the stupid Russians were invading the middle of Massachusetts or something.
Okay. Oh yeah, Maggie
and didn't know what LOL meant.
Yeah.
Lots of love.
I read somewhere apparently that actually did mean lots of love for a time until it meant laugh out loud. I think somebody was desperately trying to defend that joke.
Because that's the thing with Maggie. Maggie's insanely incompetent, but at least, like, I can kind of look at that and go, well, you know what? She wasn't supposed to be an assistant producer. She was the secretary who Mackenzie just then went, you know what? You didn't leave this job for nothing because you had no other options. I'm going to make you assistant producer. I have to wonder if she went up to the janitor after that and went, you know what, you're our new lead cameraman, because you stuck around. It's the same
I would
thing.
just like-
Maggie is.
I would just like to say,
Sorry, go on, Jack.
this sounds like the bit in The Dark Knight where the Joker comes up to her and goes, "A little fight in you. I like that."
I'm just like imagining Scruffy from.
on a show of
Scruffy from Fan.
No, it's like. I'm imagining like
Showtime.
Scruffy from Futurama as the cameraman now.
Scruffy, zoom in on that, and he's just flipping through a magazine, Newsroom, jugs.
This is why they should have called the Newsroom "Good News Everyone."
Yes, I'd like that.
Good news, everyone! This show is cancelled.
On a show of terrible female characters, Mackenzie is bad, especially since we just got to the episode of Blackout Part 1, where Will hired the paper journalist, who happened to be the person that Mackenzie was cheating on Will with.
Would those two just fucking get it over with? This is...
Yeah, and Maggie, on a show of terrible female characters, is the worst one on there, because literally, she has never been seen to do anything competent at all since the beginning of the show. She's constantly doing promotion. She frequently snipes at Jim in meetings and that for no reason.
Oh yeah,
the
Maggie started off incredibly competent, and then she slowly became a little bit more competent. But the more competent she became, the more of a complete asshole she became to everyone. Like in the beginning, she was incompetent, but at least nice. In the beginning, she was incompetent, but at least nice. She became mildly incompetent and a total asshole.
Well, that's how women work in the television industry. You are either nice but incompetent as fuck, or you are very reliable but are a total bitch.
Don't forget episode 2, where she blew a pre-interview because the person she was pre-interviewing, she had sex with in college.
Yeah, seriously,
how is sex with him? She had him while he had sex.
How is it that everyone on this show went to college with everyone else that ends up being in the news? Seriously, the only way that this news show works is because everyone that works on the news show went to college or is the relative of someone in the news.
Yeah.
Well, you know what they say, it's about who you know, not what you know.
Yeah.
Good, because they don't know shit.
Yeah, in Bullies, Sloane happens to get the scoop on the whole Fukushima plant thing because she was best friends with the head of it from what was it, like law school, finance school or something?
Oh, and then
it's just like up to that point, I'd accepted most things. Like, okay, I will accept that Jim's sister happens to work there because it's first time it's had a let slide. Second time when Maggie's thing was blown because she slapped the guy in college, I thought I was okay. It started to get a bit weird now, and then I stopped because I laughed a bit too much of the joke about the fact how she spent forever hiding under the bed for no reason. But by the time it got into Bullies and Sloane had a relationship with one of the heads of the Fukushima plant, it got to the point where I had seen this week in, week out. I was like, okay, now look, it's getting ridiculous.
Yeah, and then when they were talking about the what was it?
The Bin Laden killing, and Charlie Skinner's just like,
yeah, it just happened to know the
Rock. He has a Navy SEAL cousin.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say that was more of when it got to the fluff piece, the thing about the woman murdering her child. What was it? Casey Anthony. When it gets to Casey Anthony, and they went, "Do we happen to know anybody that knows Casey Anthony?" And Maggie raised her hand and goes, "Oh, my current roommate was an ex-roommate of Casey Anthony." It's like, you got...
Wait, that actually happens coming up?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Do they ever do anything known as journalism?
No.
Why don't you just go watch the original BBC version of State of Play?
Why not watch Drop the Dead Donkey?
Have none of you seen State of Play?
Oh, yeah,
I saw
have.
the American version.
It took me a second to read.
The British version's way better, but they're both pretty good. And they have journalism in it, believe it or not.
What a concept.
I know.
Yeah.
I remember somebody mentioned.
I just want to say,
about,
can I say something real quick?
yeah,
I just want to get out of the way.
Go on.
It sounds like everybody has 2 degrees of separation, and that's it. Not even 6. Just 2 degrees of separation.
Yeah.
From everybody else.
Which it would be one thing if that, this was just like a total magic world, but no, it's basically Aaron Sorkin saying, wouldn't it be great if the news was like this? And you mean psychic? I don't know. You can't do that.
Was it Mike?
It's
Was it Mike who said that, with the Mike, was it Mike who said that, how Charlie Skinner just happens to know that The Rock has a cousin in the Navy? Yeah, that's not the part from that episode, but no, the part from that episode that annoyed me most with that interaction was when one character thought, The Rock's coming back to later SmackDown Triple H. See, initially it'd be fine to go for wrestling, but The Rock has not had beef with Triple H for over a decade. So if you're going to reference wrestling, at least get it the fuck right.
Yeah, that was...
That's of all the parts in that episode that annoyed me, including the fireman's hat at the end of the episode, that was the part that annoyed me most.
that was so bad.
Oh, that was bullshit. Seriously, I tweeted along to Newsroom, and at that point, I just wrote boo.
I did. I was watching you tweet, and I was like, I wasn't watching you tweet. That'd be fucking creepy. I was seeing your tweets come off my screen, and I was like, why is he doing this?
Yes.
Fargo, what battleship?
I just wanted to explain that to anyone that read that and was not watching Newsroom at the moment. It's the moment in which they're talking about them getting Bin Laden, and someone in the soundboard just puts on a New York Fire Department cap when he's about to report. I just went, fuck you, this is
Did you react like that at all when that happened? Because I didn't.
No, I
walked.
walked.
Looky, we killed Bin Laden. Moving on.
I came back from work and it was on TV, and what I did that night was I said, you know what, I'm in New York, there's going to be festivities going on. I just went out and I started walking around. I decided to walk up to the nearest college near me, and oddly enough, there was nothing going on. Like, I heard people wooing off in the distance, but I got up to where the college is, and all of a sudden a trash bag starts shaking near me, and like 10 rats come running out of it towards me. And I just spent the rest of the time chugging it back to my apartment just as fast as I could. So that was how I spent the night when Bin Laden got murdered. I did not put on a New York Fire Department cap when it happened.
Yeah, that episode, I was fine with sentimentality to that point. I was fine with the whole modelling things that we got in it. I was even fine with the part where Don told the pilots that they got Bin Laden man, because to be fair,
was the best scene.
That was alright. I thought that worked because it showed, because all Don wanted to do there was do the news. There was one point in the series up to that point where he'd seemed like a decent human being.
Oh god.
Like up to that. Yeah, but then, literally, as soon as they did the fireman's helmet, I was like, okay, fuck you, okay? It's like how at the episode 4, I Will Try to Fix You, I gathered from the title Aaron Sorkin was going to use Coldplay's Fix You in literally in as close to a derogatory and horrible term. I wouldn't say it's as bad as Glee. Glee did an episode where they did a cover of Fix You, because you see, Will's girlfriend has extreme OCD. And she'd had it under control to this point, OCD and germ phobia and that. She had it under control. Will invites her parents over, who are ginger supremacists and happen to have broken her, and they break her again, so he sings back with the entire Glee cast in this choral choir with white suits and shining light about how he will fix her. And I have this with that, Fix You by Coldplay is literally the most insulting song you can ever play somebody. If you ever play it or sing it to your girlfriend or loved one, you are a monster and deserve to be shot.
And
I like to play a game whenever there is a TV cue, music cue in any form of TV thing. I think, would this scene be more improved if the song they were playing was changed to Gay Bar? The answer is always yes.
I've been rewatching Sports Night, and he's used music to close out the episodes before, and it's been really good. And then he does Fix You and Baba O'Reilly.
Do you remember episode 2? Episode 2 closed with Radiohead, High and Dry. I mean, look, I love Radiohead. I love Coldplay, except Fix You. And I love The Who and that.
I hate Coldplay.
But is Aaron Sorkin's iPod permanently stuck 20 years ago or something?
Oh yeah, Aaron Sorkin thinks that television, music, everything hit its peak back then. And let me just say this, you brought up that Fix You episode. This is another one of my big problems with the show.
That was the worst episode I think I've ever seen of television.
Whoa!
I wouldn't go that far, but I would say it was a terrible episode.
I'll sit through The Great Divide. Because you know what? It's only 22 minutes long.
Yeah, that was another terrible episode. Yeah. But the thing about that episode is that this show, it takes course over the span of one whole year. And because of that, you don't get any real connection to the characters, and nothing can really develop and start moving along. And I really realized that in that episode 4, because they had been talking about gun laws throughout that entire episode. And of course it ends with the story about the senator being shot. And at that moment, I remember that story, because that news story pissed me off so much, because the big thing that came out of that was that Sarah Palin, after the election, had put up a map with little bullseye target marks. Actually, no, they were scope targets. They were like scope targets over a bunch of different senators who she thinks needed to be taken out of office. And she told everybody that the message she told everyone that the message for this upcoming election should be lock and load. And then one of the senators who she put a target mark over ends up getting shot.
Did you get, called out for this or not?
She got called out for it, and then she said, "Oh, that's really offensive, and you're hurting my feelings," and then everyone stopped. Then I was, because she's a woman. Yeah, exactly, because that's how Sarah Palin does it.
She's a woman, that's punishment enough.
Yes.
But
it's like, being a woman, it's like...
It doesn't excuse you from saying stupid shit.
No, it doesn't. But a lot of people think that, and people still think you should treat women differently because they're sensitive, or they don't know any better, and it's like,
if you're sensitive and you don't know any better, you don't get involved in the fights. That is, I'm sorry. And the thing about Sarah Palin, don't get me wrong, I don't think she wanted any of these people killed. However, she for the longest time had been gathering together a bunch of kleptomaniacs and then into a big room full of kleptomaniacs, and then said, "I gotta step out for a moment. I'm just gonna leave this diamond bracelet here on this table. Nobody steal it, okay?" That's basically the equivalent of what she did by putting up that map after telling a whole bunch of gun nuts lock and load. And this is the thing. I was going, okay, I hated this episode, but I can't wait for next week when we see them actually develop upon this and go into everything that comes out of it, and then 3 months later, fuck you!
I was arguing that point with my aunt, because that's who I discussed the show with, and she's like, "No, it works." No, this was stupid. Don't tell me the passage of time.
Yeah.
It's already compressed enough in TV shows and movies. Don't tell me it's been 3 weeks, because you make me think about it.
And how many episodes did they do that were just montages of them going back and having flashbacks? They did the episode where Charlie was talking to Jane Fonda.
Congress.
Yeah, the 112th Congress, Bully, and then the final episode also kind of did it. Oh shit, then that would make 4, damn. But yeah, and 4 out of 10 episodes, 40% of the episodes are montages about the course of time passing.
Yeah. Something I noticed about it's like after episode 2, despite everything that was bad about it, it still had something set up there. You could see a lot of possible plot threads. You could see people sat there, growing as a team, that sort of thing. And then immediately, episode 3, they do this thing where they skip along shit tons of time, and then they do it again for episode 4. The thing about episode 4 that annoys me is that the entire main plot there is predicated on the fact that Will McAvoy can't successfully do a date. Despite the fact that literally the episode before we'd seen him as this big ladies' man who was easily getting women into his house every night, and that somehow you're supposed to forget. Oh, and someone's supposed to think that it's been 2 months. Suddenly, Will's something comes enough that he can't get a date.
He's lost his mojo.
How much more improved would this show be if it turned out Leona Langston's co-chair or whatever happens to be Dr. Evil?
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Do the villains in Newsroom have any motivation beyond just
mustache twirling? I like killing baby seals.
Evil, because there's that moment at the end where Charlie's like, "You're one of us, Leona. Just let us do the news," and she's like, "Okay."
Yeah, that was such bullshit. We had been waiting an entire year. We had been waiting 10 episodes in order to find out what happens about whether she will fire him or not. Will she allow him to keep doing the news? She doesn't want him to because she has partners.
So they destroy the strongest female character on the show now for the sake of a happy ending.
Yeah.
I also think it's really bad when the strongest female character on your show at this point is the villain, who has no actual motivations or goals to speak of besides I'm evil and also I have to work with some people but Will's pissing off.
And the way you phrased it there, made it seem that the solution to it was be weaker.
Oh, yes.
And then she went,
You see,
I shall be weaker. It's so much simpler this way.
You see, Leona's biggest sin was that she tried. See?
Just don't try. No one gives a shit.
Yes.
I just realised, as we've been talking about this, I spent the last half hour completely trashing the show. And yet I do enjoy watching it, and I do like it. Like,
all right, give us some of the pros. Give us some of the stuff you like. Yeah.
Some of the pros. Some of the Sorkin dialogue is actually really good. It's like some episodes it's fast, it's witty. So Terry Crews, like in particular as well, as we get a lot of lines. Alison Pill, who despite her character being awful, has been doing jumping jacks, as I mentioned, to keep her in the slightest bit watchable. Which and if anybody needs proof as to Alison Pill being good, like in a good show,
watch everything she's done aside from this. Alison Pill to me is
especially season 2 of In Treatment.
That is when I first got introduced to her, phenomenal. And holy crap, I fell in love with her. I was
introduced thanks to Scott Pilgrim, where she stole my heart through her essentially playing Daria.
Yeah, she's Kim Pine in Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. She was in treatment when she was a kid playing someone with cancer, and holy fuck, she knocked out of the park on that.
That was incredible.
She was in Midnight in Paris as Zelda Fitzgerald.
She was.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And she's in Goon, which is on Netflix, and wow, she does a great job in that.
Is that a good movie? Because Jay Baruchel, who I cannot stand in literally
Aaron loves
else.
Goon.
Jay Baruchel is shitty in the movie, but he writes a great script for everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like the opposite of Seth Rogen.
And
except for Seth Rogen.
Banging Alison Pill.
Yeah. That's another reason why I'm not happy with him. Aside from that. See, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop talking now because I sound creepy. If you want, I could kill Tom and go down my list of celebrity crushes who are completely out of my league.
We don't need to kill any more time.
Are you kidding me?
No. Jeff Daniels has been doing an amazing job in the show.
Yeah.
Right.
The acting is great in the show. I give it that.
Yeah,
the acting
is basically on fantastic. Even Dev Patel, who has literally got nothing to do, or is nothing good to do, has still been making the best of it. Going back to Nexus for a second, when his character was one of the 7 who was involved in the 7/7 bombings. And I thought,
oh yeah,
and then he has a girlfriend whose dad was in the 9/11
they have on the show.
Whose dad was in the 9/11 towers. I was, the acting's great. I think it's well shot, if nothing else, and that. And occasionally it builds up something resembling tension and intrigue. Of course, then it pisses it all away about 5 minutes later. And also, I know I'm going to get a lot of this, but I really like music in the show. For some reason, I cannot tell you why, but I really like music in the show.
It's really well paced and really well shot. And it's got really great pacing and really great amazing tension and build up and a resolution in its theme tune.
Unlike most people explain, I do like the credits. I actually like the credit sequence, like the title. So I also like the way it actually shows you.
So we all agree that our favorite part of this show is the opening and the credits.
I also like the thing where it actually shows the actor when the card comes up. It's like Jeff Daniels. I have a picture of Jeff Daniels. I don't know about you, but that's the sort of thing I miss because oftentimes I will watch a show and somebody will turn up and I'll be like, "Who is that? Who is that? What is his name? Where have I seen it in? Who is it?" So sometimes nice things like that work, and the theme song works for that, and the music. And it's just as I said, it's a great show if you don't think, because the second you think about it and try and deconstruct that sort of thing, it falls apart and becomes a farce.
It's like giving a bunch of ingredients that would make the most amazing cake in the world, but you give it to someone who just does not give a shit about cooking. I
have a couple of ways you can fix it for season 2. First of all, Aaron Sorkin should not be allowed anywhere near a woman character ever again. Get some real women to write them for once, for Christ's sake.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Second of all, the point on real news is fine. I found that less intrusive than I thought it would be. But what you need to do is you need to stop making everybody be linked into stuff.
They should randomly start breaking off from the real news at some point and just start having nonsense.
Actually, honestly...
Alien invasion!
Honestly, Jackson, you joke, but that actually is kind of my idea of how they should make this show better, because one of my biggest problems with it is that It's basically
You
them
know what's
putting
gonna
up.
happen.
Yeah, first off, you know what's going to happen, but also you're putting Will McAvoy up against a bunch of straw men, because it's basically him going on and insulting and fighting against all these, people who, should be insulted and fought against, but there is no fighting back. There's nobody fighting back. The closest thing we get to fighting back is the scene in Bully, where which that's an amazing scene where they bring on
the best episodes of the news, the best moments of the Newsroom are where it deconstructs its own philosophy, like in Bullies, where Will essentially goes on this tirade against this black gay man who is it Rick Santorum's campaign manager?
Yeah.
So it's like,
who is not real.
And so he keeps asking the same question of, so how do you feel about Mr. Santorum's views on you getting married? How do you feel about Mr. Santorum's views on his skin? And he keeps doing so much, eventually the guy just like shouts enough, and then starts this massive spiel at Will about how he doesn't want to be classed.
How his skin and his sexual orientation does not define who he is as a person, and it's a great moment. But that's kind of my point. The guy who he was yelling at is not a real person. That character does not exist in reality, and that's why there's actually able to have a conversation there. They need what I feel like they need. They need to actually have like some fake senators on there who are doing things similar to what real life senators are doing, and they can criticize them on there. But then they can have those real senators come on and actually converse about it. And because there's like a moment on there where he's talking to a bunch of people from the Tea Party, and they're saying, "Oh, we're just real Americans, and we want to, get this country back for real Americans." And then, it was in the montage. But then he says, "Well, do you know who the Koch brothers are?" And he goes on about how these wealthy people are funding the Tea Party to push their beliefs. And it's like, that's great, but the Tea Party people they bring on just sit there and go, And here's the thing: Tea Party people are not smart. They do not actually know a lot about what they're talking about. But they never sit there and just go, I don't know what to say. They would have just started shouting back and raising hell in that moment. And, that's kind of my point. They have to stop putting these characters up against people that don't fight back.
They need to... They can keep reporting real world events if they want, but they need to stop doing so much skipping ahead.
Yes.
Like, literally, between every episode, it's like 2 or 3 months later, which is poor for pacing and character development. What they need to do is they've got to be like loads of small little news stories in between that they can focus on, and also, or at least show what downtime would be like. Thirdly, the show is at its best, well, for starters, when it's deconstructed its own philosophy. Like, I liked the part at the end of the first part of the Blackout, which the episode just showed, where essentially Will keeps compromising in the sake of getting this one debate, which mock debate thing, which is kind of bad where they keep saying, "Oh, change it forever," but the fact that it does show a kind of you're selling out thing. I thought that was interesting. Didn't like the fact that they personify this by an airheaded woman, which it's more sexism, but still. What they need to do is shit, I've forgotten. What was my point? The other thing was it's best when it's actually showing reporting news broadcasts, like when it's actually reporting the news and away from the relationship stuff.
Yeah, honestly,
like,
I no longer.
The
Jettison the love
stuff
triangle
was the relationships are handled with such juvenile kid gloves and have the range of a teaspoon.
Yes,
like, these are finding after men.
These are like serious emotions that are complex. They're hard to figure out, and then
either get either get somebody better to do the love triangles, or jettison them entirely because they take up an inordinate amount of time on the show. And right now, I'm kind of getting sick of it.
Honestly, to me, it seems like Aaron Sorkin just wanted to put on there his views about the news and views about like the Tea Party and other current events. But he went, well, no one's I have to put this into some form of a story, so I'm gonna just come up with these BS love triangles, so that way it seems like a story based around these people working in the news. And it's like, dude, we will just watch a show about reporters doing the news. I mean, take out the love triangle stuff and just put in there them actually doing research, them actually trying to find stories.
Do you ever get a feeling that Sorkin just wants to write another romantic comedy?
Oh, God,
sometimes I get that feeling.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, that would be so terrible. I
would. Well,
do you know
get it out of his system.
There's this thing though, which when you're at a workplace, is this possibly an interesting love story if everyone else is working and you're dealing with having feelings for someone whilst trying to work, which is a real human problem because most people aren't fucking everyone on their fucking news show. like you could actually have the kind of relationship thing work if you treated it seriously and not with everyone putting their dicks in anything and moving and then going.
Unfortunately, Sorkin is not that good of a relationship writer.
Yeah,
Just
he's also a terrible writer of women, which probably explains why the social network had no actual women to speak of.
Yeah, seriously, just go watch Sports Night, everyone. It's on Netflix.
Yeah, I should probably qualify all my statements here about the Newsroom, about saying it's a good show, is probably because I have never seen Sports Night and I've literally just started for West Wing. The only other prior experience I've had with Sorkin is the Social Network.
Same, and wow, Sports Night is pretty good. And you know what? Felicity Huffman's character, kind of strong.
Felicity Huffman's character is a great character on that show. Although it does, once again, kind of have the Maggie-Jim relationship going on, in that show. With different
Season 2.
Yeah.
Fuck that. That's... you haven't dated enough people to make our relationship last has got to be one of the most retarded TV show things I think I've ever heard of.
That's not how real world works at all. That is...
I know, it's like...
I want to know how...
Hold on, what? What?
Sorry?
What did you... They haven't done what to make our relationship last?
One of the characters hasn't dated enough women, so he's not experienced enough to make it work.
Oh... Are you fucking kidding me?
That was my reaction.
Yes, it's a joke. It's an elaborate practical joke, Jax. He literally made that up on the spot. He's that good of an improver.
Oh, that's... Oh, Jesus.
I want to know how the same guy who wrote Maggie in the Newsroom wrote CJ for West Wing.
Oh.
So what I've seen so far, the first 10 episodes of Season 2, I want to know how the same person who wrote that is the same person who's written Mackenzie McHale.
Oh, yeah. CJ is so good on the show.
Yeah. Also, for the love of Christ, can somebody stop having Alan Sorkin name his characters?
I kind of like the name Sloan Sabbath, honestly. It's not...
I kind of like that one, too. Yeah, like I said, it's weird. It's almost like he named all of his characters from, rejected character names from 1960s comic books. It's like, alright, we got Peter Parker, Reed Richards, Bruce Banner, Clark Kent. Who else do we have? We have Sloan Sabbath, no. Mackenzie McHale, no.
I think it just did like Mad Libs.
But I've got one more problem with the show that I just want to get out there, which is that I have mentioned numerous times that I am a diehard liberal, and so of course I am in total agreement with the message of the show. I want a news broadcast just like that.
But
here's the problem: the show itself is total propaganda. And it's hard for you to call something propaganda when you like it and you agree with it. But I gotta call a spade a spade. That is propaganda. Because they do not take these news stories and these messages and find a way to put it into conversation in a realistic way. They have the characters just stop and do everything but turn to the camera and say the political message in a way that no one would say it. I mean, you saw The Blackout Part 1, and in that they were preparing for this mock debate. And Maggie wants them to ask.
Yeah, that what she asked.
The God Ran.
Yeah,
Maggie wants to ask. Michelle Bachmann. Michelle Bachmann said that she's running for president because God told her to. She wants someone to ask Michelle Bachmann, what does God's voice sound like? And go, why do you want to ask her that? And she goes on this huge rant about how she's being insulting to all Christians, and that this is an insult to the faith that Christians follow, and that also it means that she's a total mental patient, and so on and so on. And it was like, no one would go on a rant like that in real life.
To be fair, the characters probably just done that came from a woman. But of course, failing to realise that asking somebody that question is literally the worst thing you could possibly ask them. Because for a start, it shows that you're biased completely.
Yes.
You're thinking against them, and also then you just give them a platform to run with it. Like if you you ask them what was God's voice like, they can immediately go. So for a start, that makes Maggie look even stupider of a character. I thought this while she was delivering it. Like initially, it seemed like that sort of kooky comedy thing. Like when Maggie does something silly and that.
I'm just imagining them answering the question like, God's voice sounds like Gilbert Gottfried.
Well, in all fairness,
God's voice sounds like Alanis Morissette.
Yeah, and also let's think about this. If she had said strong and deep, what would Will's response have been? Have gone, well, I've met God, and I know he doesn't sound like that. What
Well,
would his response
he's a man,
have
so he
been?
knows what God's voice sounds like.
Yeah, what exactly was his response going to be? What was his follow-up going to be to that question?
And they
You
did
know,
point out that
to be-
problem in the scene at least, but yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, to be fair, I was kind of expecting the speeches from Sorkin because, like, as much as I've seen of Sorkin's work and that, I was expecting speeches because that's the Sorkin thing, so I can kind of live with it. Especially like when I watched the pilot and Will went off on that huge rant about why America's not the greatest country in the world anymore. I think that's actually fantastic writing.
Oh, that is good.
I loved that scene.
Yeah.
Like that.
Some
and the
parts
ending
get
speech at
right
the
about that.
finale was great.
Yeah.
And why I felt hopeful for season 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, that sort of thing. But I do find it kind of funny how things like the Newsroom get by that info, but people saying the Muppets is liberal propaganda. Or that The Dark Knight Rises is liberal propaganda. That sort of thing. And yet the Newsroom...
No, The Dark Knight Rises is not liberal propaganda. The Dark Knight Rises is very much
I was
Republican
about to say,
propaganda.
that's a conservative
But you know what I mean?
ass
But you know,
film.
like how people will call things out like the Muppets being liberal propaganda, The Dark Knight being propaganda. But the Newsroom can just jauntily walk on by this whole conversation thing and not be sort of the slightest.
Yeah, it is weird that I have
That's
not
because
seen
the Newsroom
anybody-
is not as
Yeah,
important.
it's weird that I have not seen, like, really anybody come out and kind of, like, attack this show. Because...
I think because it's too obvious.
Yeah.
And it's like they only like it if it's a subliminal quotations message, a subliminal message with quotations.
As in the one you put in there.
Yes.
Yeah, because conservatives are not going to watch the Newsroom. They will watch the Muppets. So, of course, Rush Limbaugh needs to come out and tell them why the Muppets is a bad movie for them, and that's brainwashing them.
Yeah, I think it's also the fact that it's Aaron Sorkin, and quite frankly, most people just kind of think that, well, if I don't like, like most mainstream people probably think, like, well, if I don't like it, then I look I look stupid and idiotic, don't I?
The conservatives in this country do not worry about that at all.
Yeah. Meanwhile, if you go on the internet, it's like, well, if I don't hate Aaron Sorkin, then clearly if I don't hate Aaron Sorkin, then I'm an idiot and a moron and need to be slapped down immediately.
Yeah, well, anybody else have any closing remarks they want to make about this show?
I think give it another. I think hopefully next season, if they listen, if for some reason Aaron Sorkin is, because we know how he always with the internet, if he hunts down this podcast and if he listens to what we say, we could have a fantastic show on our hands, like a genuinely fantastic one. But I don't have to go. I really like it. It's really good fun. If you don't think, like, I imagine if the second season fixes all these problems, I will say, yeah, okay, maybe it was just like the first season of Buffy. It just needed that time to fix things out and that sort of thing. But I do enjoy it, and I'm going to keep watching it, but I cannot admit that it has huge, huge flaws with it.
You can say that about anything, though. If it was made better, it would be the best show in the world. If it was made better, if they just made a better show, it would be brilliant.
I think what this show needs is a little brother who's standing in the middle of Afghanistan. That's what this show needs.
What?
Yeah, remember from Studio 60? Like, the one thing...
Right.
Yeah, that's all fine, Johnny, but your little brother is standing right in the middle of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
For some reason, whenever I read that quote on the AV Club boards, it sends me to hysterics every time. I don't even know why, because I don't even know what the context of it is. I don't know what the context is, and it still sends me to laugh. Like, somebody could write that in a show and think, this is powerful drama, is what this is.
Yeah, well, I'll say this. You have a point that most TV shows, that even a lot of the great TV shows, weren't very good in their first season. Seinfeld had a horrible first season. The Simpsons were pretty bad in their first season.
Seinfeld had a great first season. What are you talking about?
It was only 2 episodes long, and it was...
The Simpsons had that, but the Simpsons had the episode Marvin Monroe. Wasn't Parks and Recreation apparently terrible?
Parks and Rec also had a terrible first season, yeah. So there are a lot of shows that learn from their mistakes in the first season. They go on to be great. So, you know what? The second season could be fantastic. It can improve on everything. I know that Aaron Sorkin has fired all the other writers aside from himself, so maybe they were making some mistakes. Yeah, he's the only one credited with writing, so I have no idea who he fired exactly. But, but you know what?
His writing...
Yeah.
His writing team is, like, all I've read is, like, no, he's a professor, and they're, like, his researchers for him.
Oh, that's not a good sign. So, yes,
Nope.
this show could turn out
nothing's
to
gonna
be...
fix them.
This show could greatly improve in the second season. And someone could come up to me, and they could tell me, hey, you know what? That show that you dropped and you stopped watching, it fixed all the problems and is now actually a fantastic piece of drama.
But if
and
you
know what I'll do? And you know what I'll do? I'll take that show, and I'll put it up on the fridge, because I will pat you on the head and say, well, good for you, move along, because I'm done, I'm out, I can't.
Why don't you just try at least the first episode of the second season? Like, if it's literally still terrible by the first half, then you might as well just get out.
You know what I'll do?
Like,
You know what I'll do? I will watch the first episode of the next season, and I will come back and I will do a review of it first screened on another little, like, just a little 10-minute podcast.
But if you stop watching Newsroom, who will tweet about it?
I will say that I've gained so many followers, and I got retweeted from someone from, like, Canada's version of CNN, basically from something I wrote about Newsroom. My tweets about Newsroom are the favorite thing I've ever tweeted, but I can find other shitty things to tweet about.
But none of them
Hopefully
will
Terry
get
Crews
retweeted
is
by CNN.
around.
Yeah, hopefully Terry Crews will be around. He's the best thing on the show right now.
Sadly.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
But if you're gone, who will preach truth to stupid?
Listen,
Actual
I am
dialogue,
Don
Harley
Quixote.
Jackson,
I am
actual
Don
dialogue.
Quixote fighting against the Newsroom windmill.
Oh God! If I took a shot every time they made a Don Quixote reference in that,
Has
Don
Mackenzie
Quixote
ever
reference they
read
didn't
Don
understand.
Quixote? I don't think she knows what that book's about. But yeah, all right. Well, this is a very in-depth conversation. I got out pretty much all the things I wanted to say. I feel 10 pounds lighter after saying that much.
We've gone on for an hour about the Newsroom. That's like the longest we've stayed on topic.
I was about to say that was. I want to give everybody a high five on that one. We did not get off-topic points on that. Nice.
yay! We talked for as long as the actual show runs for.
And none of us had sex with each other. Yay!
We stay focused on the task
either.
instead of wondering about men.
Woo!
I'm sorry for women wondering about men. The men go off and do the work. In case you're wondering, people, listeners in real life, I'm actually a staunch feminist. I believe women have a superior gender. I am making fun of Aaron Sorkin here.
We understand that. Don't worry.
It's the wonders of jokes, people.
Yes. All right, we're going to take another little break, and then we're going to come back and finish up with Screen Pup's favorite movie list.
Hell yes.
Alright, welcome back to the Screen Pupcast. Mike had to bow out because we are recording this over numerous different time zones, so he had to go and take care of some business. And we are now going to get into the final part of the show. It is the Screen Pup favorite movie list. Everybody's favorite part of the show. In fact, I've been enjoying this so much. October's coming up, and anybody who knows me knows that I am all about Halloween. Every single day of October, I always make sure to watch a different scary movie. So, we're going to wrap up the Screen Pup's favorite movie list, probably on the next show. And then after that, I'm going to submit a list on screen asking for additional lists to be made about all themed around Halloween stuff. So we're going to continue this list. I'm going to continue my list theme throughout every episode, but I'm going to continue the list theme for multiple episodes in the future.
List theme throughout every episode.
I'm so Thor.
It's the other nice rely back as well for the Avengers mentions.
Yes!
Like every episode there'll be a mention of Avengers and there'll be a list.
Yes. Alright, and just to remind everybody how this is done. What I did, I went on to screen. I put in the forums a little topic asking everybody to submit a list of their... I said lisp again. To submit a list of their favorite movies.
I think you have a list, sir.
Then I took
a list of your favorite movies. You just pronounce your favorite movies with the lisp on it or something.
I'm not that good. So then what I did is I took all the entries. We got about 800 movies, I believe it was, nominated for the Screen Pop Favorite Movie list. And then I took all those films and I ranked them. What I did is that all the films that only got one nomination were at the bottom, and the ones that got the most nominations were at the top. But then I divided up further because there are many films that got the same number of nominations. So I then went to that movie's page on screen. I looked at the rating that it got from the screen community, and then the movies with the highest rating were of course ranked higher, and the ones with the lowest ratings were ranked at the bottom. Then I divided up even further because if two movies got the same number of nominees and the same number of nominations and the same score from the screen community, I then looked and saw how many people rated that movie. I divided up even further, but for what we have now, but for what we have now, I didn't have to divide up any further because we are now down to the movies that only got 3 nominations. That means that we are getting close to the end of the... What the hell was that?
Someone's trying to buzz in.
It was our special coming into the end sound.
You guys heard that?
Yeah.
And that sound means that we are out of
I'm
time.
gonna
No more questions today.
Alright, she's gonna see who it is. Hold on a second.
It's time to go to Red Alert.
Meanwhile,
Number one.
enjoy these adverts from our sponsors.
Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. We had a very special guest, which I need to change my door buzzer to be the music from Johnny Carson whenever a guest came on. I would love that. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yes, this is the apartment. But anyway. Alright, no, we don't want any menus today. Alright. Anywho, I was just...
Talking about a list.
Yeah, I got done explaining the list. So, alright, we're going to begin. We are now up to the movies that got 3 nominations each. That means that we were close to the end. This is movie number 69. We've got 41 to do today. God damn it. Everybody here did that last week, except for the 2 people who weren't on last week, and you 2 just did it.
We couldn't resist.
That was my best impression of Beavis and Butthead, by the way.
Alright. Alright. Movie number 69. These, number 69 and 68, are interesting because they are the last 2 movies on this list that had a rating in the 3s. Both these movies got a rating of 3.9. After that, everything is 4 and up. So, at number 69, with 3 votes, a rating of 3.9 from 89 votes, The Crow. I actually gotta say, I did not think I was going to like The Crow. I kept thinking, oh, this is one of those movies that, so many people like it because they just saw it when they were young. It's probably not good at all. I watched it. I really enjoyed that film. If I had been the right age in the 90s, I probably would have been a huge fan of this movie when it came out. My only complaints about really is just the same as my complaints with most films made in the 90s. You can tell that everything was set on a set, basically. None of it feels really that real.
The same warehouse.
Yeah, basically. Anybody else see it?
No.
Okay, we can move on then. Alright.
Wasn't our last movie that, wasn't it Brandon Lee did or something? The one where he died on set?
Yeah, that was the one where he died on set, yeah. Let's see. Next up, at number 68, last movie with 3.9. Has a rating of 3.9, 112 votes, The Exorcist. I am shocked this thing has only a rating of 3.9. I expected it was...
I was going to say that low.
Yeah, that's really shocking to me. I would have figured it would have been much
Is this one of those things where, because everybody had been saying it's the greatest movie of all time, and that, but then some people come in and think, yeah, it's alright. Because that's kind of like how I felt with Ghostbusters.
That could very well be what it was. It could have been that,
That's
people just overhyped it. Plus, also, I know a lot of people who are like diehard Catholics who really don't like the film because it scares them too much. Like, I know...
Catholics on the internet?
They have access to it. There are Catholic dating sites. But yeah.
Surely they must look on the first page and then suddenly die from just seeing how awful and sinful we are.
Well, it's not like they're on Tumblr or anything. But
Let's do some religion bashing. That's cool.
Yes, I'm totally fine with you insulting my religion.
I was about to say, you are aware of what one person
sorry.
here is.
It's okay.
I was going to say, I'm insulting the religion of the person who learned karate one time. I'm now kind of...
Karate Christian!
Hi! Catholic Kung Fu! Kung Fu action Jesus!
Jesus did some kind of martial arts. That dude was ripped. Alright.
No, it's like, I'm not like one of those extremists, so you don't have to worry about insulting me. I'm pretty open-minded, so...
Yeah, I don't know. I was at a bar with a couple of folks recently, and Michelle was there, and I don't know if you guys ever listen to the website spill.com. No? Yeah, anyway.
No.
But yeah, like the host of that was like coming to town and like he basically said, hey, anybody want to meet up for drinks? We're gonna meet here. And we went out to that. And the guy, he's an incredibly nice guy, but he does mention often that he is an atheist. And he just decided after he had a couple drinks with him to bring it up. And apparently everyone in the bar was an atheist except for me and Michelle, which I'm just an agnostic. And except for Michelle. And all of a sudden he just kind of like, everybody was like, yeah, fuck religion. And I was just kind of looking over at Michelle like, should we go or something? I don't know.
I've never gotten over the irony of stuff like that, because the whole point of being like not an atheist in terms of actually what you believe in the fucking spiritual shit, but just the whole point of rejecting organised religion is that you don't get into that bullshit of fuck the other guys.
Exactly.
That's what you're meant to be against. You're not against a higher being, because you're more just thinking, I'm not thinking about that right now because I'm thinking about science and what we do know, and I'm not ruling anything out. But what I am saying is I'm not saying that we all gang up on the other guys.
Exactly. It was
idiots.
A weird moment.
Yeah, it's like even though I was like born and raised, Catholic, there are times where I do question the church and everything, but I'm like, I still believe that there's someone watching over me. It could be God, it could be Jesus, it could be my guardian angel or whatever, but like I just feel that way because I feel like I couldn't have gotten this far on my own. It's like we all need someone to help us along, and sometimes it's the person right next to you. Sometimes it is like a higher authority.
Sometimes belief just helps.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like sometimes just believing that things will get better is enough to keep you going.
It's like whenever I see Bill Maher talking about how much he just absolutely hates religion and that all religion is awful, I just always think, dude, you are a massive pothead and a millionaire. You do not get to tell people that what helps them get through the day is bullshit, okay? I'm sorry.
Well, Michelle, now I'd like for you to know I respect your opinions.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm
going to leave my opinions completely away from this podcast.
But it's like if you're going on saying all religion is hell, that's exactly the same as everyone going, oh, I hate gay people. It's the same thing. It's the same thing of just disparaging people for being a certain way, which is what you're ostensibly saying down.
Although saying that a lot of wars were although denying the fact that a lot of wars were created because of religion is,
Oh, I'm not denying it.
There's no denying that's fact. I mean, it's like
that's
absolutely
fact. It happens.
Yeah.
It's like just because you're religious doesn't mean you have to deny facts. I mean, that's a stupid reason for you to deny
don't
facts.
deny
Exactly.
Wait until my generation grows up, then we'll start wars over Twilight. For the actual generation.
You mean there's not wars already? Or?
My favorite...
No, real wars, like ones with guns and explosions.
Oh.
My favorite my favorite little like parody or criticism or commentary on this ever was when South Park did the episode where they go into the future and atheists have kind of like dominated, and so now there's no religion ever, nobody believes in any god, but they're still all at war with each other, and it's just over like what title they should use to refer to atheists. That's because I'm sorry, man will beat the shit out of other men for no reason. I mean, they at the drop of a hat. Religion is just the biggest issue out there, so that's why people beat the shit out of each other. But
it's probably best when we have religion there instead of something like petty.
Yeah.
If it's religion, people have a reason for doing it, whereas I dread the day we live in a world where somebody starts a war over the fact that they refuse to tip their waiter or something.
I've gotten my ass kicked at a couple of clubs just because some guy didn't like my joke. I would far rather have had my ass kicked because he believed in a different god than me. But yeah, at least then I'd be like, I was standing up for my beliefs. Instead, I'm like, that dick joke was not worth it.
I was standing up because I didn't like the way you said poop.
I've never done a poop joke. At least give me that. All right, but anyway, The Exorcist. Actually, this is really interesting to bring into The Exorcist because I think that a lot of the reason why this got such low votes is also because, like I said, I know a lot of Catholics who don't like it because it's, let me just say, spoiler alerts on every single movie we're about to talk about. That's what we said last time. That's how it is. We will talk about all these movies completely openly. And anybody here not...
Unless none of us have seen it.
Yeah. In that case, I will BS like crazy and pretend like I saw it. But
the villain was actually a transsexual woman.
Has everybody here actually seen The Exorcist?
Yeah.
Bits and
But
parts.
I'm not
I'm kind of a wuss when it comes to horror movies, so I haven't actually watched too much of it.
Okay, well, yeah, at the end, so many Catholics get so freaked out by that movie because, it is a priest going up against Satan. and Satan wins. Satan takes out Martin Van Sydow. That is a creepy ass moment.
That's a bold ending. That's a bold ending.
Well, that's not quite how it ends. Yeah, they go beyond that, and actually it's got...
Well, if it had ended there, it would have been a bold ending.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, and I know a lot of Catholics who are just like, holy fuck, no. Like, that is just too much for them, and I can't blame them.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've seen The Exorcist, right?
It's been a while since I have, my memory is a bit fuzzy.
But yeah, it's
just
there
bullshit,
are very
that's
few,
what we do.
Yeah, there are very few horror films that actually do freak me out, and there are actually moments in this film that do legitimately freak me out, like the crab walk, and I think it's got an amazing ending with Damien, which that's the weirdest thing, is that the priest is called Damien in that movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, where Damien,
doesn't he get like possessed and then he kills himself?
Exactly. Like the Max Van Sydow is dead. Did I call him Martin Van Sydow earlier? Max Van Sydow dies, and he comes in and he just loses it, and he just starts beating the shit out of the little girl with the demon siren and says, "Take me, take me." Demon jumps into him, and you see him turn evil, like his face starting to get overcome, and then he overcomes it for a second, yells out no, and jumps out the window and kills himself and the demon. It's so incredible of an ending. He's one of my favorite movie heroes of all time, because that is going above and beyond the Call of Duty.
And they didn't even fuck it up with The Exorcist 2.
That entire franchise is just kind of like let down after that. Although,
isn't it like having a Blair Witch sequel?
The Blair Witch sequel is weird in many ways, but The Exorcist 3 actually has some legitimately creepy moments in there. I'll give them that. But yeah, let's go into the next one, which, speaking of movies that legitimately freak me out, this is my number one favorite horror film of all time. With 4 votes, with a rating of 4 from 145 people, and 3 nominations, including for myself, The Evil Dead. Now, no other film makes me just as romantic about the art of filmmaking as The Evil Dead does. And I'll tell you why. It's because that was a group of college kids who went out into the woods to shoot this film. And, it was just total, guerrilla filmmaking is what it was. Because if you ever listen to the commentary on that, or read any of the books about the making of that film, it was just nothing but... alright, we gotta get a camera to burst through this window. How are we gonna do it? And Sam Raimi just shrugs and goes, alright, give me a saw and some lumber. I'll make something up. And yeah, he makes a device there on the spot to, pry this camera in. It's like, okay, we gotta get, a shaky feeling from the view of the monster, for the first-person point of view of the monster. How are we gonna make a shaky device? Sam goes, give me some lumber and some saw, I'll make something. Sure enough, he just starts sawing, hammers some wood together, and he invents his own handmade shaky cam device. That film just, it makes me look at that and go, God damn, I'm not doing enough with my life. Anytime that I want to go, I should be writing something, I should be filming something right now, I just watch that movie, sure, that kills 2 hours, but it gets me motivated after that.
What are your thoughts on Evil Dead 2 and An Army of Darkness?
I think Evil Dead 2 does the comedy horror thing so insanely well. It's a fantastic balance. And Army of Darkness is just flat out cool. That is just a flat out cool ass movie. But
I have never seen any of those.
Oh, wow. But Evil Dead, it freaks me out more than any other horror film because I grew up way out in the woods. I'm talking a mile dirt road to the house into the middle of the woods with nobody else around. I grew up in a cabin in the woods, so any movie that takes place in the woods with no way out scares the hell out of me. So I was actually pretty freaked out by the Blair Witch Project. This movie messed me up because it was basically like saying, "Hey, that scary ass creature from The Exorcist, the demon that possessed her? Let's imagine that the entire woods are filled with the demons from The Exorcist, and they just keep possessing folks." So yeah, it's a film that not only does it freak me out, but it also just makes me so passionate about filmmaking. It's incredible.
That movie's actually NC-17.
Oh yeah, it is.
It got banned in the UK. It was banned in the UK for the longest time because there was this time Video Nasty when there was this MP, Conservative MP, which is like your version of Republican, and these were people who hated fun.
Well, I gotta say,
they started clamping down on literally everything, on everything that was even classed as remotely terrifying. Because because well, kids would probably get their hands on it. So instead of blaming the parents, they would just go into regular thing. So for the longest time, The Evil Dead was actually banned in the UK and would not see video until like I think the 90s, if I remember. Which I remember this was also the time when Doctor Who was being cut up and also cancelled due to this whole woman called Mary Whitehouse. See, there's a nice bit of British history for you there.
That is. That was good to know. But yeah, it's...
Don't say you don't learn something.
It is. I like that. Let's see. Coming up next, we have RoboCop. RoboCop, I thought was going to be a dumb, stupid-ass movie, but I watched it. It's actually legitimately good.
Mm-hmm. But they're now remaking!
Yeah, what are you going to do?
If I remember, they got somebody half decent playing the villain, but I can't remember who.
Michael Keaton.
Yeah, Michael Keaton's playing the villain, yeah.
See, now you have to be interested.
Which in the original one, it was Red Foreman from that 70s show, which is just kind of weird for me to see. But let's see. All right, next up after that, 500 Days of Summer.
Yeah, I really liked that. Really, really liked that.
500 Days of Summer.
That movie has a perfect ending.
Oh yeah, it does.
Like when he's introducing the girl, like when
even if it is just like a really lame pun, it's still.
But it works.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah, to me,
I love that movie, especially it's like
I plan to base my entire career on lame puns, so
yeah,
don't
I
insult
grew
them.
up like watching lots of really rom-coms, really sentimental kind of ones where the man and the woman both love each other, but a series of hilarious platforms for me to get that sort of thing. And just for once to see something cynical come along that fixed these, it didn't have the hunky man that everybody wanted, or the hunky girl that everybody... not the hunky girl, the perfect girl that everybody wanted. And just see one come along with a bit of cynicism for once. Like, because... I know how this exactly sounds, but I cannot stand anything that is that, like a rom-com that is that sugary sweet. It needs to have some sort of edge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I mean...
It has to have substance, is what you're saying. It's like...
To me, 500 Days of Summer is second only to Annie Hall in the most accurate depiction of what relationships are like.
Plus, also the fantasy reality sequence is an amazing.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, it does hit you right there, regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a really funny movie. Mm-hmm. Like it had Chloe Moretz before she got famous, like stealing a couple of scenes, and of course one of my amazing punchlines of one of Joseph Gordon-Levitt's cards of roses are red, violets are blue, fuck you whore. Like just like the delivery and the timing of that is perfect. It's also a really funny movie as well as having heart and just So it's like how most people find Juno to be this nice comedy, whereas I find it this dark drama. Most people seem to find 500 Days of Summer to be a huge, depressing, dark drama. I find it, for the most part, to be really funny.
It's funny.
And
it's also
it's a comedy, but not a romantic comedy.
Yeah. Straight up until the fantasy reality sequence, at which point my heart completely and utterly disintegrates.
Yeah.
Because I've been there. I live a lot in my head, and I know exactly how things go, and I know exactly how horrible it is when things do not go the slightest way you wanted them to.
Yeah. And
even like Joseph Gordon-Levitt has come out and said, "Yeah, my character in that movie is a complete jerk."
It's not so much that he's a complete jerk. It's that it's everybody. It's just flawed people together.
No, but I mean, all the best protagonists in like good, deep type of romantic comedies are horrible people. Like fucking the guy in High Fidelity is an arsehole, and Alvy Singer is one of the biggest twats you have ever seen in your life. But he's just instantly relatable and human, and that's why it
and
works so well.
I'll also say this: fuck Summer in that movie. She is also a horrible person in that film. And
she's a really horrible, irredeemable person, actually. Because this might be just like speaking from experience, because I've had lots of crushes on girls and that who essentially just spent forever stringing me along. Can't imagine why. Yeah. But that sort of thing, like it's a way. But these don't feel like characters; they actually feel like people because they have flaws. They have but at the same time they have redeeming qualities. They have strengths. They have weaknesses. It feels like somebody actually went to the trouble of writing real characters. It also felt like a personal movie. From a writer's standpoint.
Well, it is, because at the very beginning of the movie it says to Jenny Beckham.
Yes!
Yeah.
That's great.
So of course, so I really liked that, and then of course the guy who directed it went off to make the Amazing Spider-Man, and...
Yeah.
I like the Amazing Spider-Man, yeah.
And actually 500 Days of Summer has a surprisingly good like supporting cast as well.
It does. I watched this again.
Clark Gregg is in that movie.
I was about to say, I watched this again recently, and all I could think was, is this a film where they ask Robin to join the Avengers? Because it's Agent Coulson working with Robin, basically.
Yeah, and you know what? Did you in the movie? The actress who plays Shirley on Community, she's the woman who replaces Summer.
I noticed that,
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
As I initially remember her, Helen from Drake and Josh.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
I'm old as shit.
You're the youngest person here, shut up. Alright.
Yes, but I'm having a midlife crisis. Deal with it.
Oh, you're having a 17, I'm about to become an official adult crisis. We've all been there.
Yes. Coupled with academic failure.
Oh, yeah, alright. Well, let's get your mind off that. Let's get your mind off that with number 60, I don't know, 3, I'm gonna say. Patton.
Yep. That's a great war movie. And that's a great war movie that is anchored by one of the greatest performances ever.
Yeah, sadly I have not seen it, but you're saying everything that I've been told by people to watch it by.
Yeah. George C. Scott, he's... It reminded me a lot of, what's his name? Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood. He owns every single scene that he's in. Yeah.
Cool. Let's see.
Yeah, Patton's pretty good.
Nice. Next up is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
That was a great movie.
I don't like that movie.
I'd like to know that. The good one.
The good one, yeah. The other one is called Charlie
You
and the
Get
Chocolate
Nothing.
Factory. Yeah.
With Johnny Depp.
But yeah, it's...
We're not talking about the other one. We're talking
We're talking about the good
one
one with Gene Wilder. Who to me is Willy Wonka, and anybody who says otherwise will be shot out of a cannon, quite frankly.
Where are you going to get a cannon from?
You'll see.
They had one at the Olympics. Closing ceremony.
It had to go somewhere.
And Paralympics as well. It's how they managed to get all those wonderful trapeze acts.
Yeah, I absolutely love Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I watched that so many times in a row when I was a kid. That was just something that made my childhood.
I grew up with it. Like,
I don't like that movie. There you go.
You don't really?
How come?
All right.
No.
Were you afraid of the tunnel scene?
No, I was just kind of bored with the whole entire movie. If that and I didn't like Wizard of Oz either.
Wow, you threw that one on the table. Didn't like Wizard of Oz either.
Yeah, well,
you don't like whimsical movies. Is that what you're trying to
I can
say?
see
You don't
why.
like whimsy?
Well, I'm not a big fan of Wizard of Oz, but I like the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory because the whole bit at the beginning, it's not very good at the beginning, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, because it's just a wide-eyed child on an adventure bullshit that's just, no one cares. But it only takes on its own when you see how fucked up Willy Wonka actually is, and you get Gene Wilder's performance, because otherwise it's just, ooh, I'm a child, ooh, the world, ooh.
Gene Wilder
before they get to
film,
the factory, before we get to the factory, you notice, I rewatched it again recently, like, when you're younger and you don't notice these things, because again, when I was with my nan, there was literally 2 movies she would only ever watch, and that was Mary Poppins and Willy Wonka. But, like, at the time, you don't notice it now, but going back, there is a hell of a lot of time killing before we get to the chocolate factory. Like, there's a scene...
That's true!
Yeah.
Yeah, there's scenes in the, with Charlie in his classroom that do nothing. There's scenes where a bunch of random people, where a bunch of scientists are trying to figure out which chocolate bar has the golden ticket. And these are all scenes in there, but literally do nothing for the plot, but are there just because.
It's called anticipation.
Yeah, it's just it's time.
It's called suspense.
I liked those scenes. I thought they were fun, but
I like them.
I hope it lasts.
I like them, but they're useless. But of course, the perfect example about sort of is the bit when Willy Wonka first steps out of the cane, like when he does that, and then for a full minute you see him hobbling there before he eventually just stops, does the forward roll, and then that's it.
Well, to me, that kind of sets up who he is as a character. In like one moment, you kind of get a sense of the kind of characteristics that he has. But yeah,
I remember reading Gene Wilder refused to do the movie unless he was allowed to do that scene. And that's a good thing too, because that is one of the best character-defining moments I've seen in a movie. Just like because it sums everything up in precisely a second.
Like that entire intro is his idea, and he wrote a letter to the filmmakers asking for that. It was cool.
Cool.
But yeah, I still don't like it. And good days.
You get nothing. All right, next up we have the Blues Brothers. I love the hell out of the Blues Brothers. I didn't vote for this one, but
Yeah.
it was close on my list.
Shall I mention Blues Brothers 2000, or am I just going to get slapped
Nope.
down for saying that?
No, we cannot.
Anyway, we cannot kill more time. Blues Brothers. I absolutely love this movie. This to me is going to be one of those movies that when I eventually one day have kids and I want to introduce them to movies made for more mature folks, I will show them Blues Brothers because I think it perfectly takes a kid from the kind of humor that they've been enjoying and moves them into more mature humor. Because it's incredibly wacky and crazy, but it's also you have to be an adult to fully enjoy how wacky and crazy it is. Every moment that they're in a car is amazing in that film. When they're driving through the mall, when all the cops are crashing into each other. And I love how everything is just slowly setting up and building up to that final moment when they're there to pay off the check, and it's all just, they've have nothing but, the entire U.S. government bearing down on them.
It's an all-time classic chase scene.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. Let's see. Next up, American Beauty, which I always remember as having one of the most, gut-punching endings. But, yeah, wow. Kevin Spacey, that was the moment I became a Kevin Spacey fan.
9/7. Not The Usual Suspects, American Beauty.
I saw those films. I saw Usual Suspects after American Beauty. I would have become a fan with him with The Usual Suspects, but it was American Beauty that got me.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Next up, this is it. The moment we've all been waiting for.
Da, 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 da.
With a rating of 4.2 from 349 people, Scott Pilgrim versus the
The
World.
Newsroom.
Who are those people who rated it less than 5? I will kill them.
I rated it 4.5 because to me that film is 10 minutes away from being perfect. If they could just have had 10 more minutes to just flush out the supporting characters just a little bit. Add a little bit more of Kim and Scott's previous relationships, just so that we know a little bit more about that, make them not
Maybe a bit
quite
more
so
about
one...
Ramona, seeing as in the movie we do only see her impulsive, bitchy side, to be fair.
That film is so good that I'm annoyed it's the style that it is, because it's so good at what it does that I don't care about the fights. I'd rather it just be a relationship drama because it's so good at that.
I think it does everything incredibly well.
It's an amazing movie. Listen,
Don't get me wrong, the fights are excellent.
The fights are fantastic.
But
the romantic comedy stuff's brilliant. Some of the drama, the whiny emo drama, that isn't completely hateable.
Yeah.
But I'd just rather have Wallace making jokes rather than fighting.
Wallace has been everything ever.
I would love a spin-off
Wallace
with
is
Wallace.
the
That movie I absolutely love so
In a
much.
perfect, you
just
world,
need
on
Wallace
Earth
in the
2,
new Mystery
on Earth
Science
2,
Theater
it's
3000.
So I really do like this movie, and whenever I hear someone say they don't like it, their main reason why is because they say it's because Scott Pilgrim is an asshole. I'm like,
that's the idea.
It's exactly that is the point. That is the entire point. It's a character. It's
it's a movie about a character growing up.
Exactly, as a growing up, a passage of, a coming of age. That's what I'm trying to say. Coming of age, even though he is in his 20s, it doesn't matter what age you are.
How each of the evil exes represent the people he shouldn't be.
Yes, exactly. It's a little bit about him. And he kept asking.
If he's not careful, he could be a hipster douchebag. He could be a rock star arsehole. He could be a movie star arsehole. He could be a lesbian.
In fact, they keep
Japanese twins.
They keep asking him about, and I love the fact that this was not in the book. They threw it into the movie. They kept asking for Coke Zero, and I kept thinking, is that a weird product placement?
It's the hipster.
No, it's because all the evil exes are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He kept asking for Coke Zero. So in order to kind of say, yeah, he's the 8th evil ex, kind of about to become that. He's about to get his own number in there.
Somewhere elsewhere, the other side of the universe, on Earth 2, in this wonderful parallel universe, Scott Pilgrim versus the World and the Scott Pilgrim versus the World were amazing, huge critical financial successes, and the movie was split into 2 parts, but was able to do everything that it needed to do perfectly and flesh out the characters out, and it's the greatest movie in the history of mankind.
Well, like I said, I think that they did almost everything that they needed to do just in that one film. If they could have just had 10 more minutes, get it up to a full 2.5 hours, hours, which, I mean, that movie's so good, I don't think anybody
Actually,
would
it's an hour
mind
and
sitting
40. It's an
another
hour and
2
40, so just 2 hours in general would have been fine.
No, it was like 2 hours and 2 hours and 20 minutes.
No, it's an hour and 50. I checked the box. I literally just watched it again the other day.
Really?
Like, yeah.
I gotta check this.
Yeah, Edgar Wright knows how to pace movies.
Yeah, he does.
He
He knows
doesn't go on too
perfectly
long.
how to pace them. Like, you try watching Hot Fuzz, there's not a single second without sax.
Oh no, there is no, yeah, he does amazing pacing. God, I can't wait for the Ant-Man movie. But
yeah, that movie, it's like, I imagine there were a lot of things about how a lot of people were having like Scott literally just appears out of nowhere. Because I've watched the foreshadowing on the DVD and that it's literally really funny. He just looks in a mirror and Scott's there. I think it works better when it just hits the end of the movie, then suddenly Scott appears out of nowhere. Like, 'cause it works.
Oh, that
yeah,
Scott
one
bit is
last
genius.
joke.
Oh,
It
that
works
was,
as
yeah.
one
Because-
last fantastic.
The thing about Nega Scott is that in the books that was a whole big
Yeah, that
fight,
was a
and it
huge big
actually
stuff.
brought.
That was
And
necessary.
it's like no, because there are already too many. Scott Pilgrim has too many endings. Like it falls down slightly at the ending, and I still
It goes
don't know
a
if
bit
the
too
ending.
insane.
Yeah,
Just a
and
bit
it
too
does.
insane.
yeah, and in a weird way, it also kind of is like saying, hey, now Scott is grown up because he and his other self are just getting along. Like, he's, doesn't have a problem with
He
anything.
accepted his
Oh, yeah, I
shadow
love
self
that.
and has now a persona.
I'd say that with the book, I'd say with the comics, and in fact, everything after Ramona taking, coming back to Scott, like after that point, it sort of falls down. Everything between that and the defeating of Gideon and that is kind of iffy. Like, it goes too crazy. It would have been fine if like Ramona just came back and then Gideon was just defeated. Instead, then of course they had to have the bit where Gideon collects X's or something like that. And
Yeah, it's weird in the book where,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It goes too crazy. It's like it gets to the point where it feels like Brownlee and I have a feeling that Brownlee and O'Malley sat there and thought, right, this is I've built this thing. I need to end this, but I don't know how. So I'm just going to go crazy and see what sticks.
Yeah.
The thing with the ending that all I can think about is that just the very end with the whole who he's with thing. He should have been alone. He should have been himself. I don't like that he goes
I think
off
I
with
could
everyone
really have
because-
seen that working. Yeah, I could have seen that working. In fact,
Because-
it's weird with the movie.
It doesn't really
because-
work in the movie. It doesn't really work in the comics. I can understand why I went with Ramona because, of course, then they both grow up and learn to accept each other. But in the movie, Knives is clearly outgrown him, and then, of course, Ramona, we haven't seen enough of her to make her a completely desirable person.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Except
that's
for the fact
another
that she
one of
is
the reasons
willing
I
to
wanted
fight
10
for
more
relationships.
minutes in there because we don't see enough relationship stuff between
Yeah,
Scott
it's
and
like
Ramona.
in the special. It's like in it's like in the
DVD.
in the DVD is like they said like, oh, the comic was still in the process, so we didn't know how it was going to end. So we were actually originally going to end it with Scott with knives, and like Ramona just walks off on her own, and we saw the deleted scene. It's like, gee, that's kind of sad.
Yeah, it's really, it's kind of sad what happens to Ramona in that deleted scene, but also I kind of wish I hadn't seen that, because when you watch the movie again, you go, yeah, they were kind of planning on having Scott hook up with knives at the end of this movie.
I did prefer. There's things I do prefer the comics because, well, I think that's more due to time than anything else.
Yeah.
Because the comics have 6 books. But again, the movie I prefer the fights.
yes.
Fights. Like the first one, the movie, the fight with Patel works better because it's an actual Bollywood dance number that plays there, so it works better. The second one is better because, of course, it's a joke in the second book on purpose, but also in the movie it's just awesome because there's like 7 different stunt doubles trying to beat up Scott.
Yeah.
The third fight is better for the simple reason being that there's an actual bass song, and of course Thomas Jane and the other guys show up as vegan police, which is awesome.
Which, let me ask you this. Would it have been better if it was Simon Pegg and Nick Frost as the vegan police?
Yes, 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 and yes,
I'd say
and yes,
yes,
1,000
but
times yes. No,
I'd say
you say yes
but
because you're right.
But I like
Yes,
seeing
you're right.
Thomas Jane in movies. It's a purely selfish reason. I would love to have seen Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, but I enjoy seeing Thomas Jane in movies. So. Yeah, I'm glad you got a picture. Yeah, the fight with Roxy in the movie is far, far, far more fun. And Of course, with the fights between the twins in the movie is good because of the awesome song, but at the same time, of course, they don't even get to say a word, so that's where that lets down. And also, I prefer the fight in the movie because it feels epic because it is essentially just a fist fight between Scott and Gideon. But at the same time, it feels as epic as the one in the books because everything's coming together to fight for one Gideon. Like all the good guys realise that sort of thing. Whereas, of course, in the book, it's literally just throwing a dart at a wall and seeing what sticks. Whereas in the movie, it just feels like everything comes together perfectly.
Yeah. What's
Although I
everybody's...
still
yeah.
don't
Did you
particularly like the mind chip control thing for Ramona there, because that doesn't really make any sense in the movie. Yeah.
Did you see the third alternate ending, the one where it turns out
I read that one.
It's the one where
you describe it.
He basically, the twist is that it was all happening inside Scott Pilgrim's head, and he's actually just been murdering people and replacing their bodies with coins, and the police found him.
Holy shit!
And it was
I
just
did not
this
hear about
amazing
that.
mindfuck.
It's some M. Night Shyamalan.
It's so good.
Damn.
It's some M. Night Shyamalan shit, essentially.
Damn. Well, before we go on to the next movie, what's everybody's favorite Evil X?
Wallace.
Always Wallace.
Always.
I'd say, well, like in a serious answer, I'd say either Todd because it's Brandon Routh, and unlike most people, I like Brandon Routh. I'd also say Roxy because it's a fight between Mary Elizabeth Winstead and Mae Whitman, and I'd say Lucas Lee because he's a douchebag in the best possible sense. And
You're just listing all of them now.
Yeah, I can't help it. You're asking me to pick one of the best parts of one of my favourite movie of all time. It's basically like trying to ask a devoted mother which of their children they prefer more.
Yeah.
With the wrong thing,
They
being that the one they don't
Wallace.
choose is going to be let off and shot.
Well, I'll just shock you
Let's
back.
describe Sophie's choice.
I'll say in the book it was Todd Ingram. In the movie, I gotta go with Lucas Lee. Just simply because of the ba-ba-ba when he comes walking out of the trailer.
Yeah. And also, it's actually hilarious.
That was great.
Hilarious.
Oh, I just want to say something first. When the first time I saw that movie, I kind of wish that Scott Pilgrim had ended up with knives, but I'm sort of biased because I'm very fond of cute Asian girls. So
you and me both.
And I've actually been to the castle where Lucas Lee fight is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and the staircase is actually not that long.
Also, quickly before
there is a whole bunch of stairs there, but it's nowhere near as big as they made it in the movie.
Well, you know, movies make everything bigger.
Yeah.
Before we move on, can I just quickly say how little Michael Cera ever seems to get praise for his work as Scott there? Because like everybody always immediately wrote it off because it seemed like he was playing the same guy, whereas for once he was playing an actual jerk.
He was actually doing something different. Yeah.
Normally, Michael Cera, even while watching Arrested Development, essentially he just plays the nerd who can't ever seem to get words out right.
Yeah.
But then, of course, and he does it all the time. But then, of course, by the time Scott Pilgrim comes out, he's playing a character with actual feelings and and actual flaws and that sort of thing. And of course, and nobody ever seems to give him enough credit for that, which I find kind of sad. Because I know he's in a movie where Kieran Culkin seals the whole thing as Wallace Wells. Alison Pill follows up shortly behind, and then of course he's also battling alongside Mary Elizabeth Winstead, and then all the evil and everybody in that movie essentially just kills every single role they have, plus Anna Kendrick. But I still don't feel Michael Cera.
Oh yeah, Anna Kendrick. You're right. I totally forgot she was in that movie.
Yeah, Stacy.
Oh yeah. What everybody think of how they changed? Oh god, I'm forgetting his name. The lead singer.
Stephen Stills.
Yeah, how do you think they changed him around from how he is in the book? How do you feel about that?
I liked it.
Yeah.
I liked it for the simple fact that it's always just funny to see a guy tends to be cool freak out, and in fact Mark Webber there just sells the living shit out of it.
I think he does too. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and the coffee house that Stacy and Aubrey Plaza pretty funny in that movie.
In that
yes.
movie.
Yeah.
Have you seen
the coffee shop is called.
That actually looks funny.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
The coffee shop is called Second Cup, and that is a real Canadian coffee shop.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. It's basically Starbucks, but for Canada.
Oh, kind of like how Tim Hortons is like a Canadian version of Dunkin' Donuts.
Yep.
Nice. I gotta give it.
Really shot in Canada and everything.
All right. Let's see. Next up, Zombieland.
Oh come on! Who the hell in their right minds put Zombieland in front of?
I was going to say, in front of Scott Pilgrim. We should have just stopped with
Emma
Scott
Stone,
Pilgrim.
that's why.
There's no way this wonderful discussion is going to reach that high again.
I nominated Zombieland. Don't get me wrong. I like Scott Pilgrim more than Zombieland, but I actually nominated Zombieland because to me that film did I can't find a flaw in that film. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's the best film ever, but I looked at it and I went, you know what? I can't imagine them making this film any better than they did.
We're going to try with a sequel.
Well, it was meant to, yeah, who cares about the sequel? But the first one, the original, the one we're talking about, the one that was nominated, to me, that film, every joke hits well. They didn't need any more jokes than they needed in there. All the zombie stuff and the effects that they do with the list, I absolutely love. I really like the relationship between the...
Jesse Eisenberg and Emma Stone.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember the states that they were, the states or city.
Wichita, Columbus.
Wichita and Columbus, yeah. Tallahassee. I remember Tallahassee. Yeah, and Little Rock. But yeah, I love the relationship between them. I love that you don't learn, oh god, I want to call him Michael Cera.
Jesse Eisenberg.
Jesse Eisenberg.
And I love that you don't learn his name, but you do learn Emma Stone's name. So in a way, it can kind of make you relate more and see yourself in that role because he still is unnamed. And Woody Harrelson steals the movie in that. And I love, once again, spoilers, but I love that at the end of that movie, any other movie would have had him die. Any other movie would have been, hey, this is my big showdown, this is my big, last stand, this is it, this is where I put it all on the table. And I was like, oh, like everyone in that, in the theater when we were watching, you could tell they were all just going, oh no, like you knew this was it for him. And then you just see the pile of dead zombies there and him blowing his pistols, and the entire audience just leapt up and cheered. And
it's a comedy, so...
Oh, yeah, but it's a comedy with zombies. Someone still dies in those kind of situations.
Well, in Shaun of the Dead, Nick Frost technically dies, but isn't dead because he's still living, but now has human flesh.
Yeah.
Shaun of the Dead has one of the most heartbreaking zombie deaths in the history of all zombie films ever, and puts Zombieland to shame.
This is the way that I put it. This is the way that I put
it.
When it comes to zombie comedy films, I think Shaun of the Dead is the best zombie comedy film. I think Zombieland is the best zombie comedy movie. Like, that is how I would
get technical there, why don't you?
Get technical? I think that Shaun of the Dead does things from a filmmaking point of view all the better. It hits you more emotionally, and it is more of a film that makes you think and affects your brain and your heart in unison. Zombieland is one of the ones that makes you stand up and cheer more. And is one of the ones that makes you want to just immediately, like, it makes it feel like a ride. It's one that gets you pumped up, gets you excited. That is how I divide them up. Like,
I'm glad you went into detail there, because otherwise I was just basically calling you out and using two seemingly interchangeable terms to try and wuss your way out of it.
No,
he's done that. He's done that before. There is a difference. A movie is more big, and a film is more.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got a cup of tea.
Yeah, I've done that before. I was talking about about how Dark Knight is the best comic book film, but Avengers is the best comic book movie. So yeah, exactly. That's the best way I can sum it up. But okay, next.
And we're talking over the fact that Bill Murray's in Zombieland.
That's one of the greatest cameos. I love that. And also,
Bill Murray has been successfully saving movies his entire career. That's all he has done.
What, even the Garfield
Ghostbusters
movie?
No, but Ghostbusters would be nothing without Bill Murray.
Also, I will say that I use the line, "You're like some giant cock-blocking robot built in a secret underground lab," all the time. I love that line. But, all right.
And I also like how we have Scott Pilgrim, and then we have Zombieland. So does that mean Jesse Eisenberg is better than Michael Cera?
No.
I would say yes.
Oh, let's see. Jesse Eisenberg was in The Social Network, but Michael Cera was in Arrested Development. And Juno. It's kind of hard to choose.
It is hard.
Jesse Eisenberg's probably a better actor, though. That's probably due to the fact he hasn't let himself get typecast.
And also, I would say that Michael Cera's worst films are worse than Jesse Eisenberg's worst films.
They're terrible. Yeah, the second I see Michael Cera suddenly decide to step out of wet work and play a deadly serious crime drama where he's like a mob boss or something, I can officially say, yeah, I prefer him to... I will officially say he's better than Jesse Eisenberg, but until then, on actual...
I swear
it's Eisenberg.
I swear in 3 years he will evolve into Jesse Eisenberg, who will then evolve into Andy Samberg. Isn't that how it works?
Like they're Pokemon?
Yeah,
they gain
Michael Cera
experience points, but the more movies they're in.
Yes. Let's see. All right, let's keep this list moving. Next up, Bride of Frankenstein. That one's a weird one because it got 3 nominations, but only 10 people have rated it. So out of the 10 people who have rated it, 30% of the people who have rated it think it's one of their favorite movies. So, very interesting there.
And this is higher than Scott Pilgrim and Zombieland.
Yes. Next up, Glenn. Yeah, because those both had a rating of 4.2. Bride of Frankenstein has a rating of 4.3. If more people had seen it, maybe they would vote it down. But like I said, when there's only 10 people voting
hate
it,
rating.
yes, when there's only 10 people rating it, it can change it. Like I said, there was a bunch of people who gave a movie only like 2 ratings, but it was 5 on both of them. So, but anyway, next up, Glengarry Glen Ross.
Yes,
Go on, Jackson.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah, I love
yes,
that movie.
and yes, this film is so good. I saw it like a week ago. It's so amazing. Al Pacino is so. It has probably the best use of the word cunt that has ever occurred in a movie that I've seen.
Yes.
It's so.
So can you describe it for us, those who haven't seen it, like what it's about?
Okay, well, it's about salesmen and they have to sell things. It's where Coffees for Closers comes from.
My favorite
and
Fall Out
they
Boy
introduce it. Yeah, boy. No, it's all about fucking, I don't know, whatever that one that they nicked Baba O'Reilly from. Anyway, there's the bit the way. Sorry, I just talked about Fall Out Boy for 2 seconds there. There's a bit in Glengarry Glen Ross where the first line that Al Pacino's character has in his scene is, "All train compartments smell vaguely of shit." And just from that line, you are completely sold, because it is one of the best introduction lines to a character ever. And fuck, it's so good. I don't want to spoil anything, because if I get too deep into it, you get into the plot,
it's on
and then
Netflix right
everything.
now. You guys could watch it. So yeah, we're gonna try not to spoil it. But
he can't.
And Jack Lemmon in that movie. I'm shocked he didn't get a nomination for anything that year, because Jack Lemmon also just knocks it out of the park in that film, and it's got one of the greatest speeches in any movie, the Alec Baldwin introduction speech.
Oh, it's so
good. That is so amazing.
The leads are weak. The leads are weak. The fucking leads are weak. You're weak.
I love that. These are the Glengarry. What are they called? The
Glengarry leads.
The leads, yeah, the leads. Yeah, these are the Glengarry leads. They are golden, and that is why you do not get them, because to give them to you would be to throw them away. It's some of the best directing.
My favorite thing about that
I literally just imagine my Alec Baldwin's voice there.
Yes,
it just sounds so. It just sounds like such perfect material for him.
It's so good. You can watch the speech on YouTube. In fact, if you type in Glengarry G, you don't have to go any further than that. Glengarry G. The very first suggestion YouTube makes is Glengarry Ross Alec Baldwin speech.
The best thing about that scene though is that Kevin Spacey's just standing behind him like, yeah.
He's just standing behind him like say something, somebody speak up. Yeah, you want a piece of this?
I think Kevin Spacey's my favourite part from that, because he's got this really weird badass boast at the end where he's like, "Will you go to lunch?
Yes.
Will you go to lunch?"
This was written by David Mamet. It was written by David Mamet, and for anybody who ever saw this cartoon, I don't know if it ever came to the UK or Canada, but it was called Stroker and Hoop. They did a scene where one of the characters was auditioning for a Glengarry Glen Ross scene for a David Mamet play, and the line was nothing but "Go to brunch, go to fucking brunch" over and over. I mean, it just makes me think of Glengarry Glen Ross every time. So
I'm gonna watch that movie.
Has anyone heard of
when I come back and revisit this podcast in a year, I will find that hysterical.
You will, yes.
It's only 99 pence to rent on iTunes, or £2.99 to buy. You should go check that out on iTunes right now, because that's cheap.
Oh yeah, it is.
Because I have money to burn.
What were you about to say, Kevin?
Has anyone heard the story about David Mamet and Paul Thomas Anderson?
No.
No,
go on.
Oh, when Paul Thomas Anderson went to, I think, NYU or Columbia for film, he wasn't really satisfied with the courses there, so one of the assignments was to write a script. He did not write a script. He took a David Mamet script, like one of his plays, put his name on it, and gave it to the professor, and the professor gave him a C-.
Oh!
I've always wanted to do that in my music A-level, to take a really successful song and get them to mark it, because I'm convinced that they mark
Give them
shit.
Call Me Maybe and you'll see D-.
No, I mean like a good song, like Common People.
Baba O'Reilly. Yeah, no, sorry, 9 I'm going on here. It takes too long to get going. D+.
Alright.
Which Mammoth script was it?
I don't know.
Oh, I've got it. It was Hoffa.
No. Right. Okay, next up, Usual Suspects. How good is the ending of that movie?
Amazing.
Incredible. Alright.
That's all we need to say, really.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to spoil anything, because I had that ending spoiled for me by Jon Stewart when he had Kevin Spacey on, and he decided, hey, screw it, it's been long enough, everybody's seen it. Except for me, who was 13 at the time and could not rent it yet. And I got so pissed at that. But, anyway, next up is...
I'm glad we were talking about, we were all going to spoil all these movies, and now we're saying spoilers.
Yeah, just the... Fine, alright. Anybody who's not seen Usual Suspects, skip ahead by, like, I don't know, 2 minutes.
5 seconds.
Yeah. When you
Kaiser
see,
Soze.
It's
Yeah, okay,
Kevin
we're done.
Spacey.
When you see him turn around and drop the coffee cup and everything starts coming together and you slowly start seeing Kevin Spacey start walking right, damn, that just sent chills up my spine, even though I knew the ending to it. Just seeing Kevin Spacey slowly start walking right was insane to me.
Yeah, I saw it about like a year or two ago, and of course, seeing as being on the internet means that people will literally power up this at you the whole time, but it still just works. Like it's one of those perfect endings where even if you know the twist is coming, it still works regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of movies that were totally spoiled for me, Black Swan, which
fucking amazing.
I still nominated it, even having it spoiled. I had this spoiled for me because it was during that time when I was doing that market research job at movie theaters that I've mentioned on the podcast before, where I had to get people coming out of movie theaters, and this lady and her daughter came out of Black Swan, and it wasn't like a little kid, don't worry. It was like a full-grown adult and her mom.
I was going to say, it's not that bad, is it?
No. And the mom, who was this old lady, came out of there, and I got her for the interview, and she was over there working with me, and then she just turns to her daughter and goes, "That movie was so confused." Has everybody here seen the movie?
You told me not to see it because it would fuck me up.
It would fuck you up. It would fuck
Don't worry,
you
we'll
up.
describe all the fucking missed up bits for you, and you can make your own decision from there.
Alright, well, in that case, I won't totally spoil the ending for you, because it's not that important to the rest of the film.
Wait, you're telling me that you're not going to spoil the movie, and yet you're telling me not to go see it?
In case you decide to. You're a full-grown woman,
You're a
you can
woman,
decide.
you can decide yourself.
You can decide, you go, girl.
I haven't seen it, and I can't be bothered, so just tell me everything happens.
I won't tell you, but it comes out, but the woman is there doing the survey, and she just turns to her daughter and goes, "That movie was so confusing. At the end, did blank, 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 blank," and then I felt
Could you please fill in the blanks?
I felt a pit in my stomach just drop, because I had been waiting months to see that movie with a friend of mine. Like, I had been avoiding every spoiler possible because a friend of mine desperately wanted to see it. So I was waiting for her to get the money together.
Decking her or something?
I was so close. I was
just grabbing her by the throat, going, "You stupid woman!"
I almost just started beating the shit out of her with my clipboard. But
no, it was like I imagine it was like the equivalent of somebody walking out The Empire Strikes Back, like on opening night with a bunch of people lying around. But I'm just going, "Wow,
The Simpsons.
Did you know that Darth Vader was Luke's father?"
It was basically that, and then her daughter repeated even louder, "Yes, Mom, she blank, 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 blank." And it was so, like, 'cause I had worked my hardest to avoid spoilers, which is hard in a movie theater. Like, I would cover my ears when people came out of there, just because this friend of mine wanted to see it, and she was like, "Okay, no, not yet, I gotta save up some money, I gotta wait until the night when I'm free." And then eventually, yeah, that just happened to happen. But I turned over, and there was a line of people waiting to go into the theater, and they could not have looked more pissed at them. Like, I thought they were going to actually murder that lady right there. But still, even knowing the ending, it's an insanely good movie.
That was an amazing... It was the first horror movie I actually went and gone to see in the cinema. Like, it was one of those things where... Because I despise horror movies because I'm a huge wuss, as I repeatedly mentioned.
Yes.
But this was the first time that I had seen trailers, and I was like, right, okay, regardless of that, I have to see this movie. So I went with a bunch of friends, all girls, funnily enough, because it was a ballet drama, initially, from the looks of it and that. So we went there, sat there, and basically the entire time they were sort of like, thanks, they're veterans of horror movies, they were mostly fine. I was there covering myself on that, just like preparing, especially during the Night of Terror sequence. You know the Night of Terror sequence?
Yes.
Yes. Like, I was the entire time just like sort of curled up in my sleeve. I was like, oh god, no. So, and afterwards they made fun of me for it. But then, as soon as that bit ended, after blank, knees turn back. That horrible moment, you know, because you can make it through everything. You can make it through Blank and the night and the
that film to me, it's almost
you can
like
make it through. Yeah, you can make it through Blank. You can make it through all the picture style laughing like you can. But the second that the knee moment. The second I was I just almost completely lost it.
that was some Cronenberg shit in that scene right there. That was like
and then
For someone who is
and
never
then
ever
literally
gonna see
after
this
that,
film.
because I was sat near this old there was this old woman who had her daughters there to see it, you know, who brought there probably because it looked like a ballet drama. Straight after that moment happened, it went dark. She turned to her door and said loud enough for everybody to say, "What on earth have you brought Grandma to see?" That movie is incredible. And the thing is, unfortunately, because these are the friends and the people I hang out with, when I went back to school the next day, the day after, after the weekend, after I've really raved the living hell out of it, and went, no, this is amazing, I loved it. Everybody thought I only loved it because there was a scene where Natalie Portman and Mila Kunis make out. Because
they
I
would
am
do
a
more
guy.
than that.
Yeah, because I am a guy, and as such, anything with that sort of thing, I clearly only love for the lesbian scene. Whereas, in actuality, I found it literally one of the most unsettling sex scenes I have ever seen in a movie.
If you can get turned on at that scene, I don't want to know you, because you
No,
are
I
some
don't.
weird shit.
I think it's an amazing filmmaker, but just, even if I was into lesbianism, which I'm not, I don't find that sexy in the slightest. But like, even if I was, it takes a man of amazing talent to make a sequence where Natalie Portman and Mila Kunis make out and do other stuff, and turn it into and take every single piece of sexiness out of it and turn it into one of the most creepiest scenes in ages. And I love the living hell out of that movie. And here's the thing, I haven't seen it since. Like, I literally haven't seen it since I've watched that movie.
That's the thing.
There's no
in
reason
that,
to
it's in my
see, you
head.
don't want to see it again. Yeah.
Well, partially that, yeah. But also, in fact, it's in my head.
Well,
I
I
don't
saw
need
it
to
the
see
first
again.
time.
Yeah, I don't need to see it again. It literally, I can just think, and it's there. The big sequences and they're in my head. I know these moments, and that it's such an amazingly powerful movie that I loved every single second of, and it was my favourite film of last year by like a huge country mile.
I think it might have been mine as well. Yeah.
You mean 2 years?
2 years ago, yeah.
No, in Britain.
My favorite film last year.
In
was
Britain,
The
it was
Artist.
2011.
My favorite film
Came out
last year was The
January
Artist, but yeah, for me it was 2 years ago.
Yeah, so I had to essentially spend 2 months covering my ears, going la 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 la. I don't know what you're all saying. I know nothing about this movie. La 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 la.
Yeah.
Which was hard, but still, I made it.
Also, fun fact: the subway stop that she gets off at in the movie is the subway stop that I get off at to come home. So, just felt like saying that.
Masturbate whilst looking at you, perchance.
All right, let's see. Next up, we did Black Swan. Next up, another fairly disturbing film, Full Metal Jacket.
Great movie.
Great.
Even if it's essentially just like 3 movies stitched together as one, it's still a fantastic movie that works. When I start watching, I have to watch all the way through.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's like, well, I was in the military, and that's pretty much how it is. It's like one movie where it's like one chapter of your life in the boot camp, and then like the next part is, you know, out in the field and like doing your job and everything. So
yeah,
and
exactly.
Part
I mean,
is just
this
you
film
completely
shows
losing your humanity.
what the life of being in the military is like, especially during Vietnam. I mean, it is messed up. And that moment where Gomer Pyle is sitting there with a gun, and he just looks up and he gives that Kubrick look. The Kubrick look.
It
where
is this creepiest fucking look.
Kubrick invented the creepiest look where you slowly tilt your head down, but you look up with your eyes while smiling. It's so creepy, but it's fantastic. Let's see.
And then it cannot be overstated just how amazing our Leo movie was as the drill instructor.
Oh yeah, Lee Army. Oh
Be
man,
overstated.
loved him in that. Next up, this one's going to get us into a conversation because I know one of us doesn't really like this movie. Star Trek, the reboot.
Who's one who doesn't like it?
Me?
I love it.
What's
I
this?
nominated it.
Yeah.
What it's the
Because I'm
reboot? The
quiet
reboot?
here, so what's they'll be like it or something.
The reboot of what? Sorry, I missed that.
Star Trek.
Star Trek.
Oh yeah, it's fucking terrible. I hate it.
I'm gonna stand back. I'm just gonna sit. I have no opinion on this, so I'm just gonna sit back and let Aaron.
yes, I'm just gonna sit here with my
yeah,
popcorn and enjoy the argument.
Enjoy the show.
Enjoy the flames.
I'll just
Well,
say
I liked
would...
it. You go first.
I'll just say I was never really that big of a Star Trek fan, so I'm coming at it from a weird angle because I never really watched any of the other shows. But as a geek, you know, like all the little tropes and all the little hits and all their little relationship stuff. So I was watching this, and it made me a Star Trek fan. Like, it made me want to go back and watch those other shows. Like, it made me want to kind of delve into it. Like, I just absolutely loved, like, the characters, the settings, the actual, pretty much everything just blew me away in it. I can't really, pick any one thing. It's another film kind of like Zombieland, in which, if you ask me what are some of the best films ever made, I would definitely not list this at all. But when I watch it, I can't pick out anything that I have a problem with. Like, it, to me, did...
I can.
Yeah, I know you can. But to me, it did everything right that I could imagine being done. It did a reboot of Star Trek as well as I can imagine it being done. So...
Okay, so are we ready
and
for
I'm
a
the
Tekken
opposite
style
of you.
No, it's not going to be that big a thing.
Before he starts, Kevin was about to say something and got cut off there.
Okay, go Kevin.
I come from the exact same, the exact opposite of what you said. I was a big Star Trek person when I was growing up. Like, I watched Next Generation, I watched Voyager, I watched Deep Space Nine, I watched Enterprise, and TNG was awesome. I love TNG. Deep Space Nine, God, I can't talk. Deep Space Nine, really good. Voyager, okay at first, then it got sort of boring near the end, and then Enterprise, I just hated. And Enterprise was on at the exact same time that like movies like Insurrection and Nemesis were getting made, and I know you like Nemesis. You're wrong, Jackson.
I'm not wrong. Nemesis is a fine movie.
No, it's a terrible movie. So basically,
I'm not defending Insurrection though.
Yeah, I was at the point where I am right now when I feel about Star Wars. I just feel sort of bad and kind of worried about like what's going to be next. Like, and there was going to be talk about this Star Trek reboot for years, and then once it finally came out, I was excited about Star Trek again, and that is the best thing I could have asked for about the Star Trek movie. It restored my faith in Star Trek.
That's pretty much how I felt when I first saw it. I was like, that was good, it was really well paced, it was really excellently done until the ice planet, and then it kind of went, because it was like, we've got a film, it's all going, and then suddenly we're on an ice planet for no reason, but it's only to bump into Spock and explain everything, but whatever. But I thought it was good. I thought it was a great action movie, summer, and Star Trek, yay. But then when I really watched it, I just didn't feel it worked at all. Like, there was the bit near the beginning when they all get on the ship, and his hands are giant for no reason, for hilarious comedy, and it's just like stupid slapstick taking away from the fact that
I think that stuff's not as good as everything else, and that's sort of like the unfortunate little, like the mainstream sort of like effect of it, like that we're going for.
Yeah.
Like, it's not... You would never see that, really, on Next Generation.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't, never. But the biggest flaw, the thing I think that kills it, is that I think they completely dropped the fucking ball on Kirk and Spock's relationship, and we all didn't notice, because I didn't notice the first time, is that Kirk and Spock are at each other's throats for the entire thing, and then when they meet up again, they're suddenly friends. And when I was rewatching it, there was never the moment where they actually should have become friends again. They just decided to. The relationship felt completely in the background and completely mishandled and really poorly done, and just
it was handled in a scene between Sarek and Spock, where he said that you're partially human and you should kind of embrace that, and he sort of understands what Kirk was trying to do. And he understood why they should go back to Earth.
No, that was why they should go back to Earth, and then also the Spock giving up the captaincy and stuff like that, and stuff just like that happening because that's the way it should be happening, and stuff like.
It's the logical thing because he broke the rules, so he should logically give up this captain seat.
So he's
unfit for duty.
So he should logically give himself up.
He's such a straight shooter. He wants to be committed to every single thing because that's the Vulcan way, and because he's so committed to Starfleet that he has to give up the captain's chair because he made an error.
Yeah, he has given. Because of his more. The logical thing to do is for him to step away, but then also
the part where he becomes his human part
Kirk inside,
gets the better of him, and that makes him like the Spock, the version of Vulcan in him, guilty about that.
I just felt there was a moment where just suddenly he switched. I didn't think that the scene between Sarek and Spock really made that happen, and they were just a scene where they just switched and suddenly like each other, and they had just thrown the character relationships under the bus for the sake of actually blowing stuff up. And I like the blowing stuff up, and I like the red shirt gag. And Nero's a great villain because he introduces himself by saying, "Hi, Christopher, I'm Nero." And there were some great things in it, but I don't know, I couldn't get into it. The next film, though, should clearly have Q as the villain and bring everyone back from all the old Star Trek things in a great universe-spanning war while they're all still alive.
Yeah.
We'll just have everybody team up to fight John Delancey.
No, not Q as the villain. Q should be... Q is so scared of whatever the villain is that he has to bring all the Star Trek protagonists from every alternate universe together.
So essentially be the Nick Fury of the Star Trek universes.
Yes, because I want to see Captain Picard and Sisko punch some interdimensional being in the face.
Star Trek fan, or even watching a Star Trek, I could get behind that.
Nice. Let me also say this. I really love the fact that this film pulled off a reboot and a sequel merged into one in a very weird way that to me worked. I thought that it was a way of kind of saying, hey, this is a new universe, this is all new, brand new adventures, but we didn't forget the stuff that came before it, and we did kind of put a tie-up to all that by showing where Spock is all these years later in his life.
Also, it deserves mad props for being the film that we actually managed to rescue the Star Trek thing in general, the entire brand.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because the thing they did with what was it? Quantum Leap guy was Enterprise. Yeah, that didn't get good response from what I've heard.
No, it was
terrible.
Okay.
It was terrible at the
beginning.
beginning.
They had a country song playing over the credits.
'Cause I got faith.
That's what you do wrong. You do not replace a Jerry Goldsmith piece. You get Jerry Goldsmith to do another piece of song and not a country song.
You do know that that's the song. That's the song that Matt Rory was always singing, right? That's the one. It's the Enterprise theme tune. That's the name of his blog.
Also, Star Trek reboot, Zoe Saldana.
Yeah.
Thing of beauty.
Can I just note that
Well,
right
too
now
thin
we're
for me,
near
but yeah.
5 hours of podcasting at this rate.
Yeah, I was gonna say we need to be hurrying this shit up. I hate saying it, but
How many movies have we actually gotten
that
through?
was 17 out of 41. Sorry, we're gonna try and go a little bit. We're gonna try and go a little bit faster.
We should just dedicate an entire episode
Let's
getting
just
through
stop
the rest
now
of the
and
list.
make our next episode be completing the list.
If you guys want to do that, we can do that. We can make the entire next
It would
episode
literally
completing the
take us
list.
that long, quite frankly.
I'm totally down with that. Doing the entire next episode just be completing the list.
Alright, so then where should we finish off then?
Where should we finish off? What would be a good one? You know what? You're the big animation expert. We have an animated film coming up in just a little bit. Number 23. We're at 17. Number 23 is a big animated film. So we can finish off on that.
That sounds good.
Let's do it.
Alright. Number 18. Unforgiven. I nominated it. This is a film that made me, I always liked Westerns. This film made me love Westerns because this is to Westerns what Cabin in the Woods is to horror films. Because this basically just goes, hey, this is what happens that you don't see in the Western films. This is, that big bad guy that you love so much and he's, big and famous and all that. This is what happens when he gets old. There's nothing good for him. And this is his, last adventure. And it was basically kind of, and I mean, I love the end. Clint Eastwood was playing this guy who used to be the terror of the entire West. Now he's just an old guy trying to get on with his life until,
It sounds like his current career. Ha ha ha.
Does he talk to an empty chair?
It sounds like Clint Eastwood's current career. Ha 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 ha.
Not any funnier the second time.
Maybe the third time, try it!
No, his current career is him being...
If you put a laugh track under that, it'll be hysterical, I guarantee you.
No, his current career is him going to the RNC and acting like Grandpa Simpson. But...
Now that's comedy. That is comedy right there.
But, in Unforgiven, he is playing this guy who used to be the terror of the entire West, and his family gets, they get attacked by these robbers and gangs and thieves, and then they kill Morgan Freeman, and then that's it. He has been trying to be nice. He is a demon in human form, and he doesn't want to be a demon. He wants to be a man so bad, but it gets to that moment there at the end in which he just goes, I'm a demon. That's all I am, and that's all there is to me. And he takes out everyone, and he just, he's got people with guns pointing at him in the house, and he just says, any of you shoot at me, I'm going to kill you, kill your family, burn your house to the ground, and salt the earth so nothing grows back. And no one shoots at him as he walks out of the house. It is an amazing scene. I love it.
Sounds like a great scene.
Oh, it's so awesome. And by the way, in case you have not seen it, it's still worth seeing even after I told you that, because I knew the ending to that movie when I went in as well. Still hit me right in the gut.
Genre deconstructions are still good even if you do know the ending. So.
Exactly. Let's see. Lost in Translation, which I love. I didn't.
I know I'll love it, but I haven't seen it yet. But Bill Murray's amazing, so it's going to be good.
Yeah, I did not nominate it, but man, I love seeing this in theaters. It really is a great romance.
Bill Murray's great when saving bad movies, so imagine what it'd be like in an actually good
movie. Yeah, this was...
Like Rushmore.
Yes.
There's our Rushmore reference.
Yes. Let's see. Apocalypse Now. I just watched this for the first time not long ago, and wow,
Which version?
The normal
did you
one,
see?
not the director's cut.
I've seen the Redux version.
How
so
is the...
It is... There, I think all the parts that really work that are probably in the original theatrical cut. I haven't seen the theatrical cut, only the Redux version. But those scenes are great. Everything else that feels tacked on really feels tacked on and is really boring.
Yeah, that's...
Like, there's an entire, it's gotta be like a 20-minute sequence where they're going up the river and they run across a little plantation that's run by a whole bunch of French people. Yeah. Like, and of course that makes sense because Vietnam used to be a French colony. So, but yeah, it's just...
Yeah, that one's taken out.
It's sort of played as a... Is this actually real? Is this really happening to them? It's like, this is kind of near the end of the film. Like the last stretch that they've been through so much and seen so much that are they still in the mindset that they know what is reality and what is sort of beyond?
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. It is an amazing film that looks at a descent into madness. And one of the reasons why it was such a great look at a descent into madness is because Francis Ford Coppola was going insane while making the movie. If any of you ever get a chance to watch the documentary Hearts of Darkness, Filmmakers Descent into Madness, I think that's what it's called. It's Hearts of Darkness and then something underneath it. It is a documentary about the making of Apocalypse Now, and Francis Ford Coppola goes insane while making this movie. Like,
I think this would be more interesting than the actual movie.
It is better than the actual movie. I love the hell out of Hearts of Darkness. I almost nominated it on my list. But, I mean, it's like everything goes wrong for him, and he is in this place where there's just monsoons and insane heat all the time, and, like, the government is controlling, like, the helicopter, his, like, rental of the helicopter, so every now and again he just has to spend a ton of cash on nothing.
And then Marlon Brando
says, you gotta pay me this much money or else I won't be in the movie. They pay him that much money, and he goes, you know what, I decided I don't want to be in the movie. And so they have to figure out a way to get him onto the set. They probably, just hung a cheeseburger on a string and lured him in. I don't know.
He actually came to the set, but he was tremendously overweight.
Oh, yes, that was the other problem.
And then and they had to delay filming, and Francis Ford Coppola said, okay, you actually have to read the book, because Brando had not read the book before going into the movie. So then he left, read the book, and came back. He's like, okay, I know what to do. And he came back bald.
Yes!
He's like, yeah, he still had the weight, and he was bald.
But yeah, it's, in a weird way, his weight kind of adds to how creepy Kurtz is. Because it's like, how are you that fat out in the jungle? What have you been eating? It's like, it kind of adds to the creepiness, in my opinion. But I mean, like, there's so many other problems going on. Like, they were years over film for so much longer than they were supposed to. They were millions of dollars over budget. And I mean, Francis Ford Coppola was doing things like they wanted to have a scene where Martin Sheen kind of looked like he was having like a trip, like having a bad flashback. So what they did is they took Martin Sheen, who was a recovering alcoholic, and got him...
No, he was an alcoholic.
Oh, he was an alcoholic at the time? Okay, he became a recovering one after it. But they got him so wasted that he was just like having breakdowns on film and injuring himself on the set, and Coppola's going, film it, fuck it, film it, and like he had to go to the hospital. And there's audio tapes of Francis Ford Coppola on the phone going, listen, if the doctors say that he should not be filming, then we'll just find stuff for him to shoot while, sitting down or something. You know what? Screw it. I don't care.
Days.
The French scene...
The scene where he's in the hotel room, that's the scene where he just is completely wasted, and he just destroys the entire room, and they just keep filming.
And the French scene that you were talking about, he was so adamant about, like, no, I have to get real French people from France. I don't care how much it costs. You ship them in. I don't care. And then they send them in. They set up this huge scene. They have them sit down, learn their lines, spend all this money on getting these actors to come in. They shoot like this one scene, and then Francis Ford Coppola comes in and goes, you know what? I don't like the line in this scene. So you know what we're doing? We're cutting it all. Screw it. I recommend highly watching both these films because they're so good. And let me just say about Apocalypse Now, I say it all the time, but practical effects, people. There's a moment where they're sitting on the boat and like a bottle rocket goes flying from the woods out past their face. And I just yelled out, holy fuck, when that moment happened because they actually almost got hit by a bottle rocket that just got launched by people in the woods.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Also, Ride of the Valkyries.
Oh, yeah.
Classic
Absolutely.
scene.
Yeah.
And that movie, that's the movie
Do you
that
remember
sort
they used
of...
that in Watchmen? And it was, well...
entirely possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Apocalypse Now was basically the movie that brought surround sound into the mainstream. Or stereo. Yeah, well, it's surround sound, yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's...
Next up, another great descent into madness film, The Shining. This is another one of those films that kind of legitimately freaks me out because of just the, Jack Nicholson's performance in this. I mean, it's an amazing performance on his role.
I've actually never seen it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those movies that I'll get to seeing. Like, I think the most I've actually seen of it is probably from Twister. Mm-hmm. When they go to the drive-in theater and The Shining's playing. That's probably the most I've actually seen of The Shining.
Yeah, I totally recommend it to everybody. It's a great Stanley Kubrick film. So incredibly creepy. Great performance by Jack Nicholson. Good ghost story about this haunted hotel. And yeah, I absolutely recommend it. Next up, two more.
And it's getting a prequel.
Yeah, which I don't know what that could be, but whatever. Next up, Reservoir Dogs.
Is the prequel called The Dawning?
You know what? I could see that. Next up, Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah,
I nominated this one. It's amazing.
I did too. Yeah, it's. I'd say it's Tarantino's best because it's the first one I saw in that sort of way. But it's still what a fucking amazing movie.
It's either his best or his second best.
Gotta agree about whatever happens though. It's definitely top. It's an amazing. Probably can say it's my all-time favorite Steve Buscemi performance as well, for what that's worth.
Yeah. Yes. It's amazing. I would talk more about it, but we need to move on.
There's one more film.
There's one more and we're done.
Yeah, one more and we're done.
It's past midnight.
Okay, well,
I'm running on adrenaline.
Reservoir Dogs is amazing.
Okay. All right, last film, because it's midnight for you guys. Let's see. The Incredibles. With a rating of 4.4, nominated by 247 people.
One of the best superhero deconstructions ever, in my opinion.
One of the greatest family deconstructions ever, I think. It's great. It works on so many levels.
Yeah, I know. It's like when I first saw the previews, where I was like, "Oh God, another superhero movie." Because back in those days, they were still.
Yeah, this was when comic books were being oversaturated.
Yeah, and it's like they still haven't gotten the formula for a good comic movie superhero movie yet. So it's still in the works. And I'm like, oh God, now they're just cashing in, and it's just gonna be stupid, cheesy, superhero, corny crap.
You were very cynical back then, weren't you?
Yeah. yes, I was, but it's like, oh wow, this is actually good. It's not a superhero movie. It's a family movie. It's about a family just trying to cope with the society and everything. So it's it's like the balance between fitting in and being yourself, which I think everyone has to deal with at one point in their lives. So.
And since it's Pixar, there's some wonderfully gorgeous animation.
Oh yeah.
I was really interested when reading about all the animation of it, of how they had to change their entire process because of how complicated it was. Because they used to build all their sets virtually, but Brad Bird basically storyboarded it like a 2D movie, and they only built what they showed, which is super impressive considering how amazing.
Yes, I think one of the reasons why I was so hesitant about it's not just because it was a superhero movie, which, like I said, at the time they were still trying to get the hang of, but also it was the first it's the first 3D movie by Pixar that involved people, and trying to animate human beings is really, really difficult. It's like, it's like, oh, toys, you don't have to worry about anatomy. They're made of, felt and, like, stuff. And it's like, monsters and fish, that's all cute, you don't really
So they simply fixed it by having them look really cartoony.
Yes, it was like exaggerated. It was exaggerated, but it was, you still, like, felt, like a connection with them still, so.
Yeah, and I absolutely love the villain of Syndrome. I mean, that is,
Yeah.
He caught me monologuing.
But yeah, that's one of those films.
That's an amazing movie.
Yeah, and works so well on so many levels.
I'd say it's like I'd say one of my favorite Pixar movies. It's definitely like number 2. Mm-hmm. It's up there. It gets better with every single rewatch. I think that's just like everything Brad Bird seems to do gets better with every rewatch.
Yeah,
so, maybe my number 1. It's hard to pick between that, Up, and WALL-E.
It was my number 1 pick for years until another Pixar movie that we'll probably be talking about next time.
I'm sure of it, yes.
I suppose I'm amazed the top 10 doesn't consist of like of one half Pixar movies, quite frankly.
I think what about The Incredibles is that it's got one of my most favourite ending scenes, which is like this beautiful understated moment, which you don't get people mentioning it because it's just a thing that happens, but like the bit with Jack at the end where they're all saying,
where he's
come in second,
yeah.
come in second, no, come. It's just one of the most amazing, beautiful moments about self-acceptance.
Yeah.
And the guy is like sitting right next to him. It's like,
what are you? It's funny and heartwarming at the same time.
It's brilliant. It's you often forget that with how just like good they are, but Pixar's writing is phenomenal when it's on form.
And it's like
phenomenal.
The thing is, like, they're making Pixar is now making all their sequels to their movies, except The Incredibles. And
not The Incredibles, but one
and that's
film,
the one film everyone wants a sequel to, and they're not doing it.
It's not happening.
And I think it's because like Brad Bird is like he's still hesitant about he's still like trying to like work it out or something. So also I'm wondering like how much of a time skip, like how much the characters will grow up compared to like the first
one.
one.
Also be the fact that everybody involved just hates money.
How would you feel about Brad Bird doing the Justice League movie?
Oh yeah.
Totally.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Because Brad Bird would just look at the Justice League cartoon and go, that's right there. That's it.
Yeah. Especially since as well, the Mission Impossible basically proved that Brad Bird can direct live action and can direct it well. So
yeah,
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I would love to see a Brad Bird Justice League movie. Because he would probably read that Grant Morrison run that I was talking about. I could do a podcast
hint.
I could do a podcast just in those 5 issues. But yes, anyway. But yeah, alright, that's it. We're going to cut it there. We're going to get through all 3 nominations, but next time, like we said, we're not even going to have a theme next time. We're just going to do all the remaining movies. That is going to be our big final countdown. So, alright.
So we'll hopefully not spend about something like 5 and a bit hours.
Yes, hopefully not. So, alright.
I had an idea. Maybe if we made shorter ones, we could do them actually weekly.
Entirely possible, yes.
You think we can make them shorter?
No, I don't think that's possible. For an hour and a half, we'd start talking about movies, go on one tangent, and then that'll be the end of the podcast, quite frankly.
At this rate, the next podcast will be the Taken 2 one.
Yes,
it'll be
we
10
go
hours
on
long.
tangents. But yes, alright, I want to thank all my guests. I want to thank Michelle.
No problem.
Jackson.
Thank you.
Callum.
Thank you.
Kevin.
Persona.
Bring it full circle.
Full circle.
Oh, we
well
just
done,
started the full social link here. All right.
Our social links are maxed out now.
So we never have to talk to each other again?
This will all be way funnier when I actually play Persona.
Alright, thanks everybody.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. And I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel in West Philadelphia. Born and raised on the playground is where I spent most of my days. Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool and all shit.